This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over. And the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat at the top of the tower that you see there. There's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
For Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the Greenhigh 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Greenhigh 2.0 is also part of a larger project called SALCOS, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With SALCOS, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there Greenhigh 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy projects also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. a one-of-a-kind human inventor that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An inventor intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Brives, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Ouled Abdoun phosphate field near Khribga. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform. In 2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP. The group becomes a public limited company owned by the Moroccan state. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
good evening. Wherever you are in the world, thank you for making the time to connect to day 2 of the WorldPtX Summit 2020. This summit is co-organized by IRESEN and the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. I am Ayman Shakari with the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection, and I'll be the moderator for today. Day 1 was a particularly inspiring opportunity to discuss both the high-level vision on Power2X, as well as some initial but still in-depth conversations around the nuts and bolts of making the Power2X a reality for all, leaving no one behind. For the second day, we have a series of sessions and speakers just as impressive as day 1 was. And to kick us off for this very session, where we'll be discussing how hydrogen innovations can ensure the sustainability of the energy transition, I'm very happy to be joined by Mr. Ralph Westphal. He's Executive Vice President at Fraunhofer and one of the most important minds of our time. And it's not just me saying it, it's the Financial Times Dutch champion. Ralph.
Yeah, thank you, Ayman, and good morning from my side. I'm not an avatar, I'm really here in Morocco, and I can confirm that social distancing here is very good and all the regulations are fulfilled. So why I'm here? Because I think innovation and managing innovations are very important and depend on trust. And we signed yesterday with UM6P, so Mohammed VI, and in particular OCP, a big contract on cooperation on pilot plants for green ammonia and phosphorus recycling. You just saw this. And so I'm very proud to be here and be the chairman of this session. I'd like to welcome all the speakers here and all the guests outside. So today in session 5, we want to speak about technology challenges and at the bottom of the line, how to manage them, because the challenges are really big. Advances and process in hydrogen technology over the past decade means that this breakthrough energy solution is already being integrated into many energy strategies and also globally on all economies in the world. From hydrogen cars to powering renewable energy, hydrogen is potentially the key as a clean and unlimited resource that can help to lead the sustainability of our energy transition. Therefore, we need to identify, highlight, and promote hydrogen technology challenges and manage them. And the challenges are big. I just want to say 3 words. We change our complete backbone of our industry. We just heard in the trailer, steel. I mean, the whole steel process has to be changed. That means the complete industry is restructured, how to manage them. Then we have to produce completely new technology. If I speak about fuel cells, that's a very highly technology, fine mechanically approaching technology, which needs completely new production technologies. And eventually, we bring hydrogen out of the chemical sites where they're nowadays to everybody's home. So this means acceptance and safety. So the challenges are enormous. And one way is obviously about pilot plants, but we want to discuss today here in this how to manage these innovation challenges and have a global view on how we proceed, because we don't have that much time, so we have to be fast. And how to be fast, we like to discuss today. So I'd like to introduce our first 3 speakers now in a row. First one is Mr. Mohammed VI. He is, good morning. He is Secretary of State to the Minister of Energy, Mines and Sustainable Development here in Morocco. And he is responsible for implementing sustainable development measures here in Morocco. He was also member of the Managing Committee of COP22, and we still remember this was obviously also in Morocco, so this is here really the place to be. Moreover, he runs several cooperation projects, including Yes Green and Clean Tech programs, that encourage creation of green entrepreneurship. I'm personally very much interested, Mr. Venia, on the green entrepreneurship. And he's many parts of mobilizing civil society, so acceptance and creating a green economy that is inclusive. So we are very interested in your presentation. Our second speaker is Mrs. Schwarzelür-Sutter, our Staatssekretär, Secretary of State of our Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety in Germany, BMU, where she was reappointed in our last government under Mrs. Merkel. Since 2014, she's also been chair of the Board of Trustees of the Federal German Environmental Foundation, a very important foundation here, to push innovation forward in Germany. Good morning. And our third speaker in the row I'd like to introduce is Mrs. van der Vlies. She's head of the unit of the EU Directorate General in Science Innovation at the European Commission, so the view of the European Commission. She first joined the European Commission in 2002 as legal officer in the Directorate General Environment Unit dealing with recycling, we just heard it, and later member of the Strategic Planning and Programming Unit of DG Environment. Also welcome from my side. So I suggest we start with you, Mr. Mohammed Bania. We are looking forward to your presentation and statements.
Monsieur Benihia, le micro, s'il vous plaît. Votre micro, merci.
Ok. Désolé, donc j'étais en train de dire que...
And excuse me, if you allow me for our speakers, there is a possibility then to have the direct translation, because I think that Mr. Benihia will speak in French, I guess.
Yes, I understood that our work will be in two languages, in French and English, and I prefer to do it in French, sorry. Voilà, donc je voudrais, mesdames et messieurs, merci beaucoup. Merci à monsieur le modérateur pour cette présentation. Je voudrais aussi profiter de ce moment pour féliciter les organisateurs, donc l'Université Polytechnique Mohammed VI et l'IRESEN, pour l'organisation de ce sommet sur le Power-to-X et cette parfaite organisation de cet événement qui arrive, il faut le dire, à un moment propice, à un moment où notre pays est en train de préparer un modèle de développement qui va bientôt être annoncé, également un moment où nous sommes en train de finaliser la vision dans notre pays pour la stratégie long terme de développement à bas carbone, donc là une vision à 2050, et donc véritablement cet événement ne peut pas mieux tomber et il se produit dans un contexte très très favorable. Alors, ceci étant dit, nous ne sommes pas au département de l'environnement des spécialistes, nous appartenons au ministère de l'énergie, des mines et de l'environnement, et nous ne sommes pas des spécialistes des questions énergétiques. Nous voyons ces questions énergétiques du point de vue de la réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. C'est ce qui nous importe le plus, et l'hydrogène vert en particulier, qui n'est pas encore exploité comme il doit l'être, mais grâce à l'évolution des technologies, ceci est maintenant possible, peut être un formidable accélérateur de cette décarbonation de l'économie et de la transition énergétique. Notre stratégie nationale d'efficacité énergétique, à l'horizon 2030, a fixé un certain nombre d'objectifs ambitieux en termes d'économie d'énergie dans l'industrie, dans le transport, dans le bâtiment, et la mobilisation de l'hydrogène vert peut constituer un levier important pour atteindre ces objectifs. Alors, dans notre contribution déterminée au niveau national, la NDC du Maroc, nous sommes en train de finir, à vrai dire, le processus de sa révision avec une augmentation de l'ambition, puisque nous allons passer de 42% de réduction à l'horizon 2030 à 44,2%. Nous avons revu le portefeuille de projets avec l'ensemble des partenaires et cette augmentation d'ambition a été donc possible grâce à la mobilisation des acteurs concernés dans le domaine de l'énergie, mais pas seulement, et aussi grâce à l'introduction de secteurs qui n'étaient pas au départ dans la NDC précédente. Donc notamment le secteur des phosphates, qui va contribuer énormément à la réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre et peut être parmi les secteurs qui pourraient être le plus tôt possible neutres en carbone. Donc, nous avons dans notre NDC jusqu'à présent, jusqu'à 2030, la partie production d'électricité à partir des sources d'énergie renouvelables représente le fer de lance de cette transition énergétique, suivi, bien entendu, par un certain nombre de secteurs tout aussi importants. L'industrie, par exemple, en y incluant le ciment et les phosphates, représenterait le deuxième secteur, où l'effort de réduction important est attendu, puisque l'énergie, la production d'électricité sur la période 2020 à 2030 représenterait quelque chose comme 30% de l'effort de réduction des émissions. Alors que l'industrie, en y mettant et les phosphates et le secteur du ciment, représenterait quelque chose comme 26% du potentiel de réduction. Ce qu'on peut observer, c'est qu'à la fin de la NDC, donc vers 2030, cette proportion va changer, puisque la production d'électricité d'origine renouvelable va baisser à 25% au lieu de 30%, et ceci va être compensé par la partie industrie qui va passer à un niveau supérieur et représenterait quelque chose comme 32%. Donc vous voyez que sur la décade qui vient, la part de l'industrie va aller grandissante. Et tout ceci est très heureux parce que si on inclut l'hydrogène, qui va permettre bien entendu d'accélérer la transition énergétique et toucher tous les secteurs consommateurs d'énergie, notamment dans l'industrie et le transport, nous allons accélérer la décarbonation et réduire davantage les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Alors, dans la NDC du Maroc telle qu'elle se présente maintenant, il y a un projet important qui va commencer à partir de 2026-27, qui est la capture et la valorisation du carbone, et qui est porté par l'OCP. Ça aussi, c'est un aspect novateur, et l'OCP est en train de finaliser les études pour voir, en fonction des technologies disponibles, comment tout ceci va être réalisé, mais il est inscrit dans la partie conditionnelle. Puisqu'entre NDC, il y a deux portefeuilles de projets, l'un qui sera fait de manière inconditionnelle par les ressources propres du pays ou mobilisé dans le cadre du financement standard, disponible déjà, et le reste lié à la mobilisation des ressources de la finance climat. Et ce projet-là en particulier, il est inscrit dans la partie conditionnelle. Alors, nous avons également, dans la foulée de la révision de la NDC qui va être présentée bientôt au secrétariat de la Convention climat, avec, comme je disais, ce gisement d'augmentation de l'ambition, nous avons parallèlement et tout récemment élaboré une vision à 2050 pour une stratégie de développement bas carbone. Et là, dans cette stratégie, l'hydrogène a une part importante, et l'hydrogène vert qui est inscrit dans cette vision et qui pourra bien entendu permettre de répondre à un objectif de décarbonation ambitieux, puisque ceci nous est bien entendu entre guillemets imposé avec nos principaux partenaires, notamment dans le cadre du Green Deal avec l'Union européenne, et nous nous y préparons. Alors ça, c'est des aspects important. Je voudrais aussi signaler que dans le cadre de cette vision à 2050, la part des énergies renouvelables serait entre 70 à 80% en 2050. Également, l'électrification des usages dans les secteurs de l'industrie, du bâtiment et bien entendu du transport. Et l'hydrogène vert est un accélérateur de cette transition et cette décarbonation. Il y a aussi un effet qui est important pour nous à l'environnement, induit de cette disons, transition énergétique boostée par l'utilisation massive de l'hydrogène vert, qui est l'amélioration de la qualité de l'air. Et c'est une question d'importance haute dans la politique environnementale nationale, puisque la dégradation de la qualité de l'air génère un impact sur le PIB qui est important. Et nous sommes déterminés, nous avons un programme pour réduire, surveiller d'abord cette qualité de l'air. Nous sommes en train de développer le réseau de surveillance, mais également mettre en place des mesures pour réduire cette dégradation de la qualité de l'air. Et donc, l'introduction de technologies à base d'hydrogène, que ce soit pour la production d'énergie ou pour la production de molécules de biocarburants, permettrait également et contribuerait certainement à la réduction de la qualité de l'air, à la réduction de la pollution de l'air. Donc, ce qu'on peut dire, nous, à l'environnement, c'est que nous sommes, bien entendu, avec nos collègues du département d'énergie, très engagés sur cette feuille de route pour l'hydrogène vert qui est en train d'être peaufinée et finalisée à l'horizon 2050. Elle est parfaitement en phase avec cette vision de décarbonation à l'horizon 2050. Mais ceci, et j'ai écouté attentivement ce qui a été dit à la séance d'ouverture par les ministres qui étaient présents, et notamment le nôtre Sirbah, mais tout ceci nécessite une coopération internationale accrue et renforcée. Parce que, comme vous le savez, l'hydrogène est ancien, son usage dans l'industrie et timidement dans le transport, ce n'est pas quelque chose de nouveau. Ce qu'il y a lieu de faire maintenant, c'est de réussir cette transformation vers un hydrogène vert qui coûterait moins cher et qui permettrait d'utiliser en fait le surplus de production des énergies renouvelables, que ce soit le solaire ou l'éolien, ce surplus pour produire de l'hydrogène vert à partir de l'électrolyse. Et donc ceci nécessite, et moi j'ai bien entendu ce qui avait été dit hier à l'ouverture, ceci nécessite une coordination parce que c'est une question transversale et une coordination de l'ensemble des parties prenantes, à la fois au sein des pays, mais également à l'international. Et la mise en place d'alliances comme ceci a été mis en place entre notre pays et l'Allemagne est un élément, un ingrédient important, pour réussir cette transition, il faudra une alliance globale. Moi, j'ai écouté que la capacité installée actuellement pour l'hydrogène est de 1%, alors que nous devons être à 50% à l'horizon 2050. La capacité installée est de 200 MW et nous devons passer à 3300 gigawatts. Ce qui veut dire que la technologie est maîtrisée, la volonté est là, et donc il va falloir coordonner les actions en fait, au sein des pays et entre les pays pour faire de l'hydrogène le véritable accélérateur de la décarbonation de toute l'économie dans son ensemble et de la production, bien sûr, de molécules vertes qui pourraient servir ou à l'industrie ou à l'agriculture. Donc voilà ce que je voulais vous dire brièvement, de notre point de vue, comment nous voyons cette transformation qui pourra, moyennant toutes les conditions que je viens de citer, qui pourra véritablement nous permettre d'atteindre les objectifs de l'accord de Paris et être, Inch'Allah, en 2100, avec une élévation de température inférieure à 1,5 degré, ce qui est la volonté de la communauté internationale, mais surtout des pays en développement qui souffrent beaucoup des effets et des impacts des changements climatiques. Merci.
Ben Rahia, thank you very much. And je passe la parole, pour parler français, je passe la parole maintenant à Mrs. Schwarzelöhr-Suter for her statement. Thank you.
State Secretary Ben Achia, Professor Wirsborn, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me, and I also want to talk about green hydrogen and its role. Green hydrogen and its derivatives have an essential role to play in achieving the Paris climate targets, and sustainability requirements must be defined now and adhered to right from the very outset. In the interest of climate action and environmental protection, it is important that hydrogen is produced with electricity from renewable energy sources. The necessary quantities of renewable energy also need to be provided, and PTX plants cannot be allowed to result in an increase in electricity generation from fossil fuels, whether nationally or globally. But there are also other questions to consider. For example, the social impacts in the countries of production or the consumption of resources required for production, including land and water. To use the precious commodity of green hydrogen as efficiently as possible, the demand side must ensure that hydrogen is used selectively where no other technological solutions for decarbonization will be available in the foreseeable future. In our view, these are areas would include in particular the chemical and steel industries and air maritime transport. And let me give you a few insights into where we stand now on this topic in Germany. Germany recently adopted the National Hydrogen Strategy to accelerate the market ramp-up of green hydrogen and PTX in the coming years. The German government is providing 6 billion euros into implementation at national level, and instruments such as direct support for plant construction will also play a role in implementation, as will carbon contracts for difference. Quotas, which are specifically for power to liquid fuels in aviation, will also be important and implemented. At the same time, it is clear to us that our future demand for green hydrogen and PTX cannot be met by local production alone. Part of this demand will have to be imported. This means that close international cooperation is crucial for us. For several years now, the Federal Environment Ministry has been supporting PTX model and pilot projects through our so-called International Climate Initiative, ICI, for example, in Brazil. Another program we will work with our partner countries, Morocco, South Africa, and Argentina, is scheduled to officially start this month. The Federal Environment Ministry also recently founded the International PTX Hub in Berlin, which is operated by GIZ. The hub is supposed to strengthen global networking, demonstrate PTX potential to mitigate climate change, and engage in an international discussion on sustainability standards. In addition, the German government will provide further 2 billion euros for international cooperation in the coming years as part of the implementation of the national hydrogen strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, green hydrogen and PTX offer major global opportunities for climate change mitigation and added value for industry. However, in order to be successful in long term, the focus must be on sustainability and above all on climate action. I want to stress that in Germany we want and we must shape the global market ramp up together with our partners on equal footing. We want to establish long-lasting and strong partnerships, and research and development will play an important role in these efforts. All at the same time, important insights will be gained, particularly from scaled-up plans. Research and development must and can go hand in hand with market ramp-up. And let me assure that that Germany is committed to making its contribution to international activities in this regard, as we are committed to a sustainable and just energy transition. And I think if we do that, then we can reach our targets of the Paris Agreement and also our SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your statement, and I'd like to give the word now to Mrs. Rosalinde van der Vlies for a statement of the European Union.
Very much, Professor Werspoon, and good morning, everybody, State Secretary Bergin and Madam Schwarz-Sutter. It's a real pleasure for me to be here with you this morning on the second day of this very interesting and important conference. I was recently appointed director of the Clean Planet Directorate in the Directorate General Research Innovation in the European Commission. And actually, I was appointed only yesterday. So this is my first appearance in public in my new role. And that's why for me this is a particularly special moment. And it also underlines the very important role that the European Commission and DG Research and Innovation in particular sees for the green hydrogen in the transition to clean energy in Europe. Now, the Commission has, as you all know, of course, a very ambitious European Green Deal, where the ambition is for the European continent to become the first climate neutral continent in the world by 2050. And part of this European Green Deal is a hydrogen strategy for Europe that was adopted in July next year. And hydrogen in Europe is foreseen to contribute up to 25% of the energy demand by 2050. And part of this is that we have set very ambitious targets for the clean hydrogen production in Europe. The target aims to install 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2030 in the EU. And obviously, this also requires massive investments, massive collaboration, both inside the European Union, but also internationally. And of course, massive research and innovation. The investment needs are estimated to be up to 42 billion euros in electrolyzers in order to meet the strategic objective of the 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2030. So the hydrogen strategy for the European Union works in different phases. The first phase will take place from 2020 to 2024. The aim of the first phase is to decarbonize the existing hydrogen production of current uses and to promote hydrogen in new applications. The second phase will take place from 2024 to 2030, where hydrogen needs should become an intrinsic part of the integrated energy system. And then the final phase, the third phase of our European hydrogen strategy, will be from 2030 to 2050, where renewable hydrogen technologies should be deployed at a large scale and also reach all the hard to decarbonize sectors. So these objectives are extremely ambitious, and as I mentioned before, we can only achieve this in close collaboration, both within the European Union and also internationally. So this requires substantial investments in research and innovation. Research and innovation in particular will help to improve the efficiency of the electrolyzers that use renewable energy, in particular solar and wind, and will also reduce the costs of the green hydrogen that will be generated. So we have currently at the European level an investment program for research and innovation called Horizon 2020. And as part of Horizon 2020, we have set up a partnership with industry, the Fuels and Hydrogen Partnership. And this has really created an industrial ecosystem. There are many players across the whole value chain of hydrogen that participate in this partnership, ranging from the large utilities to small innovative SMEs. And one of the most promising applications that we see as part of this partnership is in the application of the green hydrogen in the heavy truck transport. Also part of our current investment program on research and innovation, recently we launched a new call for proposals, the so-called Green Deal call. In total, 1 billion euro of investments in concrete climate solutions. And there are two specific calls for application that are directly helping to achieve and contribute to the European hydrogen strategy. There is a call for proposals for demonstrating 100 megawatt electrolyzers under the European Green Deal call, and another call for green airports and ports. So this call for application is still open, and the closing date is the 26th of January next year. And total investments will be 160 million euros. We are also preparing for the next European investment program on research and innovation called Horizon Europe, which is currently in the last phases of negotiation at the European level. This will be the biggest investment program in research and innovation in the history of the European Union. And as part of this future framework program, which will hopefully enter into force next year, will be a new partnership on the clean hydrogen. It will be a public-private partnership. And it is the ambition of the European Commission to increase its investments in this partnership compared to the current fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking. So this is a huge opportunity for the European Union. But of course, also internationally, the European Commission is very committed to mission innovation. And in particular, the Hydrogen Valley project of mission innovation has been very useful in order to demonstrate 30 hydrogen valleys. This is really a platform where a lot of lessons can be learned on very promising technologies. So let me conclude by stressing that the European Commission, and in particular DG Research and Innovation, is very committed in investing in the clean hydrogen for our future. And of course, we are convinced that we can only reach our strategic objectives in the European Union in close collaboration internationally. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. van der Vlies. So this is very motivating also from the other speakers. So I have hardly heard in my career such a coherence of the view to get to a hydrogen economy. So let's start with our second part of the presentation of the doing and the management of these points. And our next speaker is Bader Iken. He is Managing Director of the Moroccan National Research Institute for Solar Energy and New Energies. He contributed to the creation of the first solar energy testing, research and training platform Africa, and we know each other from that almost 10 years now. The Green Energy Park in the Green City of Ben Gueria. Mr. Iken received his Karl Eduard Schulte Award from actually the German Association of Engineers VDI, and he was also working for a couple of years in Germany. Today he's member of several commissions here in Morocco and also on the international level is really promoting the international cooperation by heart and by his motivation, and is burning for renewable energies. So he will be our first speaker. Then I'd like to welcome also Mrs. Florence Lambert. Mrs. Florence Lambert is former CEO of CEA LITEN, the Laboratory of New Energy Technology in France. CEA is the third largest laboratory in the world in the field of new energy technologies, more than 1,000 researchers in Grenoble and Chambéry, and a specialist in energy storage. She's interested in battery as in hydrogen. Recently, she was named one of the 20 women of influence in renewable energy in France, so congratulations. Now she just has been appointed, and also congratulations from my part to Mrs. van der Vlies. She has also been appointed as CEO for a new startup, but she will say us a few more words later. Our third speaker is Nieto Gallego. Nieto Gallego is General Manager of CNH2. Dr. Gallego has more than 25 years experience in R&D, quality, and business development management in multinational enterprises in different industrial sectors. Dr. Nieto is co-author of 2 patents and more than 20 research articles. An expert evaluator is working for the European Commission in different projects and is also advisor to several EU projects. So he knows the doing of what we just heard. So I'm very happy that he is also here and gives us his view. And as 4 speakers, Mr. Franz Josef Rademacher. He's director of the Research Institute for Applied-Oriented Knowledge Processing. He has been teaching artificial intelligence and debates at the University of Ulm more than 30 years. And Mr. Rademacher is considered as an authority figure in the fields of globalization, innovation, overpopulation, and global sustainable developments. I'm very curious about his view how to managing this transition. So we'll start with Mr. Bader Eken. Bader, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ralf Verschborn. It's a real honor and pleasure to be a part of this panel with such kind of distinguished guests. State Secretary, Secretary General Simini as well, and all the other distinguished panelists. I'm very pleased to host you today. We heard it's important to cooperate generally, and especially for the field of hydrogen, we have to cooperate. And this is why today my dear colleague, Professor Ralf Verschborn, is in Morocco and I'm in Germany. I'm not in Germany, but I'm very happy that he's now in Morocco and he's chairing this session. I have some slides. I would like then to share some slides with you and then to share our vision. How do we want then to shape the sustainability of the energy transition through innovation, and what are the first steps which we did in Morocco. First of all, if you allow me, we think that the future of Africa would be depending on climate change, population growth, as well as technology adoption. And this is our mission. The mission of the institution which I'm in charge of is to work on the technology adoption. We are a funding agency. We are co-funding collaborative, innovative R&D projects in the field of green technologies. And we are developing a network. We are developing a network of applied research institutions and infrastructures. And we got a very important inspiration from the Fraunhofer Society. And as my dear friend and colleague Ralf Verschborn said, we have a strong collaboration, and I'm very glad to see that this collaboration is now going on another level, and we're strengthening all our activities. We are developing different R&D platforms. We started with solar energy, as well as with the R&D platform for energy efficiency in buildings, smart grids, sustainable mobility, other topics like biomass, biogas, the Nexus water energy, We have as well, we installed one platform in the Ivory Coast, the Green Energy Park, Morocco Ivory Coast. And this is important to have this collaboration, North-South-South collaboration and South-South collaboration. And the new platform will be then introduced in a few slides. This is the Green Energy Park. Because of the time, I won't be then able to speak about all the different departments and activities, but this is only to give you an overview. We're speaking about a kind of a living lab. We have a lot of pilot projects, and this is important if we would like to work, of course, with researchers. We're working with researchers, but we would like as well then to support companies. And this is important to have such kind of facilities. This is the Green and Smart Building Park. We have a lot of labs, conventional labs, but we have as well a kind of small city in which we are able then to do a lot of tests, not only regarding then the energy efficiency in the buildings, but as well regarding smart grids. And the financial support, we're funding R&D in different phases, then really to move and to go forward from low technology readiness levels to higher technology levels. And our last calls are more to fund more than innovation. It means the target is to move from R&D to innovation, and the new kind of call for proposals are to move from innovation to the market. And this is our last call. Mr. Benihia spoke already about then the objectives, and we have a very ambitious objectives, and we know and we heard that green hydrogen and power to X might play a role and a very transversal and a very important role regarding all the different aspects, not only electricity, but as well then industries, mobility, and energy efficiency. We know, and we had the opportunity yesterday to hear and to understand what are the different processes to move from renewable energy to green molecules, to use them as industry feedstock or to use them as an energy vector. And there is clearly a huge opportunity to decarbonize different sectors. We conducted in Morocco different studies since 2018. We had technology and maturity of technology studies. We had social economic studies. We had as well then a study regarding the opportunity and regarding the strategy and roadmap, which we might be then initiate in Morocco, and we are now in the final phases. And Mr. Benihia mentioned as well that we had an agreement with Germany, and we were very glad to have had all the time a very good relationship with different ministries, as well as BMU, the ministry, federal ministry in charge of environment, and all the other ministries. And at the end, we were able then to sign an agreement and to have then a joint vision regarding the future development of green hydrogen. We know there is a potential in Morocco. When we do now simulations, we would be then able to reach a levelized cost of hydrogen, which might be in the midterm near to the parity. All the time we're speaking about the magic limit of $2 per kilogram of hydrogen. And we know that there are some sites in Morocco when we have then the right mix between wind power and then solar energy, we might reach as well this target. And this is why, regarding then our studies which we conducted, we were able to identify the first sectors. And the first one, it was already mentioned, would be the fertilizer industry, because we are an important importer of ammonia. Methanol will as well play a role. And regarding the export, we might have then the same ammonia, methanol, and synthetic fuels. For the midterm, we will start as well with the mobility. We think that the mobility will start more if we have then to consider our neighbors more in Europe. as in Morocco. And this is why it might be as well an opportunity for the export. Our conditional potential would be, or might be, up to 8 gigawatt by 2030, up to 20 gigawatt by 2040, and up to 80 or 100 gigawatt by 2050. This means there is clearly a huge potential for Morocco, and we might be then able to cover our need and then to help other countries and partners to decarbonize their economies. And this is why we will have a sustainable framework to develop this Power-to-X industry. We prepared as well an action plan, and we see the most important pillars. The pillars are based on technologies, the development of the demand in the markets, as well as the investments and supply chain. We would like to reduce the costs and then to help reducing the costs. R&D is important, a cluster for R&D, and we would like to do it on a regional level. We have to define the relevant measures for local content. We would like as well to set up industry clusters for the domestic need as well as for the export, and we have to prepare the infrastructure and the infrastructure master plan. We have to secure then the funding. We have as well to create the right conditions for exporting Power-to-X products. We have to assess the need to store this energy for the electrical grid, and the development of domestic market is as well important. And I would like then today, during this session, to focus more on innovation, R&D and innovation, and there is clearly a link to the industry. As I said before, we would like to have all the stakeholders involved to be able to develop such kind of R&D and industrial cluster between Africa and Europe, between North Africa and Europe, and we hope that we could be Germany and Morocco, and with other partners, with France, with Spain, we might be then a real game changers, regional game changers for the hydrogen development and the development of the hydrogen economy. And the idea, of course, is to have capacity building, R&D and innovation, to involve all the different public bodies and the industry. And there are, of course, then ideas, projects, how do we have then to prepare all the infrastructures. We don't have then the time to speak about all the details, but I would like then to say that it would be then very important to prepare then all the different sites, the infrastructures, and the framework. And regarding R&D, and this is then the focus of my presentation then today, we are working with partners, such kind of Fraunhofer. I have maybe then to mention, and this is why I said we decided then Ralf Verschborn maybe had or have to stay some months in Morocco, and they will then be then in Germany for a few months. We have a very strong collaboration. And the idea is to develop the expertise on the different parts of the value chain. Renewable energy, there is all the time, and there are still challenges when we have a mix of renewable energy. There is an intermittency. We have as well to evaluate and then to optimize the process regarding electrolyzers. We have as well, when we speak about then green chemical then industry, we have to optimize as well then the processes, and then later on to work on the different applications. First objective is, of course, to get on the train as quickly as possible, as Ralf Verschborn said. Second objective is to decide on the priorities of Morocco and of the partners. And this is why we are developing a new R&D platform, the Green Hydrogen and Applications. And the idea is to be between universities, and we have already activities in universities, and the industry. The idea is to have a lot of pilot projects, and we're glad to have as well then some projects which would be then supported by your ministry, Mrs. Schwarzlöhr-Sutter, and we have as well some supports as well from other ministries and other partners. But the idea is to have on this platform the possibility to work on the production of green ammonia, green methanol, as well as power to liquid, and to be able to produce synthetic fuels, and to have the different labs to test. And I have as well to say, if you allow me, we got a lot of inspiration as well regarding the labs when we visited a few years ago the center of Mr. Gallego. And I'm very glad then today that he is joining us, and he will as well then present the activities in Spain, and I hope as well the activities of his center. This is what I wanted then to share with you. I think there are still a lot of challenges, and the idea really is to build through a joint cooperation, to work together, to be able then to innovate. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we have to move from the megawatt scale to the gigawatt scale. We have as well then to learn from the past lessons. We saw, for example, regarding the PV industry, the approach was at the beginning that every country wanted to do it then by its own. And at the end, we saw that in Europe, or European countries, they were not able then to win this competitivity. And I think it's important regarding then the green hydrogen economy, that we need to work together and to develop real regional hubs and to be able then to stay competitive. This is what I wanted then to share with you. And of course, the idea is really to have a new kind of economical and socio-economical partnership between Europe and Africa, between Europe and North Africa. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Father Eken, for this clear view on the cooperation between Europe and Africa, and this was really stimulating. Thank you very much for this view. We will discuss on this later. So our next speaker is Florence Lambert, and I look forward for your words on presentation. Yes.
Perfect. So I would like really to thank you to be part of this very high-level Power2X Summit with a very high-level panel today. So I have also some slides to share with you. And I would like also to present my perception on how can hydrogen innovation shape the sustainability of energy transition. So maybe we have to wait a little bit for the slides, if it is okay. So I've been heading Sierra Leone for 8 years now, and yes, moving to a new position of taking a CEO position on electrolysis company. And I have no doubt today that we will have a huge development around hydrogen with different applications. And let me say that hydrogen will be the key. So to decarbonize first the industry, and especially the non-abatable sectors, to stabilize and store electricity for renewable energy, and to bring in a complementary way with battery to bring instant recharge and electrification of big mobility platform. So I don't know if you can show my slides.
Hello. Yes, you should be able to share your screen. We're having some issues locating them on our end, but you should have the option to share your screen directly. You should have the option to share your screen, if I'm not mistaken, on your to share your screen. Yes.
I thought that you show for me, but it's okay. I have it now.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Not at this point. We can see you, we cannot see your screen.
Of my presentation. So only a few words of what is IRESEN. So in the top of three research organization in terms of energy transition, regarding our staff number, so around 1,000 researchers. Even maybe at a higher rank if you consider the number of patents per researcher per year, so we are above 230 per year. So really our mission, which is important, is to support the industry towards energy transition. And our organization is similar to private companies with 4 different divisions, let me say 4 different business units on solar, which is also known as INES in Chambéry campus, on electromobility with battery and fuel cells, on energy efficiency, dealing with heat and production and hydrogen. And you know, all our stories and successes begin with advanced materials that will improve PV module, PV batteries and fuel cell. And we have 200 researchers working on that issue. The model we have chosen to develop this research is important, is called technology research. It means that we are working in very close relationship, and I think it is one of the key, it is already been mentioned today. We are working in a very close relationship with industrial partners, more than 300. So let me describe a little bit what is technology research. The main goal really of technology research is to close the gap between fundamental research and the industry. And what does it mean? It means that 60% of our staff is coming from the industry. It means also...
We are able to share the slides from our end. Could you tell us which slide we show right now? We're currently on slide 4.
Number 2.
Okay, let's go back to number 2.
It's number 2, yes. So it is what I can see. So it means also that regarding technology research, that our laboratory looks like more pilot lines with really the ability to project very quickly our proof of concept into an industrial reference, which is very important. Working, for example, with equipment manufacturers that could be the key to decrease the risk of the industrialization. And you have here an example of our PV pilot line, which has recently achieved 25% of efficiency with our next generation of PV cell, but it is not a result achieved in a laboratory, it's really a result achieved in an industrial context, and you can see the image. So let's move to slide number 3. So in that context, we are able really to decrease the risk, and I think it's very important, and accelerate the technology transfer. And I put in these slides different technology transfer already done by IRESEN. So we were the first to develop advanced PV plant in Europe with our partner Enel in Sicily. Now in the hydrogen sector, so we can say that the key will be the cost-effective hydrogen production, so without creating further CO2 emission. And IRESEN intends now to accelerate, in one hand, its development and creating an industrial actor with the partners you can see here in the other hand. And it is really the scheme that we did in the past for ST Microelectronics in the field of microelectronics. And a last example is our initial startup, Symbio, which is now inside the JV between Michelin and Faurecia, that will put very soon on the market hydrogen powertrain to electrify mobility platform. Let's move to the next slide, please. So let's focus on hydrogen. So we can say that we are very active in hydrogen policy at different levels. We were part of the national plan and even co-writer of this hydrogen French strategy. We are in the board of the FCAGU, coordinating the research and pioneer within different alliances within Morocco and also with Germany, for example, with Max Planck Institute on Power-to-X developments. In the field of science and technology, so I present what we did on electrolysis and on fuel cell. So we are also working on hydrogen transport. And for example, we are investigating hydrogen embrittlement mechanism, and we are collaborating with different French industry, for example, GRTgaz. We are also working on hydrogen storage with the development, and you can see example here on compressed hydrogen storage, but also liquid organic hydrogen carriers. And as you can see, our role as a research organization is really to bring technology from the lab to the market in a very close collaboration. And again, it is the key with industrial partners. And we believe that the development of the hydrogen economy should be based on a strong manufacturing industry. It is not too late in comparison to other subjects, so maybe battery, and we will see. And we really have to share expertise and build alliances between research, industry, and the state policy. Very important to coordinate everybody. So not only for the technology transfer, but also for the early deployment. Let's move to the next slide, please. And I would like just to show you some example of our results. So if we can move to the next slides, please. And let me say that I ask very often the question, what is specific in our approach in CL10? And I have two different answers. The first one is whatever the subject, we have a vertical approach from material component to their integration. And we have also a systemic approach without any opposition in between the technology. And the best example I can give you is Energy Observer, this boat that we have developed on the basis of our technology. And the boat was operational only 1 month after the different techno integration, showing our capability to develop advanced energy management system. That will be very important also in our renewable world tomorrow. Let's move to the next slide, please. The second example I wanted to give you is a zoom of our solid oxide technology with a huge patent portfolio. You can see here more than 40 patents, and with very high and specific performances, so high efficiency, does not require noble metal or critical materials. That could be a key, you know, to have really this view of life cycle analysis once you are developing one technology. It is also a modular technology. It means that it can be operated with hydrogen, methane, or even ammonia. And so it is very flexible. And it is what we are going to industrialize inside a new company with the different actors that you can see here on this slide. Let's move to the last example I wanted to show you. So it's also closing the carbon cycle, and it's also the key in the hydrogen world. And you know, when you are working now in the sector of energy, it's very new. I've been working on that energy issue for more than 20 years. And in the past, when you were a specialist in energy, you had to test your solar panel, you had to test your battery, and that's it. Now you have really to take into account the impact of a lot of different points, lot of different sectors, such as mobility and such as industry. And it is really the case of hydrogen. And in that case, hydrogen, we will have this role to combine CO2 and then to produce molecules of interest. We did it in Poland in the framework of an European consortia to produce methane in cooperation with Toron. And we are doing it with GRTgaz in France in the context of the project Jupiter 1000 to demonstrate power-to-gas applications that will lead to decarbonize the gas grid. In conclusion of my presentation today, so let's move to the next. I would like only to give you this case study, which is taking place in Morocco. You know, I always have the questions about the complementarity between battery and hydrogen. If batteries will remain suitable for the small mobility, especially in Europe, very quickly, and in applications which are balancing low-cost PV or wind system electricity in sunny country, hydrogen and especially the high-temperature electrolysis technology can very quickly take the advantage. And for me, and let me conclude with that, I think it is a great opportunity for Morocco to take the lead, and of course, with a joint collaboration between Europe and Africa. So I thank you, and I'm very pleased to answer your further questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your view of the and also your view on, I guess, the company you're moving to. So let's discuss about this at the end, and I'd like no further give the word to Dr. Emilio Nieto Gallego to give us his view on managing the challenges of the hydrogen economy.
Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank you the invitation to the organizers. It was a pleasure for me not only to be here and to have the opportunity to explain which are the different projects we are working on and here in Spain and in our center, but also to share this high-level panel with all of you. And I don't know if this is always a topic, but when you are not the first one, your messages is already covered by the previous speaker, and I would like only to emphasize the different meanings it was trying to find ourselves in our center. I have no presentation because my experience is when you have only 5-6 minutes, if you have a presentation, you need at least 10 or 15 minutes. So I decide not to have this in order to be able, the moderator, to stop me and give time in order to reply to all the different questions you have. So only a few words about our national center. We are a national consortia making research and development and focus since 2007 in hydrogen and fuel cells only. So we are working there around 51 people devoted only in order to work and develop different activities covering the whole value chains. And this means that covering the whole value chains, we are moving from all different technology readiness level, from the basic research to the final application. And we have a strategy, and this strategy lines is concentrate in the main horizontal or verticals, as you want to explain, information on the whole value chain of the hydrogen. We are working in production in all the different process in order to produce hydrogen, and of course we are focusing, as all of you, in green hydrogen and try to integrate renewables into the process of production of the hydrogen. Once we have the hydrogen produced, we are also some lines in order to analyze how to store, not only by pressure, but also using different liquids, as you are mentioned before, and yesterday also with some of the other colleagues and speakers, it was already talking about that. And once we are analyzing how it's possible to store, we are working in the fuel cell in order to convert to energy again, and we are working in all the different fields you are already mentioned before. And the previous speaker, Florence, he was already pointing out the solid oxide, that for us, we are making a lot of efforts, and we have a lot of different projects in order to move forward and try to increase and scale up this technology, because in the future it will be one of the most important ones. Of course, this is a high temperature system, and always you have to take into account this kind of cost in your process, but you have another advantages if you are using this kind of system. And of course, another strategic lines, we are working in our institute is once you cover the whole value chain, how will be the different applications is possible for you to use, not only in mobile application, on transport application, but also in stationary applications like houses, for instance, that here in Europe we are not used in order to think about that. And this is something that we all together need to work together in order to force the regulators in order to allow to start thinking about integrate this kind of possibility. And of course, we have some strategic line for covering the cross-cutting activities. And you know that in Spain it's very difficult to translate in Spanish. Sorry, this is an echo. Is finished. So the cross-cutting activities and also the safety and pre-normative line that is very important, because all of you know that we need to develop new regulations, new norms, new documents and procedures for all of us in order to move forward all together. We are devoted, as I mentioned to you, to covering the whole value chain. But for us, the main two points in order to work with the hydrogen is the ability of the hydrogen in order to provide the decarbonization scope. I think all of you, and yesterday it was also mentioned with all the different speakers very, very widely. But one important point that I would like to point it out here is this is a solution for the different application where the electrification is not feasible. And I mean not feasible because the most of the time is costly. For instance, if you want to construct a railway, a high-speed railway, for instance, you have to invest a very huge amount of money in order to electrify, and the hydrogen offer you a possibility in order to do in a more efficient way, let's say. So one of the main aspect I would like to point it out as a future and of course a cooperation between all of us is an alternative who offer the hydrogen to give a solution for a different sector that is possible to electrify. What is clear is that it will be also helping the hydrogen economy and the whole value chain to integrate the renewables and to increase the renewables. And we are all of us talking about solar and photovoltaic, but also we have to take into account the biomass as a source. And we have several projects and important projects, not only in Europe, but also from a national point of view, in order to treat the waste and try to work with, even if it's hydrogen, the final destination, or methanol, or even green ammonia, as you are talking about. So this is also something that we have to consider, because it's a very good possibility as an intermediate step when we are moving from the gray hydrogen that we are running today to the blue one that is considering some CO2 capture. And also the final destination will be the green one. So maybe in the coming years we have to simultaneous working with the transition between the gray and the blue, starting to develop the green one, and in 10, 15 or 20 years all of the hydrogen produced in the world could be the green one. And this is our goals in order to be able to all together working and try to fit the challenge objectives from the climate. It was already defined. So this is something that we need to do because otherwise the planet will be destroyed. And we, I suppose, we all want to continue living here. So we need to develop this kind of clean technologies in order to help the sector to move forward. And I think also another important field of development is the new chemicals for considering energetic vector. We have the hydrogen, we are talking about the green ammonia and the green methanol, but also in this afternoon it will be also one panel and one talk specifically about a liquid organic hydrogen carrier. And this is something that we need to think about and try to offer a possibility for some applications, like for instance the vessel. That is very complicated in a vessel to have a huge amount of hydrogen, not only in hydrogen liquid or even hydrogen pressurized, but I think the solution for them will be to think about this kind of new energy vector and how to work all together in order to reduce the cost and try to work increasing the efficiency of all the different process from hydrogenation and dehydrogenation step. That is the most important issue. And to finish my talk is we have two more ideas. One of them is try to profit the infrastructure, the gas infrastructure we have along the Europe. I think this is something that it should be helping us in order to do step by step the moving to the next century, let's say. So we had to analyze how will be the maximum percentage of hydrogen to blend into the network in order to profit the gas network and to transport this hydrogen produced and to reduce the CAPEX and OPEX cost of the new investments. And also one of the ideas that you were already talking about is we need all together to cooperate. I think the best way to do is not only working internationally, and congratulations for organizing this summit, that all of us think in the same way, and I think this is positive. What we have to do is try to profit the main advantages of the different countries, as Badid explained before, Morocco, Portugal, Spain, the south of Italy, Greece. I think we have a geography and a very high hours of sun, and this is something that we have to profit, and we have to offer the rest of the countries that we can commit on the goal of reducing the cost per kilo of hydrogen and export this amount of green hydrogen to another different countries that you have another different advantages. Maybe you are more technological or you are more industry driven, and I think this kind of approach in a cooperation, international cooperation, this is something that we need all together, and this will also allow us in order to reduce the cost. And this is something that we all have this on mind. And of course, all the different roadmaps that this was already published in the last months, not only in Spain, but also in Portugal, France, Germany, Morocco, Australia, all the North countries, and even the South America countries like Chile and Argentina. I think this kind of things, this is only reflect that we all work together in the same field, and we have to cooperate as a public-private partnership in order to continue working on there. So I finish here my talk. I hope to have the time in order to reply to the different questions you have and to have another value debate. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Nieto de Gallego, for your view on the view of your institution and also Spain. And our last speaker is Franz Josef Rademacher from Austria, from the Research Institute for Applied Oriented Knowledge Processing. Mr. Rademacher, the floor is yours.
Dear Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to give a few considerations in this interesting debate that we have now since an hour. Yes, I come from a research institute. I work with the Club of Rome since 20 years, and I'm also associated with an organization, Global Energy Solutions. So we look at the climate and the energy topic with view to the whole world. And one of the major issues from our view is that within 30 years, there will be 2.5 billion more people. That means every year we add the population of Germany. We have in Germany many environmentally oriented people, that believe that the solution to the global environmental problems lies in Germany. We have doubled the CO2 emissions of France, but we believe we can be a model for the world. We think this is total nonsense. We have to concentrate on the billions of people in poverty who want to have a bigger share in life quality. This is particularly the African population, the Indian population, and their role model is China. It's interesting to look at China because socially, China is a big success. Environmentally, it's a total disaster. China now has more CO2 emissions than the US, Europe, and Japan together. So the decision about the Paris Accord, it will not be brought about in Europe. It is about the development aspirations of billions of people that legitimately want to have a better future. And the rich countries should concentrate on technologies to help that this transition is possible without a climate catastrophe. But the truth is, we are walking in a direction of 3 degrees, not 2 degrees, not 1.5 degrees. And the policies we have today, they are on the route to 3 degrees. But nobody wants to talk about that. We need our illusions. And solutions at all. And we think there is 2 pillars one has to concentrate on. The one is nature. This is reforestation in the tropics. This is humus formation in the soils, and particular, we need to protect rainforests and pay a lot of money to protect rainforests. We calculate that the rich world should invest at least 100 euros every year into every hectare of rainforest kept intact. But we don't do this. We don't even do 1/100th of this amount, though every hectare of rainforest that is used means 700 tons of CO2. But essentially, that seems to interest nobody. We even have many in the environmental field that call it greenwashing and to buy you free if you invest into the protection of rainforests. Actually, we need a global program for that, but there is no global program. This program would include that the people who emit CO2, they pay for others to create the negative emissions. In Germany, we would take that money to pay for charging stations for electric cars. And then we would believe ourselves we solve any problem. No, we need the money to suck the CO2 out of the atmosphere, but then the money would go into another country, and that is something we don't like so much. Now I come to the second pillar, it's the green energy, which always starts with the green electricity. And we need enormous amounts of green electricity. Maybe we need, on the global scale, 50 times, 100 times as much as we have today. And it's completely clear that the great sun deserts of the world are the key for solving this issue. And we would have to generate enormous amounts of money in investments to create this power pace for the world. And there is absolutely no need to create green energy in industrial states. These states, coal, oil, and gas, and there's absolutely no reason why they should not import the basic elements for energy in the kind of division of work that we have worldwide. The impact of the developed countries is in particular in technology. If we had enough green energy. And I hope for Morocco, Chile, and others that eventually we go in this direction. Then we can create as much green hydrogen as we want. And eventually we can do this for €1 per kilogram. And then the situation becomes interesting because efficiency arguments have no longer any importance. This is the big opportunity we have, that we have the cheap green hydrogen aside to the cheap green electricity. But then we need a third step. We have to transform this green hydrogen into PTX solutions or vectors. I think the most important will be methanol and methane. Ammoniac will have a role, but I think methanol will be the most important. Methane will also be important because then we have the energy in a form that we have a storage device. It is like gasoline, and we can transport it around the globe without problems in the infrastructures we have. And the whole thing is cheap. Particular, it offers a solution to recycle enormous amounts of CO2, for instance, from coal-powered plants. We have one new coal power plant every day. In the poor countries, we build one new coal power plant every day. I work very close with Minister Müller from the BMZ, the Ministry for Global Development and Cooperation. And he says, eventually Africa might become a black continent. What he means is 500 new coal power plants so that every person in Africa has access to electricity. If we have no solution to recycle the CO2 from these coal power plants, then we need not even to talk about 3 degrees. And this is the reality. This is the world, how it is today. These coal power plants are built. Hundreds are there. China is going into coal power plants one after the other. And in the end, they will work for at least 40 more years. And if we have no solution for that CO2, we can forget about stopping climate change. So we have a need to recycle. This is carbon capture and usage. It is not storage. It is usage. We need what is called sustainable carbon recycle economy. This is where we have to go. And the ideal solution is to combine this carbon with green hydrogen to produce the green methanol or the green methane directly. So there's big technology challenges, but I also want to mention the political challenges. Because one thing is what the State Secretary of Morocco mentioned in the beginning. The promises in forms of NDCs of many developing countries are conditional. So there must be money inputs into those countries, because otherwise the promise is not a promise. The promise is conditional on money flows, and the rich world usually doesn't want to debate these money flows. The money flows could be the money flows for the technologies we need, for instance, in the sun deserts. But I want to mention a second point, and our State Secretary from the Environmental Ministry hinted to that very cautiously. But essentially what she said is, we do not really like so much the synthetical fuels if they go to cars. This is we have already noticed that projects are in difficulty as soon as the synthetical fuel is for something that cannot easily be electrified. So if it is for planes, if it's a kerosene, wonderful. If it is for ships, wonderful. Maybe for big trucks, wonderful. But what about cars? The problem is we have 1 billion cars which use gasoline on this globe, and we need these cars to become climate neutral.
Herr Rademacher, you have to finish.
And therefore, we should do it somewhere else. But the should do it somewhere else often means we do it not at the point where it might have the biggest success very, very soon. I take another topic, it's using CO2 coal-fired plants.
Really sorry, but unfortunately, could you please conclude in a few seconds? Thank you very much.
That we can take from coal power plants, because every CO2 not going into the atmosphere is an advantage. Now the argument is, yeah, may be true, but this could be a lock-in effect for coal. The point is not that we create lock-in effects. The point is that there is hundreds of coal-fired plants and they are added every year and new will be added. And if these are all added and we have no solution, then we cannot solve the climate problem. So this is what I want to conclude. My argument is we have to concentrate on the final issue, which is to solve the climate problem. And every step on the way has to be checked against whether it helps to solve the climate problem. We have as a second target the SDGs and the biodiversity. So you must always think, does it help the SDGs? Which means we must create a good living standard everywhere around the globe, which means a lot of things have to happen in countries that are now comparatively poor, and we have to solve the biodiversity issue, which means we have to go into these nature-based solutions. I think only if we concentrate on these aspects, we have a chance to go in the right direction. I think even then we will make the 2-degree aim, not to talk about the 1.5-degree aim, but everything lower than the alternative is better, even if it is beyond 2 degrees, and therefore we should concentrate on this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rademacher. This was a little bit longer than expected, so 2 of our speakers had already to leave. But we still have about 10 minutes, or we want to have 10 minutes at least to discuss. And the question you raised in other ways are how we manage the technology challenges. And I think the first thing normally research organization industry is complaining there's not enough money. But I think this point, I mean, I have to congratulate all the governments in Germany, in France, in Spain, and also the European Union, that they really have put a lot of money. As you said, Mrs. van der Vlies, 42 billion euros have been given by the European Union. So this point we can make a check. And the next thing is, what are your wishes to speed up really the technology implementation? What have we to do else except giving a lot of money to the system to promote pilot plants, etc. So what are your wishes now to the industry and the research organization from European Union? Perhaps you can say a few words on this, Mrs. van Vlies.
Yes, thank you very much. And let me first say how extremely inspiring this session was. I think it was very, very good to see, first of all, that I think we are all aligned. And it's very heartening to see, you know, how across the globe we are working towards the green hydrogen solutions. I think it is very important, and previous speakers already mentioned it before as well, that we now have a pipeline of viable investment projects that are very well coordinated across the whole value chain. So the European Commission has launched the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which will bring together stakeholders across the whole value chain to really coordinate now the investments as well. And I think previous speakers mentioned it before as well, that of course we need to make sure that we are investing also at local and regional level in those areas where we can really have the most cost-effective solutions. So this cooperation across the public and private sector is something that we are promoting from the European level. We have seen indeed that in the European Union, many countries have established their national hydrogen strategies with various levels of ambition. But the only way forward to have a global solution is to increase the collaboration, not only within the European Union, between the private and the public sector, but also globally. And this is why the European Commission's Clean Hydrogen Alliance has called for this strengthened cooperation with Africa. We see huge potential in this cooperation, not only because of the proximity to Europe, but also because of the renewable potential. And we've also, with great interest, followed the developments of the African Hydrogen Partnership. And we are very much looking forward in closely cooperating with this partnership to make sure that we can have the global cost-effective solutions across the whole value chain. So thank you again very much for this very interesting discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. van der Vlies. So I'd like to pass the word to Mr. Iggen. So do we need a European African roadmap for implementation of a hydrogen economy?
Definitely yes. We had yesterday during different sessions from panelists, we heard we need to speak the same language, we need the same currency. If we have to start then the international trading. And this is why it would be then very positive. And this is why we are starting with such kind of initiatives, and we would like as well then to contribute humbly, on a humble way, to support this dynamic, to have the opportunity to learn from existing experiences. For us, it's very important to see what's happening in Spain, what's happening in France, in Germany, in Japan, and so on, and to give the opportunity to other partners as well to have those lessons learned. And then later on, we spoke already about the international cooperation. And this is why I said we have to try. And I think that the other panelists mentioned also this point. We don't have only to cooperate only on this financial, economic, then trade level regarding exporter country and importer country, but we have to try to work on the different dimensions. We mentioned before R&D, capacity building, to develop maybe then joint models, and then to try to have the new economical models. Professor Rademacher spoke as well about the challenges, and there are maybe then new opportunities. A few years ago, when CCS was not possible, all the time when we spoke about then carbon, it was like a huge problem. So we have then to put it then in a place, and then to forget then the carbon and the CO2. I think today we might be then able to develop the new models to have a real circular economy, and we have to work together on the different then levels, because R&D, policy, regulation, standards, and so on, and then to try then together to develop the new models and new partnerships.
Perhaps my last question goes to Mrs. Lambert. You're leaving research and going to a startup. We have not really we have not really spoken about startups. If we remember the digitalization, the revolution in digitalization was mainly driven by startup. What is your vision? Why are you leaving now to a startup? Do you believe hydrogen revolution will also be pushed by startups?
Yes, I think that it's only the beginning of the story, because we have to move toward maybe a new economic model, even in that context. So this is why, for me, the synchronization of the actor will be key. Because in the research part, we have to think about the new technology for tomorrow, to have mobility. So we really need to be close to the deployment, and then to be in the middle of this new way of making business and with new economic model. So, and the other point for me is also that we should have an equilibrium. We should have industry leader that will maybe give some insurance in the development, that will could lead some roadmap, but inside, and also the key will be in the synchronization in between the different industrials. So, and inside you will have the startup. I'm not sure that the development of the technology will come from startup because, you know, and it is my experience, I'm not very confident in the fact that we will create a startup in our garage for batteries, for PV. So technology will take some time to develop, and I'm not sure that the startup will be really appropriate. But startup for the integration, for the digitalization, yes. And I think the recipe at the end will be the connection of the actors and to create new model with different industrial. And so in that way, startup will be the key. And I will be able to speak a little bit more in January. So it's not really a startup, it will be a JV between different actors, but I will come back on this later.
Thank you very much, all of you. And let me conclude. I think the politicians, the European Union, the Minister of Morocco, and also our German Secretary of State said that really the money is there. So we have to now manage the possibilities we have, the challenges. And I think we discussed very well about pilot plants. We discussed about business models. We discussed about that perhaps an African-European roadmap would be appropriate to synchronize also the different cultures and the different approaches towards a green hydrogen economy. And with this, I like to conclude this session and thank all the speakers very much again for their input. And so, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairman, for your very effective and fluid moderation of the session. What a great way to start today's considerations around this important topic of Power to X. As you just heard, we discussed important issues, we discussed challenges, opportunities, the Paris Agreement, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, biodiversity, new economic models, as well as we already are hinting as to what we'll be discussing in a few minutes, which is the topic of the upcoming session around the linkages between renewable energies and Power to X. So I would like to invite all of us to connect again in about 5 minutes for a very exciting session. Thank you very much.
This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
establishing the kind of transformation, enabling the kind of transformational action we need to see. Having said that, this particular session will be, sorry, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. Apologies. Is it okay now? Yes, perfect. So this particular session, I'm pleased to announce, will be chaired by Mr. Tariq Hamman, who's the Executive Director and Head of Development at MAZEN, a very key stakeholder in Morocco and regionally when it comes to renewable energy. Mr. Hamman has almost 20 years of managerial experience in leading the development of large-scale infrastructure and power generation projects. Without further ado, Mr. Hamman, I'm particularly excited for your chairmanship of this session and the impressive panel that you have assembled. The floor is yours, the virtual floor.
Mr. Mohsin, do you hear me? So, I hope you hear me. You can maybe make a sign.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, welcome to everybody. It's my pleasure to be the moderator of this session. Welcome to the session 6, dedicated to the Power-to-X and renewables. As you know, one of the main challenges that face the development of Power-to-X energy is the cost, and especially the green production from green renewables. So today we have a panel of distinguished panelists where we are going to discuss this main challenge, which is the cost of production of products from Power-to-X. So this session aims to put the technical challenges of renewable energy under the spotlight. On top of that, it's come to shed light on the cost challenges facing the renewables within the Power-to-X economy. Having said that, it is essential to present ways to optimize the cost of Power-to-X products and units. In addition, it is expected to show how this new industry can position itself against traditional fossil fuels-based industries, taking advantage of economies of scale and reducing material price. Last but not least, this session will discuss the potential of coupling Power-to-X and renewables. So for that, we have with us Mr. Paul Van Soon, who is President and CEO of DI. Mr. Van Soon has Mr. Van Soon has been active for more than 14 years in various superior board, executive and operation management position in international energy, grid infrastructure and gas businesses. Based in Munich and Dubai, he is the founding CEO of DII, Desert Energy, which was originally named Desertec and Industry Initiative. This international group of companies aims at paving the way for countries in North Africa and the Middle East to become an emission-free energy powerhouse for their own benefit, but also for the export. We have also with us Mr. Dimitar Enchiv, who is Managing Director in Post-Spectrum Venture, a company we're developing renewables and the Power-to-X project. Mr. In-Chief has more than 15 years of experience working in renewable energy industry and investment. He started his career at Postscriptum Venture in London and focused on sustainable investment. We have also with us Mr. Abdillah Shami, who is head of sustainability and CSV at Enel Green Power. Mr. Dr. Shami works in the value chain of different products around sustainability with Enel Green Power. We have also with us Mrs. Hanan Morshid, who is Vice President of Circular Economy and Sustainable Platform at OCP. She is an engineer in industrial process and, of course, has started his career with a different position in OCP, including working on the field, on SAFI. We have also with us Mr. Miguel, the CEO of Energy Services. Man. So we will start with Mr. Van Soon. The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ramane. It's really a pleasure to be virtually today in Casablanca. You already said that we are working from DII Desert Energy from Munich and Dubai, but today I'm sitting in the Netherlands. So we are really all over the place. It is also an honor to be invited for this session from the background of this old-fashioned desert tech, as you mentioned. This idea started 11 years ago. To connect actually two continents. And in those days, Morocco was one of the pioneers. And today, we see that Morocco is also a pioneer in PTX and hydrogen, green ammonia, and so on. So this fits very well together. I now hope that I can find the way to go to my sheets. Can you see my presentation?
We can't see your presentation right now.
I think something went wrong. I asked the organization this morning if we can share my presentation from the organization.
Sharing your screen, Mr. Vanson, we will do it. We are sharing your presentation, Mr. Vassan. You can continue.
Yeah, that's very good. So it works. So we can go to the next sheet then. And that is a little bit the background in which the discussion of today is taking place. I mean, we are working on PTX, and PTX, we all know that the basis for PTX, of course, is the green energy basically from North Africa, from Morocco and from other countries. In Morocco, the green energy is mainly based on photovoltaic or solar energy and wind energy. In the previous time, we worked together with many countries and initiated by Germany, actually, by the German industry, in the so-called studies on desert tech. We call it today Desert Tech 1.0. Initially, the focus was very much on exporting electricity from North Africa to Europe. But very soon we abandoned this priority and we said, like in 2014, let's go to the move from Germany to the region, to North Africa, Middle East, and then work with the countries and with the industry toward a market for renewable energy, because that's the basis. There will be no PTX if there is not a market, a well-developed market for renewables. And we have been very lucky to see in the last 5 years that renewables today is all over the place in each country almost. In North Africa, Middle East, there's a strong acceleration of projects. We call this actually Desertec 2.0. That it means that the region is starting to become a powerhouse for itself, so that the energy in the region will become emission-free. And I think where we stand today, or in the last few years, is that the region can now slowly start thinking of exporting green energy to other countries, to Europe, but also to Sub-Saharan Africa maybe, and in any case to the world energy markets. And we call that today, Desertec 3.0. So it's working together, and the main focus is on the region to become somehow emission-free, and green electrons, so the electricity, and green molecules, which actually is PTX. PTX is actually from green electrons to green molecules. So we can go to the next sheet. And this is a little bit the picture, and it's, I think, good for everyone, because there was always a lot of confusion about what is Desertec, did Desertec fail, how is this going? And here we see the three phases of this Desertec. So it started, and we cannot blame this to anyone, but 10 years ago, the world was very different as it is today. It was more an initiative from Europe, but also very soon IRESEN was the first to shake hands and the energy ministry and IRESEN in Morocco. They were the real pioneers. And in the years afterwards, we saw that each country in the Arab region took the initiative for their own purpose. And where we stand now today is how to connect this and bring from Morocco, from Algeria, from Tunisia, from all the other countries, this green energy into the world. And then we can go to the next sheet. I think it's, if we talk about today about the cost of PTX, then it's always good to see in that framework will this be placed, because it's at the end of the day, cost is a relative issue, and it depends on the system, on what value and what purpose and where the cost level leads to. I think the most important thing is that the MENA countries, so each country in the region, it takes the lead in this energy transition to bring actually the cost down by economy of scale, by taking all the measures. And that will bring this region to this so-called green powerhouse. And the purpose is local benefits, jobs, and synergies. So if we talk about costs, we should also factor in qualitatively the added value of having more jobs and more local benefits to the communities, to the industries, to the world locally. So it's not only the hard cost issue, but also like what is in the country, what belongs to this cost. And I think if we discuss the cost issue, then we always have to keep the entire energy value chain in mind. So it is a bottom up the bottom up approach from the demand, but also the top down approach from the large generation of energy. So it's about production on one hand and flexible demand on the other hand, and then the role of the conversion from green electrons to green molecules. At the end of the day, it is also about connecting markets. So if we talk about costs, then we have to compare this with costs in other markets and how to connect these markets. Is it via electricity? Is it via certain molecules like hydrogen or ammonia or other synthetic fuels and gases? And then last but not least, in this role, in this the value chain is the role of storage. So it will play a very high role if we have to cope with high flexibility or high volatility of demand and production. The role of storage is getting larger, and that is not only storage in the sense of electrical batteries or storage of hydrogen, but also thermal energy storage and hydro energy storage. So the next sheet. And about cost, and we all know these pictures. The good news about the cost is that the production of green hydrogen can be based on solar and wind energy, which gets cheaper every day, especially in Morocco and also in the UAE. We see cost levels of PV approaching 1 cent per kilowatt hour. And wind is also a couple of cents per kilowatt hour. Solar thermal is still larger, but solar thermal is still a part of the game because it is emission-free energy. And if you see the coal and the gas production, that is at a rather high level. It's not competitive anymore, even if we do not factor in emissions. So we can go to the next sheet. And this gives the picture that we all know, and in the whole conference, I'm sure that many speakers are talking on this, and in our session will be also the issue, the learning curve of photovoltaic technology and of battery packs, lithium ion, but also power to X, so electrolyzers, is going down and down and down. And I'm not the one to give here a lot of cost numbers because I have learned in many years, I can say more than 40 years I'm active in the industry, and whatever you tell about cost in the future, it will always be wrong. And even if I give very optimistic figures, it may well be that in 10 years people say you were too pessimistic. What we have also learned from the last 10 years. But about a little bit of figures, I already mentioned that green electricity will cost about something like 1 cent per kilowatt hour in many regions, especially in sun-rich regions. And with 1 cent per kilowatt hour, you may arrive at 80 cents per kilogram of green hydrogen. So just to name a ballpark number, but as I said, this is a perspective in the future. I'm pretty sure about the green electricity because we are already there almost. But about hydrogen, a lot has to be done, and that is also part of the discussion of today. So the next sheet, please. This is the sheet about hydrogen itself, the cost of electrolyzers. It is, of course, as I said, depending on the green power price, but also the operating hours and many more factors, actually. And in the green molecules or the PTX value chain are a lot of components, as we said, like storage and transportation. And conversion at the demand side. So the next sheet. This is another way of showing the whole circus on the production side or the generation side on the left, like PV, CSP, wind, hydro. And this is also, of course, competing with the fossils that I'm not showing here because I don't like fossils. Then everything about conversion, from the electrons to the molecules, everything about transmission and transportation, everything about energy storage. And on the demand side will become the most interesting one. It is the electricity demand. We have desalination demands, transportation, transport, e-mobility, and of course the industries, the decarbonizing of the industry on the basis of molecules, on the basis of green hydrogen and related subjects like fertilizers, like we see in Morocco, and I see OCI, for instance, is a pioneer again in using green ammonia and green hydrogen for the fertilizer industry, fertilizer production. But also steel industry is going that way, especially in Germany. Many factories are looking at green hydrogen, and we see many more examples. So important is that this is a balance on the production and the demand side which fits together, so that the flexibility that is needed is offered at a low cost in the system, and hydrogen or the molecules can offer a great added value to this flexibility. So then the next sheet. Here I want to show you that that many people in Europe are not aware of, especially not in Germany, is that the region made a tremendous step in the direction of green electricity projects, like solar, wind, PV. We are keeping a database of all the projects above 5 megawatts, and we're counting a while ago, and I'm quite sure it is more today. A while ago, it was 1,250 projects in the region on solar and wind. So we see that this region is ready also for this conversion. First of all, ready to become green itself, and then ready also to produce hydrogen. So the next sheet. I want to show again that there is also a lot of, I would say, confusion about the new wave of hydrogen. People then think all of a sudden that electricity transport is not relevant anymore. That's definitely not the case, because electricity, so connecting electrical grids, is also something that will remain important. Especially in Morocco, there is a very interesting project we are involved in, a preparation of a cable link between Morocco, and also Mazen is involved, and the UK. So just to show you that there is a lot going on, there is also a very interesting cable link prepared between the United Arab Emirates and India, for instance. So just to give you an idea that this is not that, and this is becoming, or this is still a sort of competitor to the green molecules in the transportation. So the next sheet. The very good news for green molecules like hydrogen, it could be also other molecules, but let's start with hydrogen, is the fact that a lot of infrastructure, especially the gas infrastructure in Europe and also in North Africa, and Morocco is part of it, can be used, of course, to mix or to blend hydrogen with the natural gas, and at the end of the day, ultimately, to have only or to allow only green molecules in the existing infrastructure. That means a very low cost in the transportation. So the next sheet. This afternoon, we will also discuss this at length, especially in the framework of the cooperation between Europe and North Africa, the so-called MENA Hydrogen Alliance. So it was initiated by Frank Wouters, who is the panel leader this afternoon. And there are a lot of companies and institutions like the Energy Ministry of Morocco and Mazen and other institutions, and also NEOM, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, and Aqua Power. that are a part of this hydrogen alliance. And we discuss actually all topics of the markets, but also especially of the cost. One important tool that we have developed also to keep track of costs and to see what are the cost items and how you can get this learning curve is the so-called hydrogen financial modeling and a toolkit for some of the levelized costs of hydrogen. So I don't go into detail here. It's just to mention this is if there's any interest. This is all for free, by the way. So this cost model can be used to whoever is interested. Then the next sheet. Also, I want, of course, to point at a book that we wrote last year on it said emission-free energy from the deserts. And this is a book that actually explains, first of all, the whole process. How did we get here all together? Also the countries and North Africa, North Europe, and the Middle East. And also that old idea of 10 years ago was maybe crazy, and that's also good to start with a crazy idea. But now it has become reality. So nobody should say that this failed. And Morocco can be proud that Morocco was one of the pioneers. And you see today where Morocco stands. It has the highest degree of green energy built from this solar and wind basis. We are about to translate this into French together also with some partners in North Africa. And we will inform you how to get there, but I can, of course, recommend this book. There is a lot of discussion in the book about the cost levels and about the price levels of energy. So I would say this is just an appetizer for the discussion. Unfortunately, we are virtually together, and I hope that we can one day be again physically together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanson, for this great presentation, presenting the state of art in the development of renewable energy and Power-to-X in the region, and also the evolution of the price and what is expected for the future. It's clearly shown that the region of North Africa and MENA in general is one of the great potential in terms of production of renewable energy and, by the way, green hydrogen, and will be clearly positioned as a leader in terms of exporting such green hydrogen. For that, I have a question. What is, in your point of view, the priority? What priority shall be given to green hydrogen in the energy value chain in comparison with the renewables, with storage, grid expansion, and flexibilization of demand?
Yeah, I think, and that's a very important question that you ask, because we see now a new wave of hydrogen and PTX, which is very important and it's also very necessary. But we all have to be aware that PTX, the basis of PTX is green energy. So the priority, of course, should be with the basis. And but that should not mean that we should not push for green hydrogen or green molecules, but in the right order. Because we see very often discussions where people think, well, we need hydrogen, green hydrogen, but they think this is the only purpose. And the purpose actually is to reduce emissions and to have lower costs. And as you know, at the beginning, in the first phase, we will not reduce emissions by adding hydrogen to the energy value chain. That will come later. And also an important priority is on the demand side, to make demand more flexible. I would say the thermal energy should become, when it becomes more flexible, and also electric vehicles and all that desalination, it will help to make more green capacity in the existing system possible. So to your question, I would say the first priority is the focus should be on green energy as such, but do not forget to the pressure on green molecules.
Another question I have in mind here is, in your point of view, to what extent will a strong cap on emission lead to a steeper learning curve of green power to X?
Yeah, I think we see everywhere. I maybe already said that the whole purpose of green hydrogen or green PTX actually is to lower emissions and at the end also to the lowest cost. You can help this process by putting a cap on these emissions, because in those areas where there is no penalty against emissions, there is not this pressure to go that way. So in that sense, if we see, if we put a very high pressure, even going to penalizing, or in a market way like a cap and trade, if this is a meaningful pressure, then this will put pressure on the development or the innovations of the old technology for PTX. So in that sense, more application or attention to emission reduction will speed up this transition to PTX.
And we hope in that field that Europe will be also pushing for that with all the regulation which is expected to be around enhancing this low emission, and that will help to position countries, North Africa and Mid East, to be well positioned in order to address this market. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanson, for this great presentation. And we will now go to the second panelist, Mr. Dimitar Enchiv, who is a managing partner of Post-Scriptum Venture. I personally have the pleasure to meet with you and people from your organization, explaining and also having some great information about the development you are pursuing in Europe, but also in our region, North Africa, and also in Australia. So we would be very happy to hear from you what is the new development and what is expected to be done by your company. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well and you can see my screen. If not, please stop me and let me know. Yeah.
It's perfect. It's perfect. We can see you.
Excellent. Thanks. So first, a few words about who we are. CWP, which is a subsidiary of Postscriptum, is a developer of large-scale wind and solar projects. We started 15 years ago in Europe, and in the last 10 years, we've gone into Australia, where we've become one of the largest independent developers of renewable energy. We've always been a pioneer, and we've tried to push the envelope. So in Europe, in 2008, when the average wind farm was 50 megawatts, we developed a 600 megawatt project and built it 12 years ago. That is still the largest onshore wind farm in Europe. In Australia, we've done a lot of wind, but we've also done hybrid projects, so combining wind and solar and storage. We've done one of the world's, I think, first and one of the largest base load PPAs from renewable power with the largest bank in Australia. So we've tried to push the envelope a little bit, and we've always tried to be a pioneer, and we are trying to be a pioneer in what we think is the most exciting new field of renewable energy, and that is PTX. And when we talk about PTX, we don't look at it as something like an alternative to renewable energy. We see it as just two sides of the same coin. So in Australia, 5 years ago, a little bit like Desert Tech, we started a crazy project called the Asian Renewable Energy Hub. And that has become, much like Desert Tech, from a crazy dream, it's become a reality. And in the last few weeks, we made the news because we got a permit for the first 15 gigawatts of renewable capacity, and we got what is called a major project status by the federal government of Australia, essentially signaling that the Australian government is firmly behind the project and signaling that Australia, which is one of the largest exporters of fossil fuels, sees green hydrogen and green ammonia as the future of its export industry. And they see it as a way to use their massive resource of renewable energy and create a new export industry to replace coal and gas. A little bit about the project. So we are one of the developers behind it, together with a company called Intercontinental Energy. We've got a couple of small shareholders, Vestas and Macquarie, our minority shareholders. The project is 26 gigawatts of renewable energy, 6,600 square kilometers. So it's unbelievable scale. It is the largest renewable energy project in the world. Started in 2015. As I said, we just received our first permit a few weeks ago. And although the area where we are, it has about 3 gigawatts of electricity demand for mining mostly. It has 2 million liters of diesel consumption, again, for mining. What we see as the main purpose of the project, the main focus, is export of green molecules. And we see green ammonia as the low-hanging fruit, the most viable green molecules that are within reach. It is important here to say that the project is still years away from starting construction. We are working on a feasibility design, but we have gone a long way into the techno-economic feasibility, and we think that it is becoming a reality, right? It is technically and economically viable now. Why do we need projects like that? I mean, this project, it's 26 gigawatts. It's absolutely unbelievable scale. Well, the reason why we need projects like that is because we are aiming to decarbonize the whole global economy. And if you look at electricity alone, that is responsible for about 30% of emissions. 70% comes from transportation, agriculture, industry. And if you look at the slide I'm showing now, we've already got large economies that have committed to become carbon neutral by 2050, in China's case by 2016. And those economies account for about half the global economy, right? Those countries. The US, with the new administration, I personally expect and hope it will happen next year or within the next few years. That will push the overall kind of decarbonization target to 3/4 of the global economy. And when you talk about decarbonizing the whole global economy, you can't do that with electricity alone, right? You need molecules. You need green molecules. And the scale of the challenge is absolutely phenomenal. This is why when we think about PTX and when we're developing, when we're thinking about projects, we're thinking about these mega scale projects like the one we have in Australia. So it is all about scale. And to illustrate that point, I hope this animation works. So this is your average wind farm, right? 100 megawatts. This is the 600 megawatt Fontanelle project, which we developed in 2008, still the largest onshore wind farm in Europe this year. This is the Asia Renewable Energy Hub, 26 gigawatts. And this, in comparison, is the total green ammonia market we see developing by 2050, right? So it's about 60 projects like ours by 2050 if the world is going to replace the green ammonia or the ammonia demand that we see with green. And how does that break down? We see the fertilizer market, which is going to grow obviously as more people need more food. We see, according to DNVGL, there will be marine shipping fuel demand for green ammonia of 120 million tons, and then the Japanese have put in place ambitious targets for co-firing green ammonia into their coal fleet for decarbonization. So it's a massive number. You need 1,500 gigawatts. This is gigawatts with a G of renewables to decarbonize just these three markets that I'm talking about, and that accounts for 4% of global emissions. So when we think about global decarbonizing the global economy, it is all about scale. So this is also the way to get to a lower cost, and this is what my next slide is going to talk about. So this is our vision, and our vision is quickly becoming a reality. But this is our vision for the cost of green ammonia. Again, we see a lot of other uses for green hydrogen, but we are focused on green ammonia because it is the low-hanging fruit, the easiest, most within reach green molecule for an export project like ours. So what does this slide say? We think that green ammonia cost of $350 to $400 per ton is within reach. This is not today, this is 5 years from now, but it is within reach, more or less, with today's technology and cost curves. Half of it comes from the electricity. This is our simulation for a combined large scale. So when you run the numbers, half of the cost of the ammonia comes from the electricity. This is not surprising, obviously. It is power to X after all. And these are based on assumptions, again, of a hybrid of wind and solar. Then about a quarter comes from the hydrogen plant, the electrolysis, and then another quarter comes from the ammonia plant and all the accompanying infrastructure. So what's important here is two things. One, electricity, the cost of electricity matters. And then the second thing is, if you have a small reduction in the cost of electricity by $2, it's going to change by 5% the cost of ammonia, right? So it is important to be placing these mega projects in the world's best locations with the best resource. But the other thing that is really important for us, and this is why we chose the site in Australia where we chose it, is that half of your cost comes from the amortization of your downstream, your electrolyzers and your ammonia plant. And that means that in order to get to these numbers, in order to get to the lowest cost of ammonia, you need both wind and solar, because you need to be able to have a high utilization rate, right? In Australia, we've got wind and solar that are very complementary. The wind is night, the solar is during the day, so we get to a 70+% capacity factor, combined capacity factor. If you're only powering your downstream, your ammonia and electrolysis with solar, and you don't have access to the wind, this cost here, the downstream cost, hydrogen and ammonia, it effectively doubles because you're using your very expensive downstream half as much. So key value drivers. Scale, it matters a lot, especially when you talk about ammonia. A world scale ammonia plant is 2 million tons per year, and that means that you need 4 or 5 gigawatts of renewables to power that. you have very pronounced economies of scale in ammonia production. So scale matters. Obviously, it matters for the downstream, for the upstream as well, meaning the wind and the solar. The bigger you are, the lower the cost. But it is the most important thing about scale is in the ammonia production. The cost of energy matters, is the main value driver. Hybridization matters. If you have a good wind and a good solar resource, you're going to get to a lower cost than just with wind or solar alone. Again, talking about these remote power-to-X sites which are not connected to the grid. Flexibility matters. If you have a more flexible downstream, meaning ammonia and electrolysis, that's going to lower the cost of the buffering you need for the system when you're powering with intermittent renewables. And then the other thing that matters, and it is actually a value game changer, is access to H2 storage. If you have hydrogen storage, underground storage, that is inexpensive, that means that your cost of running a renewables powered ammonia facility goes down quite a bit, and you can use this hydrogen storage, again, if it's inexpensive, you can use it to time shift the renewables. You can use it to essentially take overproduction when you don't need that power, produce, turn it into hydrogen, store it in the ground, and then use that later when you don't have either wind or solar. You can't do that with batteries. At least it is our view that battery storage is not cheap enough, and it won't be cheap enough in the next 5 to 10 years to do time shifting with batteries. Because again, remember, it's all about the cost of energy. If you're not $20 or less per megawatt hour, the numbers don't work and you can't be competitive. So these are the main value drivers. Again, these are the value drivers for the best sites in the PTX sites in the world for very large scale, like the one we have in Australia. And I think reaching those numbers, reaching $300 to $400 per ton of green ammonia, that makes us very optimistic, because that is within striking distance from the current price of gray ammonia. And you need a very small change in the price, or a very small emissions price, which we believe is coming in many places, and especially in Europe, to make green ammonia the better alternative. So that means this massive market, which today is 200 million tons, but we see it growing to 500 million tons. This massive market could begin to get decarbonized by very large-scale power-to-X projects. So that was my 3 slides or 4 slides. Very happy to answer any questions now.
Thank you very much, Dimitar, for this great presentation. It's clearly demonstrates that one of the main challenges that facing the development of power-to-X and the green hydrogen, it's clearly the cost. And the main work that everybody is trying now to do is to reduce the cost. Of course, this starts by looking to the great combination of green generation, wind and solar, in order to reach the most high capacity factor within the lowest cost. And it's clear that the hybridization here between solar and wind is the key combination. Another point, of course, is the scale. And we've seen this in your presentation that we should move to a more large-scale project, because each of the equipment and component are mature itself, but the question is how to integrate all of them and to scale up in order to reduce the cost. And here my question is, what is, in your point of view, the appropriate path to have in the development of this project, in development of the power-to-X industry in general? What should be the scale of the project, in the next 5 years, taking in consideration also different aspects, the offtake, because here also in order to structure and to make the project bankable and to get the financier, we have to secure the offtake. And there is maybe two way of securing the offtake, to get a total offtaker for the whole quantity, or to address the market. This is the first question. What is your point of view on that? Second question will be related to the location of such large-scale project. What is your point of view of the advantage and also of Morocco and MENA region, and what is the position that this region can and should take to address this market? And third question is relating to the final product. So here you clearly address ammonia because it's a big market. The need is clearly defined. The prices are clearly known, and also what is for you the other project we can address by this Power-to-X development in the nearest future. Thank you.
Thanks. Those are great questions. I'll try to get through them quickly. First of all, on the scale of the project. So what we have is a crazy large project, right? It is 26 gigawatts. And obviously, this is not how this industry starts, right? No one's going to build a project like that without first doing a lot of other steps. An important thing to say here is that we're a developer, and the way we think about this is through the development angle. So we started this project 5 years ago, and this is we're still several years away from starting construction, and probably 10 years away, or maybe even more, from fully building that project. So when we talk about these massive projects, these are very long lead development jobs. And if we want to decarbonize the whole global economy by 2050, well, when you talk about changing a paradigm shift in the whole global infrastructure, changing the whole global infrastructure, well, 2050 is tomorrow morning, right? You can't get there if you don't start now and if you don't think big. So, our project is going to be producing green ammonia at full scale in 2030, and we started 5 years ago. So we think that the short answer to your question is you have to do both, right? You have to start planning the big projects. You have to start developing the big projects. But absolutely what companies, pioneers like OCP are doing, for example, with the smaller projects, with the pilots, proving the concept, the issue from another angle, I think this is absolutely necessary as well. So the answer is both, right? You're going to have, the world needs a lot of projects, small and big, and it's going to be a journey that is going to have a lot of both. On the location, Morocco, I mean, as you very well know, and this is the reason why we know each other personally, we are very keen on Morocco. I think Morocco has one of the best natural advantages for doing large-scale PTX projects. It has very strong wind conditions and very, very good solar resource. So that means that Morocco is uniquely positioned to make very low-cost green hydrogen and green ammonia on the one hand. And then on the other hand, you have OCP, which is one of the largest consumers of ammonia in the world. So I think Morocco is probably uniquely positioned to lead the green ammonia revolution and to have major impact on the world in that regard. And of course, North Africa has a lot of similar characteristics as well, but I think Morocco is probably ahead of the curve on that one. And the strength of its institutions and the local players there is also, it is one of the pioneers in the PTX game. And the final question was on the final product, right? So we see green ammonia as the kind of the first thing to come. You need to start from somewhere, and you need to have a viable economic case to start building this. And then the other thing that we see that is within striking distance, economically speaking, is green steel. So we are in the Pilbara of an area in Western Australia, which is the largest exporter of iron ore in the world, and we are working on green steel manufacturing as well, using the green hydrogen. So these are the two things that we see, again, talking about large-scale PTX projects where you need to export something, right? These are the two things that we see as coming first, as being viable first. Now, you have a whole lot of different business models on PTX, right? You can make hydrogen locally and inject it into a gas network. You can make other things like methanol or aviation fuel, whatever, locally, with grid-connected electrolyzers. And that's a different business model. And I'm not saying that it's one or the other, right? The world is going to need a lot of different PTX business models and technologies. But for large-scale export-oriented PTX projects, we think that green ammonia and green steel are the first to come. Hope that answered the questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mitan. We are now going to move to the third panelist, Mr. Abdelilah Shami, who is the head of sustainability and CSV at Enel Green Power Morocco. Mr. Shami, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sitarek. It's a pleasure being with you today. So I try to share my screen. Let me know if you see it, please. Perfect. So first of all, thank you so much for, I will say, raising up this hot topic about hydrogen, and also being among these distinguished panelists for the day. The topic for Enel as well is one of the most important topics around the elements that we are trying to achieve with our best. Just few elements about Enel Green Power, worldwide speaking, the renewable energy branch of the group Enel, with a whole 32 countries, more than 8,000 workers. So the installed capacity is around 49 gigawatts for renewables, with more than 74 million end users and more than 70 million customers. Just to give a quick size of worldwide business of Enel Green Power and mostly around renewables. But then for more specifically about Morocco, we are here from a few years ago, since 2016, when we started working on the integrated wind program launched by ONIA at that time and the Minister of Energy. And we were awarded with our partner Nareva Holding and Siemens Gamesa the first public tender for the 800. Our presence is all over the country, and we already started with the first project of wind energy in country that will be commissioned by end of 2020. Those projects are mostly under PPA contract with only for 20 years. We are also in Morocco very active on the, I would say, free market under the law 1309, and we are having in the pipe more than 500 megawatts projects under development, with one of them will advance and authorized under the law 1309 in the region of Gelmin, with a capacity of 80 megawatts. So technically, it's a project on the final steps to start the construction, inshallah. But we're also working to, I will say, prepare for the middle voltage market very soon. So going back, Sitarek and our distinguished panelists to the topic today about hydrogen. Enel, as I said before, and Green Power are given high level importance. And just to briefly going through steps to share and discuss together about the hydrogen along the lines for this summary. The markets we saw with the colleagues, the market, how it is today. I think it's not an issue of market, but it's mostly how the existing, I would say, business models will answer the need in the market in terms of how the offer will be sized in order to follow the trend of the market at the time and also the cost. So we'll be briefly also looking at Europe, how the push is going in that side, and how in our organization as Enel and Global Power Generation taking the lead in some areas in that regard. So briefly starting with the hydrogen, I know very well that everyone here knows very well, but sometimes refreshing minds helps a lot to get back in a very good point of the discussion. The annual hydrogen production consumes more than 205 billion cubic meters of natural gas and more than 107 million tons of coal, and also is responsible of more than 830 million tons of daily emissions, comparable to Indonesia and the UK combined. So that is alerting a little bit that there is an issue about climate change, and also the responsibility of any business models that will come in on using hydrogen to be more and more green hydrogen to respond to existing demand. So around 17 million tons a year of dedicated hydrogen I produce it today. Just to take this snapshot on it, 76% from natural gas, 22% from coal, and 2% from electricity only. So just putting in place that there is a need, and I will say increased need for a certification of the origin of the hydrogen, more and more important by different markets. And for sure, we will see in a few slides how things will be moving through this market. Kind of rainbow explaining a little bit the good colors of the source of production of the hydrogen. Left side is mainly about the classical sources for the natural gas, oil, and coal, but then the other ones are mostly coming from future low or no carbon means of hydrogen production using electrolyzer from renewables, natural gas, but combined with carbon capture and electrolyzers from nuclear energy as well. The market, as I said before, it's not a problem of size of the market, but it's mostly how the answer to the markets from the existing business models will be done in order to follow the two elements of being green, sustainable, but at the same time having an acceptable cost and sustainable. So the hydrogen demand has tripled since 1975 and is expected to rise in the future. Around more than 70 million tons of hydrogen per year is used today in pure form, mostly from oil, mining, and ammonia manufacture for fertilizers. A further 42 million tons of hydrogen is used in industry without prior separation from other gases. So we see that there is an increased trend over the years, and there is also huge consumption from the industrial side. So we see exactly how the market is sized in a way of sizing a little bit the demand, but at the same time, how in upstream the industries to produce, I would say, specific offer should be following that trend in a very smart way. The European outlook, as I said before, is one of the elements that is pushing more and more for a hydrogen roadmap to be in place. It's just a map that we try to put in place to summarize a little bit over the last month since June 29, 2019 till I will say now. The main elements that were done, mostly starting from Italy, where they had a roundtable about hydrogen discussing what would be the barriers and enablers to have hydrogen technologies development in country. Since then, in Australia, in November 2019, the hydrogen becomes as national strategy integrated in the energy. And they put in place very specific objectives with a target of cost to be in place in country. Germany as well took the lead in that regard in June 2020 by having national hydrogen strategy and put in place that hydrogen could be a leader and establish Germany in this market as one of the leaders with specific targets of having 5 gigawatts by 2030 and more 5 gigawatts by 2035 with a dedicated budget of around 7 billion euros at national level, but also collecting by leverage and effect more than 2 billion at national level. So mostly only green hydrogen to be sustainable in long term. That's why there is a dedicated objective in that regard in strategy of Germany. Portugal in July 2020 followed the same trend by putting in place a leading approach in reducing natural gas imports, but put in place a dedicated budget of 0.9 billion euros to, I will say, push the investment in a positive way and the developers of projects to work in that regard, with a dedicated target of more than 2.1 gigawatts by 2030. France, same with the recovery plan, followed by the COVID-19 situation, put in place a hydrogen and decarbonized strategy with a target of 6.5 gigawatts by 2030 and a budget of 7.2 billion by 2030. Same thing for Spain, putting in place a hydrogen roadmap to become a producer and exporter with a target of 4 gigawatts by 2030 and a dedicated budget of almost 9 billion euros planned investment from private sector. Chile, same thing, as a country very active in renewable energies, put in place a clear strategy to launch a public consultation how to produce the cheapest green hydrogen by 2030 and become having an objective one of the top 3 exporters worldwide of hydrogen by 2040, with a dedicated budget of 40 million euros to achieve that target and a targeted price of $1.5 per kilogram of green hydrogen by 2030. So it clearly shows the way that this momentum, it's not only at Europe, it's international. Not, I would say, missing Morocco and decision that were, I will say, done by the minister, by Mazen, and also by all the stakeholders in Morocco shows clearly that the budget is in country in place, the will is in place, the roadmap is already done, and Morocco is also following and leading in a way this kind of roadmap for the hydrogen. So in Enel Green Power, we started taking, I would say, this into our business with a campaign of communication, internationally speaking, with a narrative about hydrogen, first of all, in Brussels to have European Union coverage. And then our CEO shared an official letter with the policy makers and almost some very active think tanks and associations. And some of the results of that is that had a kind of, I would say, return back in terms of feedback, positive ones, that shows the way for Enel by September 2020. And we became a member of the Clean Hydrogen Alliance and decided to join the Association of Hydrogen in Europe to show exactly that we are fully committed to integrate hydrogen as one of our business lines inside the business model we do have in place. So the main focus of Enel is mostly, as we said before, once we discussed the market segments still that we are targeting the industrial segments with a specific focus on power to chemicals, about decarbonization of the feedstock. We spoke this morning and the day before mostly about hydrogen for ammonia, about refineries, methanol and steel. So there are many I will say ways of hydrogen to be used in the industrial sector, and also the power to heat, which is also one of the most, I will say, segments that can be absorbing a lot the focus of our business model. Transport is not far away, but it needs a bit of time, but it is not in very short term. Rather, it is in buildings and the power are different business models that are considered by others, but just sharing with you our main focus, which is still industry as the main focus, and then with a lower one on additional segments like power to electrofuels and power to mobility. The business model, as I said before, is targeting a hybridization solution expected to generate a greater value through an equation which is making a kind of hybrid renewable energy system plus hydrogen with a clear value proposition around competitive, full decarbonized offer. But for sure, we said that before, we are facing an issue of climate change, increased CO2 emissions. Any business model should be first responsible, sustainable, and fully decarbonized in order to follow the trend of that market in a very smart way by building renewable energy sources, electricity, and green hydrogen supply. Targeted customers are mostly around the market that is designed in the pipe that we saw before, and the technologies, that is the points that normally colleagues start talking about, but I'm raising it again, about the electrolyzing our suppliers in market that will help a lot in terms of providing innovative solutions with very competitive costs. So the main value drivers will still the renewable energy plant optimization, and most saving that could be done on the CapEx and the OpEx systems from the synergies with existing renewable energy plants. On top of our preferred models, the standalone configuration will be an additional option. But mostly the co-located options and standalone are the best options that can be done. And many of the colleagues in their presentation shows similar examples, but just to share with the audience as well, some of the existing technological solutions, I will say a combined electrolyzer with the storage solutions on site with a renewable energy platform in order to have a green electricity, and then feed in the electrolyzer process to have a green hydrogen to supply a market at the end of the line. The standalone can be another solution, but then there is also another way to make the combination within the market, and it's also doable and feasible from a business model configuration standpoint. The Enel Green Power focus, I'll say geographically speaking, we are already having in the pipe specific projects in the US, in Chile, in Spain, Italy, and that's to share with you that we are having more than 40 countries who are developing right now hydrogen projects in pretty advanced level. Morocco and South Africa are really our targeted short-term also areas of activity in the hydrogen hot topic. So that's really important to raise and to share with you and also with the audience, because we know that there is a great momentum in Morocco around hydrogen, very active activities on the renewable energy sector. So there is a clear, I would say, opportunities to work together with the Morocco institutions and also industrial players in order to win together in that regard of putting in place pilots for hydrogen and very active in the industrial sector. Our vision on hydrogen and the electrification offers the cheapest and simplest route to decarbonize large portion of total final energy users. But hydrogen best use can be and should be complementing the electrification. There is no competition in that sector. We have to achieve a decarbonized offer in those sectors. The hydrogen needs to be, in our opinion, 100% renewable electricity energized, because it's really important to achieve the objective of green hydrogen, and also help a lot in terms of having a hydrogen business model that fully integrates our strategy in terms of, I will say, combining renewable energies electrification, supporting also the new customers to reach their decarbonized targets. And I think that's one of the elements that helps not only in country to help industries to be competitive in terms of costs, but we all know that there is also additional barriers to markets, and I'm just sharing one of them, which is the carbon border adjustment that is prepared by Europe, and many others will be coming in the near future, and we have to be aware of that. I think it's all from my side, Tarek, and I will be very happy to answer your question.
Thank you very much, Abdillah. I think due to the limitation of time, we will come back later on the question. So I propose to go now with Hanan Morshidi, Senior Vice President of Sustainability Platform and Circular Economy at OCP Group. Hanan, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haman. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Very happy and honored to be part of this very high-level panel and sharing this very insightful discussion. I'm trying to share my screen. I understand that we have a matter of time, so I will try to go very quickly through my presentation. I hope that you are able to see my screen now. Is it okay? Someone can just confirm, please.
Yes, it's okay. Perfect.
Thank you very much. So, my pleasure is to share with you today OCP's engagement for the industry decarbonization in general, and especially the green ammonia as a lever to use for decarbonizing the scope 3 of our activity, starting maybe first by introducing my company And our mission that we consider as very sustainable mission that consists of feeding the soil to feed the planet. We are phosphates, castodians, and fertilizer producers for the world. OCP is today a global phosphate leader. We are the first producer exporter of phosphate rock and fertilizers under all their form. We have 31% of the global market share, and we conducted a very ambitious industrial program to double our capacity of mining capacity and triple our fertilizer production capacity in less than 10 years. OCP started as a mining company in 1920, and in 1965, we turned to valorize our rock and to start producing fertilizers. And over the last decade or even more, we engaged in many cooperations and JV creation to support our activity. We had some industrial JVs, but also services, like our JV with Jacobs for engineering, JESA, which is today the first engineering company in Africa, our JV with IBM to support our digitalization journey, and our filière, if I can say, our subsidiary, OCP Africa, to handle the green revolution in Africa. Within all this industrial transformation, sustainability and circular economy have been at the heart of our program. Today, we have a very high ambition for sustainability and circular economy, and we set really challenging goals for us, like to reach 100% clean energy consumption by 2030 and to reach zero consumption of water, conventional water in the same time. And in terms of decarbonization, we aim to be carbon neutral by 2040, which makes OCP a part of a very reduced and avant-gardist club for carbon neutrality in the world. As you can see, for energy today, 87% of our consumption is already clean, coming from cogeneration and renewable energy through some PPAs to consume wind energy that we contracted with our partners. Today, as you can see within our sites, our biggest platform, which is also the biggest platform for fertilizer production in the world, is 100% covered by clean energy coming from cogeneration and energy efficiency, which is Georges Phosphore. Safi as well, 75% is covered by cogeneration, and 3 out of 4 mines are today 100% consuming only wind energy. Now, we also work on a very high ambition, as I said, to achieve our neutrality by 2040, with a lot of projects ongoing for CO2 capture technology prospection, improving cogeneration and energy recovery, starting a solar program for our own consumption with some studies for solar power plants construction, carbon farming, money reclamation, afforestation, green mobility, and last but not least, green ammonia as a real lever that we rely on to complete this neutrality ambition by 2040. Here, as you can see, some highlights of different contributors to our carbon footprint today and how these contributor projects are helping us to reach this neutrality ambition. So we are working on CO2 capture and transforming the CO2 into biomass or fuel like methanol, etc. We have this energy roadmap for 100% clean energy everywhere. We work on solar drying and thermal technology to substitute our fossil fuels consumption in our sites. Green mobility, and all these projects are coming to improve and reduce or offset our direct and indirect emissions related to scope 1 and 3. But green ammonia is a really specific project because green ammonia is helping us to decarbonize our scope 3 or what we call our supply chain scope. Because OCP today does not produce green ammonia. We are the first importer of ammonia in the world. So we don't have an internal ammonia production, but because we are aware of all the CO2 coming from this ammonia production and our indirect responsibility on this entrant to our process. So we are working very hardly to improve the technologies and to adapt them to reach this green ammonia or ammonia decarbonization process. So we started by thinking about the most valuable and reliable way to decarbonize, and we found out that all the components are actually mature, because today energy is becoming cheaper, green energy technology productions are really improving every day. Electrolysis exists already all over the world. There are lots of technologies for electrolysis that are already proven. Haber-Bosch process is well known and mastered around the world, but the combination of all this is quite difficult, because what is the optimum, what is the best technology that fits with this challenge of energy intermittency that will be in the inlet of this process? What are the storage, or both for hydrogen or for energy, that will be needed to reach the optimum cost of all this? So these questions are still on the table, and we decided to start by a pilot unit that will gather different technologies, different possibilities, and will allow us to simulate different energy profiles in order to get some response and help our studies for the scale up in the future. Here is our pilots. It's conducted with the support of Green Energy Park, our JV with IRESEN, the IRESEN Institute, Fraunhofer Institute, and GESA is doing all the engineering work for this project. Added to this, we think that, as it has been said by the different panelists, Morocco is a real candidate for getting to a green ammonia competitive price, because of the mix of solar and wind energy that exists in our country. And then we have all the components and the factors to be able to reach the lowest energy, green energy price to support this research. So coming back to the challenges and opportunities. For us, the first challenge, I confirm what all has been done before, is the energy cost, because this green ammonia production and hydrogen in general needs really high energy quantities. We talk about 10 megawatt hour needed for 1 ton of ammonia, and within the cost structure of ammonia production, 80% belongs directly to the energy cost. Plus all the energy cost, we have all the technical challenges highlighted before. Intermittency, we need to figure out what is the best technology that helps to overcome this challenge and to avoid and to fit with this starting and stop, microstart and stop times that will face this production chain. We need also to work on hydrogen management. What is the optimum storage needed? How to handle the safety of all this? And finally, the scale up, because scale up or big scale needs a big footprint, lots of surface, big investments, much challenging security issues. So we need to figure out all this, and the pilot will not be sufficient to respond to all these questions, but the ongoing studies could be fit and could be fed by this, the outcomes from the pilot. But there are also some opportunities that we need to integrate about the cost structure, and especially the market demand for decarbonized products and green products, especially in Europe with the European Green Deal, because Europe is aiming today to reach the carbon neutrality by 2050, and there are upcoming taxes that will be applied depending on the carbon factor of each product. So these figures should be integrated in the overall cost analysis and cost expectation regarding ammonia production. For energy cost, it's definitely promising. We've seen the cost of energy being reduced over the last decade. Here is a figure coming from the International Energy Agency that shows the average price of energy, photovoltaic energy and wind electricity over the last years, and the reduction is really promising. Today, the numbers that are announced around the world are much more interesting. We've seen numbers coming from the Middle East, from Portugal, etc., being less than 2 cents per kilowatt hour. And this is the, if I can say, the trigger that is already identified for green ammonia. To reach a green ammonia competitive price under $300 or $350, we need to be really lower than $2 per kilowatt hour. However, this is an average cost by date of commissioning. It's not integrating all the transportation costs, all the storage options, all the cost of batteries, all what we need to reach a load factor of 7,000 hours per year, which is the optimum today shared for the electrolyzer running. So we need to be at least at 7,000 hours per year, and to reach this number, all the upcoming decisions like transporting energy or mixing solar and wind or storing some energy for the for running the pilot or the units by night will necessarily come with more cost, and sometimes our figures show that the energy price could double. The second question is about the technology option. We are facing today two known technologies, which is the alkaline one and the PEM. The alkaline is a really mature technology for electrolysis, and it's less expensive than the PEM. However, the PEM is showing a real opportunity for cost decrease, for price decrease, and the PEM responds more quickly to renewable intermittency and variation. So thus we decided to test both technologies in our ammonia pilot before the scale-up. Here you have the scope of the pilot. It's a 4 ton per day unit, R&D unit, with 2 megawatts of PEM and 2 megawatts of alkaline electrolysis technology. In the inlet, we will have the possibility to simulate different curves and different profiles of energy. We think that it's a very interesting option because we have many locations within our country with different energy profiles. Regarding wind and solar, the south is much more served in terms of solar and wind mixed. We have more solar in our mines, but we have more wind across our transformation and industrial units. So this pilot will allow us with a simulation component to simulate the different variations and profiles of these locations and to see how we can use transportation to have the best curve and the most optimized curve for ammonia production. Then we have air separation and the nitrogen storage unit, and we will have also an alkaline electrolyzer, which is a technology ready technology, if I can say, and a PEM technology for 50% of the capacity, and hydrogen storage, and then we will ensure stability for the Haber-Bosch loop. This pilot plant is also constructed with the aim to add future new electrolysis technologies for testing, like the solid oxide technology, for example. Then the work in progress through OCP pilots and studies is aiming to test different technologies, to test ammonia production under intermittent environment, to optimize the power to ammonia supply chain and energy storage, as well as hydrogen storage solutions and safety. And the main question that is raised, not within the pilot, but we are working on through different studies to complete this roadmap. It's how about byproduct valorization? What about the oxygen coming from ammonia production? And is the oxygen valorization in different possibilities within our industrial facilities could really help to improve the ammonia costs? This is the most important question that we are trying to answer today. And for us, this is a trigger that could really change the business economic model for the ammonia production. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Hanan, for this great presentation. And we are very happy to say that things are under the appropriate path on the development of this pilot. Now we are going to Mr. Miguel, who is CEO of Energy Services Morocco. Mr. Miguel, the floor is yours. As agreed, I mean, we are, I think, over time. If we can take 5 minutes, please, for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I understand that I have 5 minutes and that we are about 20 minutes late. So I will try to simplify my messages. But thank you for inviting me, and thank you for that very interesting discussion around renewable energy and renewable hydrogen, rather. At ENGIE, I will not go through what we do in hydrogen. Caroline Heidegger, our COO for our hydrogen operation, talked yesterday about what ENGIE does. But one thing, our ambition is to be one of the front runner in the development of renewable hydrogen along the value chain. And we are coming from two worlds, the world of natural gas. We are one of the largest operator of natural gas networks. And we're coming also from the world of renewable energy. We are operating, as you see here, the Tafaya wind farm in Morocco, which is 101 megawatt of capacity. And we're approaching hydrogen with very concrete projects. One example in the Mogalaguena platinum mine with Anglo-American, where we're putting together the first renewable hydrogen chain to supply mining trucks with hydrogen, something that can be replicated in other mining operations, dear Hanan, for example, in Morocco. The challenges, cost is of course the issue. Cost and load factor for renewable energy on the one hand, going to scale on the electrolyzers on the other, and having also a distribution and storage chain which is affordable. I will not go into the third part, which would require another hour or so, but I want to go down to learning rates. What do we need to accomplish to get to affordable green hydrogen? Today, roughly, we are at about $6 per kilogram. We need to get down to about 2.5, 2.6. It's a 60% reduction. About 50% of that will need to come from the electrolyzers investment itself. About 45% will need to come from the reduction in energy costs. Oversimplifying it, but those are the key points. And so we need to go down to the learning rates, what I call the learning rates. For every doubling of capacity, you have here the reduction in cost on the left-hand side for the electrolyzers, in the center for the fuel cells, and on the right for renewable technology. What you can see is that for electrolyzers, every doubling of capacity translates into a 9 to 13% reduction in cost. not bad, not that high, but not bad. For fuel cells, it's between 11 and 17% reduction in cost for every doubling of capacity. And for renewable technology, this is between 35 and 40%. Much faster learning rates. And so at ENGIE, we strongly believe that affordable renewable hydrogen is around the corner. The topics today is how to get to scale. And to get to scale, we need to go down those learning curves. So Paul mentioned we can't predict the future. Actually, we are always right on the evolution of cost, but often wrong as to the timing at which we get to those cost levels. And this is essentially because of these learning rates. And so the issue for the industry is to collectively, and for the stakeholders, is to collectively have the right incentive to get to scale. If we do that, if we want to have affordable renewable hydrogen, if we want to be in that $2 per kilogram range, that graph shows you the level of electricity cost on the left-hand side and the level of a capex per kilowatt for the electrolyzers. Today, we are in the on the market for the LCOEs of renewable energy. We are for offshore wind, which is one of the higher cost renewable energy, around the $20 to $30 per megawatt hour. We're about there. As far as the electrolyzers is concerned, we need to go down to between, let's say, $300 and $500 per kilowatts to get to those $2 per kilo of renewable hydrogen. And we need to get to scale for that. And some consider that to go down that learning rate on the electrolyzer side, about 70 gigawatt of capacity will need to be installed. That's quite significant. I think I have done my 5 minutes. One last word on why I think Morocco is the right place to invest in renewable energy. You have here a comparison between renewable hydrogen produced through electrolyzers. Those are the green bars, and blue hydrogen, the red bars from natural gas without CCS. The top of the green bars are 2020 figures. The bottom ones are 2030 figures. For natural gas, the bottom level of the bar are the 2030 figures, and the top one are the 2020 figures. Why is it increasing in the case of natural gas? Why is it increasing in the case of natural gas? That's because of the cost of CO2, which is increasing. What do you see here? That the areas where renewable hydrogen is competitive or will be competitive in the very near future are Chile, large capacity in terms of electrolyzers, low renewable cost, China, no surprise, and North Africa for its very low renewable energy cost. I will finish with that. One area where we will need more time for renewable hydrogen to be competitive with blue hydrogen is Europe. And so, again, to finish on that, I'm a strong believer, and we're a strong believer at ENGIE, that Morocco has a role to play, North Africa in general, but Morocco has a role to play because of its access to affordable energy in the route to affordable renewable hydrogen, and a joint venture between Morocco and Europe might be the answer to accelerate access to affordable green hydrogen. Thank you with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miguel, for this great presentation, and we fully confirm that Morocco is and should play a role of pioneer on this field, taking advantage all what you said, the great resources in terms of wind, solar, the infrastructure that exists, and the interconnection with Europe for both electrical interconnections but also gas interconnections. And I am very happy now to conclude this session and to present Mr. Higman, which is our last intervenant in this session. Mr. Higman is the initiator and co-founder and vice chairman of the African Hydrogen Partnership, AHP, as well as the director of HIPOA. The AHP is actually the only continent-wide African umbrella association solely dedicated to development of green hydrogen and also all around green hydrogen based chemical fuel cell technology, and also developing business opportunities in Africa around this subject. This item is incorporated in Mauritius and non-aligned countries, ideally for building connectivity relationship across the entire continent, but also with North Africa and also different Arabic countries. So thank you very much also, Mr. Higman. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sigurd Hugman. I'm the vice chairman and co-founder of the African Hydrogen Partnership. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here at this fine event today. So since only a few minutes are left, I jump right in, and please let me share my monitor with you. Can you see my monitor and hear me well?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so quick agenda, just a few words about the African Hydrogen Partnership, a quick introduction, then something in terms of the goals, specifically talking about transformation processes, relocation, refinance, and then questions and answers if we still have time for that. As it was already said during the introduction, the African Hydrogen Partnership is currently the only continent-wide African umbrella association solely dedicated to the development of green hydrogen. We specifically focus on the green technology because we believe that in general, Africa has a tremendous potential for developing green technology. And of course, in this context, the potential for significant cost reduction, as we have learned during the earlier presentation. The African Hydrogen Partnership represents the whole African continent and all African nations. It is a multi-stakeholder organization, so we're aiming for attracting industry, associations, research institutes, universities, and large end consumers. And we seek a close cooperation with national governments and supranational organizations. The African Hydrogen Partnership has been successfully incorporated in Mauritius last month. Mauritius is, of course, as a well-known fact, one of the most business-friendly countries worldwide. But what is equally important, it's a non-aligned country. And so it's really good for building constructive relationships across the entire continent and bringing the Arabic North and Sub-Saharan African countries together. And we hope that
Mr. Hugeman, I think we
have been incorporated in November 2020, so just a few weeks ago. And we will start accepting members in the first quarter of next year, so in a few weeks from now. Very likely it will be around about the end of January. So in terms of the goals, transformation, relocation, finance, just a few remarks. We are really focusing on economically and commercially feasible programs. The time horizon is, and that is in line with all the previous presentations, around about 5 to 10 years. And I think we all agree that we really have to start working now so that important goals in terms of 2030 can be reached in a timely fashion, because those large scale programs cannot be developed quickly. In terms of the African Hydrogen Partnership, we support development, business development for foreign as well as domestic markets. Foreign means basically exporting hydrogen, green hydrogen, from the African continent to Europe, as well as other regions of the world. And domestic markets, that means basically for the benefits of the African economic benefits and business development benefits of the African nations. In terms of the foreign and domestic policies, I believe it's important to stress that these two things go hand in hand, and they shouldn't be viewed separately, because the economic development always relates to fiscal policy as well as to the trade balance. And here, export markets can help greatly initially. So in very simple terms, models could apply concessions for fees, so similar to the fossil fuel industry, while the development of the domestic markets is associated with a reduction of the import of expensive and very costly fossil fuels. So they are complementary, those two developments, and should always be viewed together. We'll try to help in developing markets, as well as matching supply and demand chains, and that is not only that it does not only relate to the business development as such, it relates, call it, to the economic development, because we always have to bear in mind that in Europe, for example, the national treasuries collect huge amounts of taxes from fossil fuels. And of course, one needs to come up with competitive solutions regarding green hydrogen, so that the treasuries do not lose tax revenues. And ideally, we would like to offer solutions where they can see in 10 to 15 years from now, we will not only lose revenues, we will be able to reduce any form of subsidies significantly. In terms of the real business related, so the commercial development, we would like to work with our members and partners together on the end consumer side, which means, trying to find ways how we can come to large offtake agreements. So that could be initially non-binding offtake agreements based on indicative forward pricing. Then that, at a certain point in time, can then be transformed into binding offtake agreements. I already mentioned here the aspect related to concessions and fees for the export markets, so that the national government can grant concessions and will collect fees in return, or whatever type of fee sharing model could be applied. In terms of the risk return aspect, a bit of my background as well. So I'm a finance quant, and risk and return, of course, is very important for me, specifically talking about fixed income as well as derivative instruments. So the country risks need to be diversified. And here Africa has to offer great opportunities as well, because we have to bear in mind that large end consumers in foreign markets will be reluctant signing offtake agreements based on a hydrogen source that only is domiciled in one country, right? And here the cooperation as well, collaboration amongst or with various African nations together can help greatly. Additionally, free markets, which means getting then all the stakeholders involved, specifically talking about the financial institutions, so the corporate investment banks, development banks, buy-side asset management firms, right from the start, will help putting those plans together. And that then is a joint combined approach, and I believe that this is a good way forward if we, Africa as a whole, all nations there work closely together. So it's in very simple terms, it's a transformation of the industry from oil to hydrogen. So from foreign oil, to be more precise, to domestic hydrogen. That will automatically reduce the call it trade balance related deficits that are related to the import of costly fossil fuels, and should be transformed and, so to say, in very simple terms, in green hydrogen related surpluses, and costly oil outflows, cash outflows, should be transformed and refinanced into hydrogen inflows. All of that is a big would have large positive economic impacts, and consequently this will help us to create a sustainable domestic wealth creation for economic, environmental, and social benefits. Yeah, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please feel free and ask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wigman, for this very informative presentation, and also thank you for this great initiative that it's actually very important for African countries. I think we need such kind of initiative and organization in order to support the development of this field and to support this shift from carbon industry into free carbon industry. Actually, we can ask many questions, but due to we already are 55 minutes over the time. So I have only one question, actually, how we can become a member of this organization? What is the process?
Yeah, so as I already said, very likely we will open up the organization for new members in January. So I expect end of January, beginning of February, around that time. Then we make all the information available online, and we will share then this information with our with the members on our contact list, as well as all sorts of other organizations. So we'll make it public. If you then have any questions, we'll help you then accordingly. In terms of the setup, please allow me to mention important aspects as well. We have worked together with the world leading legal advisors, as well as corporate lawyers in Mauritius. I mean, they're well-known names. You would know them, but for reasons of confidentiality, I do not want to mention that here on the call. And we are going to comply in terms of external rules, contractual agreements, as well as our own internal rules to the highest standards. Yeah. So we have very strict compliance rules in place, and for that reason, we are only accepting organizations and no individuals as members.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think we can now conclude this session. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to ask all the questions we want to address. But thanks to all panelists for this great presentation. I think it's clearly shown here that we are, the world now is committed in order to develop and reduce the the carbon foot. And I think that hydrogen and the Power-to-X industry is clearly identified as one of the main industry and main technology that can support to achieve this goal. It's clearly shown also that the main challenge now is cost, how to reduce the cost of the generation of all hydrogen and all products around Power-to-X. And it's clearly also defined that the generation of electricity is the key factor, which represent more than 70% of the cost of the hydrogen and the main of the product that can be produced from hydrogen. And here I think that Morocco is clearly defined as one of the leader on that field, and we can be clearly positioned as a leader in the development of the Power-to-X industry, taking advantage of what we've seen before. So thanks of all for this great session. We hope to meet with you in the nearest future physically, and stay safe. It's quite hard time with the coronavirus now. I think we should take care, stay safe until we can get the vaccine, because I think this is the only exit from this situation. Thanks again, take care, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much for a most fascinating session. We heard about crazy ideas becoming realities on the ground, and that reminded me of a quote from Albert Einstein, who once said that creativity is intelligence having fun. And clearly the session that we just enjoyed was a beautiful example of collective intelligence, looking at challenges, identifying opportunities, priorities, and also saying that 2050, when it comes to the global change needed for the infrastructure, is already tomorrow morning. We'll be connecting again in about 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, about 20 minutes, more or less. Yeah, about 20 minutes to discuss the next session of our panel. And the next session, we will be looking at an international benchmark when it comes to Power-to-X deployment. Thank you very much for your attention. It's always a pleasure to hear our friends at Mazen, OCP, and from all over the world discussing fascinating issues. And talk to you soon. Thank you.
Essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over, and the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat at the top of the tower that you see there. There's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the GreenHy 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. GreenHy 2.0 is also part of a larger project called SALCOS, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With SALCOS, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there GreenHy 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor. It increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy project also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. A one-of-a-kind human inventor that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An inventor intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Brives, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Ouled Abdoun phosphate field near Khribga. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform. In 2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP. The group becomes a public limited company owned by the Moroccan state. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
Welcome back to the World Summit Power2X 2020 edition. We are particularly excited to welcome you again to discuss during this session what I'm convinced will be inspiring, thought-provoking, and informative session to look at the international dimension, what has taken place, and how we can further accelerate the Power2X deployment through concrete cases, concrete experiences, and by looking together towards the future. To chair this session, we are particularly pleased to enjoy the presence, the virtual presence of Mr. Cédric Philibert. Mr. Philibert is an associate fellow at the Energy and Climate Center of IFRI. He was a senior analyst at the IEA for 20 years. His work focuses on energy and climate issues with a focus on renewable energies for industry and transportation, and role of electrification and hydrogen in the decarbonization of the global economy. He teaches at Sciences Po Paris. Monsieur Philibert, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me and for setting up this impressive summit on Power2X, which is indeed a very interesting topic. This session, I believe, will be a great session. We have an impressive lineup of speakers. We'll look at the Power2X deployment international benchmark. So we'll go around the world to Chile, to Australia, although for the moment I'm still expecting Dr. Pinheiro to join. And we'll have European speakers, US speaker, so that will be great. Let me quickly name them. We'll have first Japan with a presentation on video by Mr. Setsuo Yushi, Senior Vice President of Hydrogen at Chiyoda. I expect he will teach us everything we need to know about liquid organic hydrogen carriers. We'll have Dr. Engineer Florian Gruschwitz, and I expect he will tell us about solutions energy solutions are deploying, in particular for maritime shipping, but maybe other things, probably with ammonia. We'll have Attilio Pigneri, if he joins us, who is the CEO and co-founder of Hydrogen to Utility, developing very interesting projects in South Australia. We'll have Mr. Trevor Brown, who is the Executive Director of the Ammonia Energy Association, industrial expert, author and publisher. His blog is to be followed if you want to understand ammonia as a fuel. We'll have Mr. Nawal El Fadil, who represents EDF in Morocco. We'll have Miss Nuria Hartmann. She will tell us everything we need to know about the Chilean development of hydrogen for the mining sectors and others, and intention to export. The Chilean roadmap was published just a few weeks ago. So I guess we'll know everything. And finally, Dr. Jens Perner, I expect from Frontier Economics, and I suspect he will share with us the result of its most recent study on the efficiency of electricity, hydrogen, and Power2X for the transport, and probably challenge some of the assumptions that I will now show you. So stay with us. It will be a tremendous experience. I'll try now to share my screen and make an introduction to all these fascinating topics. And I'm almost ready for that. Yes. I hope you can now see my screen. Let's start with what is hydrogen for? What are the most relevant areas for green hydrogen use? And in my perspective, at least, the first thing to do is to green hydrogen for its current uses, because hydrogen, before being a clean energy carrier, is dirty industrial gas, and its production from coal in China and natural gas all over the world entails emissions of carbon dioxide of over 800 million tons. That's as much as aviation or maritime themselves. So it's big, and we have to green that hydrogen that is mostly used to make chemicals such as ammonia for fertilizers, mining explosives, and others, and methanol, which has some energy uses, but is mostly feedstock for chemical industry and plastics, etc. Now, the first use of hydrogen is refining, where it helps upgrade and clean fuels, petroleum products, more specifically. But in the forthcoming years and decades, certainly, direct iron reduction with hydrogen as a reductant, as a chemical agent is an immense territory for green hydrogen, because it's the only way that is almost ready, that has already been experienced in the past, to decarbonize steelmaking. And steelmaking is today 7% of the emissions. And in most scenarios, this share grows as we decarbonize the power sector and the building and other sectors. And steelmaking stands out as one big, hard to decarbonize sectors. And this is where hydrogen could make a big difference. We'll also have hydrogen and or ammonia as storable or shippable fuels in power systems. Today, Japan is already seeking to import green and blue ammonia to put in its coal power plants. But in the future, all power systems that are getting close to be fully decarbonized, for those who will be based mostly on variable renewables such as solar and wind, they will need a fuel to put in balancing thermal power plants. And this fuel has to be low carbon at the end, so it will be either hydrogen or ammonia, which are basically the two only fuels that are carbon free. We'll also have ammonia as a fuel for maritime shipping and industrial furnaces, but certainly shipping is the emerging application. We'll have methanol and synthetic hydrocarbons as electrofuels and feedstocks, mostly for chemical industry feedstock, and aviation synthetic kerosene is the only available possibility to decarbonize in the short term. But all this would be only sustainable if the carbon is taken out from the air. And this can be done by mechanical means, that's direct air capture, or through the biomass and through the growth of the plants. And an interesting option is to combine this with the production of biofuels, because when you produce biofuels today, you have a lot of CO2 being produced and concentrated. Biomass has some energy in it, but it has much more carbon than energy. And so instead of extracting hydrogen from biomass, what one should do is to inject hydrogen in the process in order to have more sustainable fuels from both biomass and hydrogen. And this allows to multiply by 2, 3, up to 4 times the amount of fuels you can get from a given amount of biomass. Whatever the sustainable amount of biomass is, you can multiply the fuels by up to 4 if you add hydrogen in it. Now you have also another bunch of possible uses that are talked about, but which I'm not sure they will actually succeed. It's hydrogen, sometimes synthetic methane in gas grids, injected in gas grid, or used in trucks and other vehicles, or for industrial heat. And all of these, I think the long distance trucking is possibly the best bet, but for all others, I have lots of reservation on their use, and I will explain why. So we see, as I said, international maritime shipping already shifting towards ammonia. You see a number of studies by current registers and other. Lloyd's has been first. That means the maritime stakeholders are now working on that. In some cases, they will use ammonia in fuel cells, but fuel cells today are too small to power the big ships. And for the big ships, I think they will go into the current large-scale, two-stroke, low-speed diesel maritime engine and MAN, and now followed by Vertila, are trying to find a way to modify these engines to make them run on ammonia. And one big interest of this solution is not only its efficiency, it's the fact that you can do this with existing ships, ships that are not too old for deserving refurbishing. So you can make a transition much more faster than if you only have a system that has to completely replace the production chain or even completely replace the vessels because the vessels last long. And we have seen a number of announcements for very large container ships, for very large bulk carriers being currently under design to run on ammonia and to be launched in before 2030. My bet is that by 2030 we will already see a number of them being propelled by green ammonia, because at the same time we will produce green ammonia in various places in the world, Morocco being one of them. When it comes to aviation, which is of course very hard to electrify, you have to take into account that the fuel fraction of long-haul airliners can be up to 45% of the total weight at takeoff, which means you have to have the specific energy and the energy density for volume issues of hydrocarbons. So in theory, you could do that in the future with hydrogen. Airbus has announced a big program to develop hydrogen aircraft, but they say it takes 15 years, but then you have to qualify for commercial plane. You have to replace the fleet. And so it will never make a dent in the emissions of the aviation sector before 2050 at best. So a more handy solution is to make synthetic hydrocarbons, synthetic kerosene, and put them in the current fleet of aircrafts. With electricity, you can do very short flights. You can do auxiliary power units, taxiing, etc. But you will not fly commercial flights with electricity. Ammonia, compressed hydrogen could be used as range extender, maybe on some very small segment of the aviation market, but definitely the solution will be synthetic kerosene. Biofuels would work as well, but again, the question is how much sustainable biofuel can we produce? Today, it's 0.01% of the needs of aviation. Can we multiply this by 10,000 to go to full decarbonization? Probably not. And that's why synthetic hydrocarbons come to play. Another option, of course, for aviation is to compensate. That's the way ICAO is now doing things, compensation, but today it's very weak. It means you have to reduce emissions in other sectors, but as all other sectors will have to reduce emissions if we are to go to net zero emissions, that means ultimately compensation can only be negative emissions, one way or another, DAC or DECs, bioenergy, carbon capture and storage. This is an unescapable reality, I think. So long distance trucking, the jury is still out, and here I expect Dr. Perner will have possibly a slightly different view. The IEA is not negative on that. It shows that hydrogen fuel cells could dominate the thing for range beyond 500 kilometers or so, depending on the assumptions relative of the evolution of the cost of hydrogen and of batteries. But there is another option, of course, which is even for long range to electrify the right lane of the highways and allow the trucks to be refilled with electricity while they drive. And this is what is now experienced in Arlanda in Sweden with promising results. Efficiency matters. So let's take just a minute on space heating. Space heating with hydrogen, with an electricity to heat efficiency of about 50%. If you start with electricity, green electricity, you have electrolysis losses, then you have compression distribution losses, and you have fuel cell losses. You end up at best with 50%. This is 6 times less efficient than heat pumps with a seasonal performance factor of 3. So it's a very big difference in efficiency, and we have to keep this in mind. Propelling cars and trucks with hydrogen, again, 2.5 to 3 times more green electricity than with battery or electric roads. And here, you can see the e-fuel diesel engine vehicles, and the ratio is even worse. So yes, indeed, at the end of the day, the total cost of ownership is the most important criterion, but you have to make to procure your hydrogen at very low cost to compensate for that big gap in efficiencies. We'll see if it's possible. My message here is that you have to direct green energy to its most effective routes to decarbonization. Because if you don't, you're not speeding up the energy transition, you're slowing it. You cannot waste it. Indeed, renewable energy efficiency, electricity, has a very large potential worldwide. The problem is not that. We could waste it in the future in a way, but we're in a run to deploy it fast enough to really control the global warming and the climate change. And this is a huge effort. If you look at the latest World Energy Outlook from the IEA, you see you have to multiply the pace of installation of solar and wind by 4 or 5 to approach net zero carbon by 2050. So you cannot waste that with inefficient uses of this electricity. I think I will go fast through this one. It has been proposed to make synthetic methane to put in the gas grids, and some have proposed to capture the CO2 from the making of ammonia to make methanation and put that in the grids. That won't be sustainable, and it will basically have the same emissions at a much simpler scheme where you still continue using natural gas and you and you decarbonize the production of ammonia with solar and wind. This would have the same results, but cost much less and be much more efficient. Maybe you will study that graph on the presentation when you have it. Hydrogen, electrolytic hydrogen can be competitive, and here I'm showing the cost of green hydrogen based on the capacity factor of the electrolyzers, which matters because we think most of the electricity will come from variable sources such as solar and wind, although of course hydropower can play into it as well. The first thing to see on this graph is that provided you have a capacity factor that is not very low, that is 1/3, 50%, 65%, you start being good. The cost of electricity then is a major cost. It's not the cost of electrolyzers. It's a cost of electricity that matters, and therefore you can use the electrolyzers flexibly. You don't need to run them 24/7, and that's very important because if you add this to a grid, you add a big flexible load, which means it helps integrate more viable renewables in the grid. Now, what you see also is a big difference in cost if you have electricity at, say, $70 per megawatt hour, which is what you can expect in the north of Europe from offshore wind. That's where we go. Or if you have it at $30. And in fact, we're already below this with solar and wind in Chile, Australia, Morocco, and some other places. And there you can start competing with the cost of blue hydrogen, of course, but even gray hydrogen in some cases. Although these are the cost of these gray and blue hydrogen in Europe, depending on the cost of natural gas there. In the US or in the Middle East, the cost of gray and blue hydrogen would be lower, so the competition will be tough. But the renewable hydrogen costs are set to decline, and here you see that, of course, they will be as low as $1.5 or $1.6 per kilogram, let's say by 2030 or beyond. And you see here the zones where this will take place. So you see the two big countries, the US and China, they will have their own zones where they could do this. Europe well, you have the Iberian Peninsula, but even there, the conditions are not exactly as good as in Morocco, on the west coast, where you have both solar and wind. In other places in North Africa, in the Middle East, in some places in India, South Africa, Chile, some Mexico and Australia. And these are the places that are best placed to manufacture large amounts of hydrogen-rich feedstock and fuel and export them. For 5 years, the Japanese have studied the idea of carriers, and I know that the first video will I suspect the first video will show the advantage of liquid organic hydrogen carriers. I'm very suspicious on the fact that carriers will work, and the Japanese in these studies, I think, have concluded that ammonia would be the best, but in fact it would be the best because in most cases you will not extract the hydrogen from the ammonia. Here I've made a comparison for cost in Europe with the same values that in the preceding graphs of shipped ammonia from, say, Morocco to Europe. So you have the cost of electricity, capex electrolyzer, ammonia, etc., etc. If you do ammonia locally in Europe, it will be more expensive, so it's worth importing. But if you extract the hydrogen, then, well, for the moment, it's quite uncertain, the cost of extraction. I guess it depends on the level of purity you need. If it's for PEM fuel cells, the level of purity is high, and the recent numbers I've seen show a very, very high cost. I don't know what the truth is. But it compares, even at best, it compares with local hydrogen production. So it's not obvious that you will use ammonia as a carrier. You will use ammonia when you need ammonia as a fuel or as a feedstock. The only thing is to pipeline. If you pipeline, and Morocco is close enough to Spain, as everybody knows, so that you can consider pipelining hydrogen from North Africa to Europe, also Algeria to Italy, or etc. This is to be considered. If you try to ship it, I think you have to forget it. And again, there is a wide range of uncertainties on the future cost of liquefaction and shipping in very expensive vessels. So my take is that seaborne exports are more likely to take place as hydrogen-rich fuels and feedstocks because they are much easier to ship and store than the hydrogen. And that means ammonia, that means methanol, that means synthetic hydrocarbon, that means hot briquetted iron, maybe, for steel making, except for North Africa, which can export hydrogen in pipelines to Europe. Another very important point is that the global hydrogen demand for decarbonizing industry and long-range transports will already require large amounts, additional amounts of renewable electricity, which I could assess at 50% to 75% of total electricity generation in 2018. That is 10 times the current electricity from solar and wind. So sometimes I heard people saying, but we'll need you say this use of hydrogen is not very efficient, but we need the economies of scales to reduce the cost of hydrogen. We'll have the economies of scale. Whatever happens, we'll have the economies of scale, even if we focus hydrogen on uses where it is most efficient. Having said that, there is a newcomer, turquoise hydrogen, and I know that Trevor Brown has on his ammonia blog an excellent guest paper on the topic. It's proven at scale. It has a plant has been working near Montreal for several years. It does not generate CO2 as a waste to store, but solid carbon, and solid carbon can be valorized, for example, as carbon black. But you have to account for the slips of methane in the upstream gas industry. Still, I think it's very interesting. It preserves stranded cost in natural gas production and transport infrastructure. CH4 is easier to transport. It allows to increase more rapidly the production of low carbon hydrogen. And I would say it could be a complement to carbon capture and storage, but I see it more as an alternative to CCS. And various technologies are being developed. I will not insist. BASF in Germany, Hazard Group in Australia, TNO in the Netherlands, Gazprom in Russia, and Monolith Material are building now 2 plants in Nebraska, one for pure hydrogen and the other for ammonia. So I'm going to sum up. There is no need, no use for illusory expectations. And here I show a slide from my good friends at Sunfire. So I like very much what they're doing. Don't misunderstand me. But this slide that suggests that basically, well, we can electrify 37% of the final energy demand, and all the rest we will use liquid fuels as we do today, and that will all be based from renewables and hydrogen. No, I don't believe this. I believe electrification will go much beyond that, and the share of liquid fuel or power-to-X fuel will be smaller because of the efficiency chain reasons. And the demand, again, for green ammonia in ships, power plants, and green kerosene for aviation will be huge and add to the demand for green electricity to run our economies. So we won't be short in demand for renewables. This was it. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I'm happy to give the floor to, I have to stop maybe sharing my screen. No, it's done apparently. And I'm happy to, well, to give the, we'll see the video sent by Mr. Setsuo Iyushi from Shioda Corporation. It's a bit longer than expected because, well, never mind. It's will be a 15 minutes video, and after that we'll open the floor to the presenters that are online now. Thank you very much.
Dear ministers and everyone, my name is Setsuo Iyuchi from Chiyoda Corporation. It is my great pleasure to speak at this World Power-to-X Summit 2020, and I would like to introduce our key technology, Spera Hydrogen, and our vision towards the realization of sustainable society. Building a global hydrogen network through Spera Hydrogen is our next fundamental challenges, and our mission is to contribute to the society to establish a global hydrogen supply chain. These are today's topics. First, I'd like to touch upon who we are. Chiyoda is a global EPC contractor established in 1948 and has designed and constructed plants all over the world in areas such as Asia Pacific, Middle East, Russia, Africa, and North America. We are proud of our reliability in constructing complicated mega-sized plants under difficult environment worldwide. Our business portfolio ranges widely from hydrocarbon energy projects such as oil refineries, petrochemical, and LNG, to pharmaceutical, environmental protection, and renewable energy projects under the philosophy of the energy and the environment in harmony. As for renewable energy projects, we build mega PVs, biomass power plants, and large-scale energy storage system. In particular, since the launch of feed-in tariffs of renewable energy in Japan 2012, we entered the business field of large-scale solar PV plants. Now, hydrogen is our new business areas in the green energy field, and it is our next mission to realize hydrogen society in the near future. Next, I will explain what kind of supply chain of hydrogen we are trying to develop. This is our basic loop of transporting and storing hydrogen. Hydrogen can be electrolysis by renewable energy, so-called green hydrogen, or byproduct or reforming or gasification of hydrocarbon, plus CCU or CCS, so-called blue hydrogen. We attach the hydrogen to toluene by catalyst, already known, to produce a chemical product called MCH, methyl cyclohexane. MCH is a stable liquid under normal pressure and temperature. It is widely used in many fields and products, and the solvent for collection fluids is one of the examples. This MCH can be transported and stored utilizing existing facilities for petroleum or chemical products. Then hydrogen can be dehydrogenated from MCH by our new catalyst for various usage, and the remaining toluene can be returned and reused for next hydrogenation. We named this new hydrogen compound Spera, a Latin word meaning hope. The compound has various features. First, it is chemically stable with minor loss even for years and for thousands of kilometers. Second, its form is a liquid under ambient temperature and pressure, which contains hydrogen 500 times bigger in volume. Third, it is similar to petroleum products, so the risk during storage and transportation is low. As you can see the picture of smelling it, it's not toxic or explosive. And lastly, we can utilize the existing facilities and logistics. With those transport and dehydrogenation breakthroughs, in May 2020, Chiyoda has realized the world's first global hydrogen supply chain demonstration project. The demonstration project is financially supported by a Japanese government organization, NEDO, and implemented by a special purpose association called AHEAD. Chiyoda constructed hydrogenation plant in Brunei Darussalam and the dehydrogenation plant in Japan. We use hydrogen produced from natural gas in Brunei Darussalam, attach it to toluene to create MCH, which we call Spera hydrogen. Carry the Spera hydrogen to Japan, which is about 5,000 kilometers away from Brunei Darussalam, dehydrogenated by utilizing Chiyoda's proprietary catalyst and used for power generation by mixing it to gas turbine power plant. The remaining toluene will be returned to Brunei Darussalam by the same ship and reused for next hydrogenation. Let me show you a short video to introduce this project.
We are committed to delivering hydrogen energy to the world to contribute to the prevention of global warming and CO2 emission reduction. Spera hydrogen has been developed with such ambitions. With the reaction of toluene, Spera hydrogen can be produced. It is handled at ambient temperature and pressure, enabling a large-scale and safe storage, transportation of hydrogen. The world's first global hydrogen supply chain, connecting Brunei Darussalam and Japan, has been realized this year, 2020. Construction of the hydrogenation plant in Brunei Darussalam started in April 2018, and the plant became operational in 2020. First, hydrogen is produced from natural gas processed at the Brunei LNG plant and then converted to MCH, a liquid compound called Spera hydrogen. Spera hydrogen is transported and shipped under ambient conditions by existing ISO containers. Using a commercial containers vessel, it's sent to the dehydrogenation plant in Toa Oil's Keihin refinery, located in the Kawasaki coastal area in Japan. This project shows the reality of global hydrogen supply chain, practically demonstrating the whole process from production and overseas transportation to the utilization of hydrogen. Based on its success, the next challenge will be to develop a commercial business that will bring hydrogen into demand and to connect global sustainable energy resources via Spera hydrogen supply chain network. Our efforts will continue to bring us closer to achieve a carbon-free, hydrogen-based society.
Spera hydrogen for the future.
Next, I'd like to introduce R&D, which we have done and we are doing. Since its establishment in 1948, Chiyoda has developed various catalysts related to the process of oil and petrochemical industries, as well as environmental protection in line with the market. Chiyoda is the largest contractor to construct industrial hydrogen production facilities for refineries in Japan. So we are familiar with hydrogen in the process of construction and maintenance of oil refineries. So we successfully developed a new catalyst related to hydrogen with high performance of dehydrogenating. We successfully developed this new catalyst at laboratory scale in 2008. We achieved a good record of 12,000 hours continuous operation while keeping optimum performance. Yield is more than 95%, and catalyst life is more than 1 year or even 2 years, which reduces the cost at low level. This is a picture of our pilot plant in Yokohama, Japan. We proved that the process worked smoothly on the scale of 50 normal cubic meters, or about 5 kilograms of hydrogen per hour, through 10,000 hours continuous operation. One important point is that the materials used to construct this plant are all conventional, such as carbon steel. We also developed a compact facility of dehydrogenation so that we can place it at fuel station for FCV. This facility can produce 30 normal cubic meters of hydrogen, which is about 3 kilograms of hydrogen per hour. But if needed, we can increase the capacity or make it more compact. This slide shows our experiment to convert renewable energy resources, such as wind power, to stable liquid, MCH, to supply buffer for stabilizing the variable or fluctuating energy sources. We proved that our process and system can manage those energy sources with flexibility and stability. Hydrogen is closely related to the CCU, carbon capture and utilization. We have various technologies for recycling or utilizing carbon dioxide for producing synthesis gas, methane, concrete, and so on. To incorporate green hydrogen into the process, we can get higher effect of decarbonization. My final points are towards the future. To make sure the hydrogen supply network to be reliable and robust, it is important to consider redundancy and sufficiency of hydrogen supply. Chiyoda's spare hydrogen can transport hydrogen globally by ship between areas without pipeline connection. Spare hydrogen can also be handled by existing infrastructure and can also store large-scale renewable energy. I will introduce 3 example projects from the next slide. This is an example of future hydrogen trade flows. Global trading of hydrogen from exporting countries to Europe, Japan, Singapore, and some other countries can be started by using spare hydrogen. Spare hydrogen is a feasible option to develop such global hydrogen network because technology is ready and it can use the existing infrastructure. We expect to start its semi-commercial operation around mid-2020s to transport clean green hydrogen between Oceania and Asia region, and I expect the network to be widely spread globally, including North Africa and Europe. We would like to introduce Singapore case. To achieve Singapore's long-term low emissions development strategy, Chiyoda, Mitsubishi, and Singaporean partners who believe that spare hydrogen could play an important role have signed an MOU in March this year towards the sustainable hydrogen economy in Singapore. The 5 Singapore companies will work closely with us to evaluate the technical and commercial feasibility of hydrogen usage, to develop a business case for hydrogen import from overseas and utilization in Singapore. This also involves the research and development of technologies to accelerate cost reduction. Spare hydrogen refueling station will be in a stronger position for a larger scale and longer distance transportation, such as truck and bus. There is a plan to introduce this station into global port for larger fleet, and we can expand this business in Asia, EU, USA, and other markets. To realize stable and reliable green energy society, large volume of energy storage is mandatory as a strategic reserve to secure energy supply against seasonal, annual, long-term climate variations. Spare hydrogen can store large-scale hydrogen for long-term without loss of energy and can produce hydrogen even when other energy sources are not available by some reasons. That makes Spera a realistic solution for energy security in the future. These are the points which I think crucial for the hydrogen to proliferate in the society. First, we need large volume in both supply and demand to reduce the cost by economy of scale. The Japanese government has set a goal to reduce the cost to about $3 per kilogram by 2030, and further down to $2 per kilogram onward, to be comparable with LNG. We will be able to come close to the first target of $3 by economy of scale. But in case of green hydrogen from renewable energy, we need more economic production using cost-effective renewable energy. Third, we need to continue R&D to improve or invent a new process. Fourth, each government has a big role to show vision, provide incentives, support R&D, and raise social awareness. We hope to collaborate with various entities, companies, governments, academia in the world to establish global economy of hydrogen for a sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is not in with us today. And without further ado, I think I will give the floor now to Dr. Engineer Florian Gruschwitz to present his views. You have, well, 8 minutes, possibly including 1 or 2 clarification questions. So please, Florian, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Philibert. Let me share my screen. Is this working?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, I feel very honored to participate in this very relevant event, and it's my pleasure to give you a perspective more on a global side, from the German side, also with regard on international collaboration in the field. My name is Florian Gruschwitz. I'm in the business development with a focus on Power-to-X solutions at MAN Energy Solutions. With MAN having solutions and products in all parts of the hydrogen and e-fuel value chain, from PEM electrolysis to Power-to-X reactors and power-to-gas EPC plants that can be installed worldwide, or turbo machinery for infrastructure, for SNG, synthetic natural gas for H2, and CO2, which also as we have already seen, makes a certain role in the production of carbon neutral fuels. And last but not least, of course, the prime movers when it comes to ship propulsion or stationary energy generation. So this is all in the field of MAN Energy Solution product. So this topic, of course, is of utmost relevance for us. But I will today focus not on our products, but rather on our perspective from the German national side and the international cooperation potential we have here. To start with, the German National Hydrogen Strategy, which was published in the summer this year in June, is one key element for all the activities in this regard. which make a framework not only with regard to possible fundings and monetary aid to ramp up green hydrogen and e-fuel business, but it also gives the framework of target and aims which we want to reach, not only in Germany but also in the EU. So the rationale for the national hydrogen strategy clearly was to meet the climate targets for 2030, and of course also reaching the greenhouse gas or carbon neutrality by 2050. And as what I learned, there are even currently discussions to make the carbon or greenhouse gas neutrality 2050 more on a legal binding basis, not only as a vision. So this can become even more binding for the whole industry in the EU. The goals and ambitions for the national hydrogen strategy in Germany was to develop technology and markets. So to speak, the production and the usage application side. So on the one hand, the production of green fuels, green hydrogen, e-fuels, the infrastructure, which is of course needed to connect the production and the application side, but also of course enabling use of green hydrogen and e-fuels in all the relevant sectors that we need to decarbonize. Another aim which was formulated in the National Hydrogen Strategy was also to foster the international cooperation for sustainable growth and development, which is to say that I come to that in a few moments. We see a lot of collaboration potentials with countries with a very pronounced, excellent renewable energy production potential, but also, of course, to have a decarbonized global world and not only Germany or EU. So this is also, of course, part of the aiming here. And it's not only words. There are actually 38 concrete measures defined which address again both the production side as well as the application side. And from the time perspective until 2023, they're talking about starting the market ramp up, which has a certain focus on the domestic market and production and technology, and until 2030 to strengthen this market ramp up, but also to include more and more of the international component here. So when it comes to electrolysis capacity, there are 10 gigawatts until 2035 or 2040 planned. And the financing is based on the so-called economic stimulus package post-COVID with 7+2 billion euros. So how can this become a reality? The rollout, just to illustrate you also from the funding perspective. So there is a 7 billion euros money for the electrolysis and technology production, but also the usage side, so to speak, to enable the chemical industry and the steelmaking industries to use green hydrogen to decarbonize here, and to fill the gap between the market price and the production price, which would be, of course, a lot higher at the moment when the CO2 taxation is not high enough or not sufficient. There will be some carbon contract for different, some gap-filling financial instrument in place. On the domestic side, the domestic production of green hydrogen will also be supported by abolishing surcharges, energy taxes, which are then not to be paid if you produce green hydrogen based on these. On the international partnership side, there are 2 billion to establish the before mentioned international partnerships. I come to that in a moment. When it comes also to production and the global hydrogen economy, with not only last but not least with the energy import important to Germany. So currently the German Federal Ministry, so the economics, the Ministry of Education, for ecology, and of course for transport and infrastructure, have concrete setups and programs in place just to get this whole thing rolling. And I just want to place a point here that you of course need low-cost renewable energy cost, and the cost down in industrialization is only one part. So the cost of electricity is of course of paramount, and of course to make it comparable with a fossil fuel appropriate CO2 taxation. So we all know this world map that the wind and solar energy potential is mostly in other parts of the world, not Germany and not Europe. So when we look at the hydrogen we need in order to put the hydrogen economy and the decarbonization in place in Germany, the 5+5 gigawatts of domestic hydrogen production from green sources until 2035 or 40 will only cover one fraction of the demand. So the significant gap of this green hydrogen needed means that we will still be an energy importer. So the global hydrogen market for common benefit along the whole value chain, with Germany being not only an off-taker but also a supplier of technology, we see a lot of collaboration potential. At the moment there's Australia, Morocco, of course, Saudi Arabia, Chile, beyond other countries that are in the discussion. So this is a really interesting opportunity for a global hydrogen economy, and the exact setup it's led by the German Ministry of Economics. It's called H2 Global. It's a concept which it's about to be installed to have a security and of investment and off-taker long period to establish this. And one thing to finish up now, I wanted to also to place here with a special or an important point, of course, to mention always. I think this is also part of my colleagues' contributions here, so I don't have to highlight it too much, I guess. But the point that you should not only think about hydrogen, but you should also think about other energy vectors if you want to really decarbonize quickly and implement fast. So for instance, with synthetic natural gas, which can be produced by CO2 circulation or biogeneous CO2 with methanation reactors, you are able to produce an energy vector, but also a directly usable fuel, which can be using existing transport infrastructures, ships, pipelines, liquefaction plants, LNG, and ports. It's directly applicable, so no investments needed. So you can just use the existing engines, for example, as prime movers for ship propulsion with no changes at all, and become carbon neutral from today to tomorrow without any large billions and billions of investment on that side.
Thank you. So, I think we have to move to the next speaker. I'm terribly sorry. We're really short of time. If you
Thank you.
You've been speaking of discussions with Australia in particular, and our next speaker is in Australia. Mm-hmm. Sorry about that. Attilio, you have the floor to present your projects.
I'll unmute myself. Hi, nice to see everybody, and nice to see Cedric in particular. I'll quickly share my screen. Can you please confirm you can see my screen now? Perfect. Okay, as you see, I've got more slides, but I'll condense this to maintain the timing. So my name is Attilio Pigneri. I'm the founder and CEO of H2U. H2U is a pure play green hydrogen infrastructure developer based in Australia. We're a growing business. We're very much focused on, on the value-adding piece from renewable energy into green hydrogen, and then green hydrogen as a bridge across to many markets, and particularly green ammonia. We have a portfolio of large projects. I'll give a glimpse of that briefly. We've announced last week, together with MHI, strategic investment from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries that helps us in industrializing the solution platform that we've designed around this green hydrogen, green ammonia, industrial scale and export class projects with key technologies, which are not the electrolyzers, but the supply chain and balance of plant technologies that are so important to really realize industrial scale businesses. Florian was touching about electrolysis and the various applications. Well, the linking of that is using the right compressors, using the right digital integration platforms. So we're very pleased to be working very closely with MHI. I spoke about green ammonia as really our commercialization focus. The reason for that is that given that our interest and trajectory is really to play into the export market, and if you're on the new global trade market that will be built around green hydrogen, the Florian was describing in the context of H2 Global, but also similar initiatives in Japan. Green ammonia has got one advantage, which is the one of being able to engage with an existing market in itself, but also working towards a market which should be much, much bigger than the current ammonia trade. And in locations such as Australia, which is a net importer of ammonia, although a significant producer as well, Morocco, Chile, there's a very interesting stepping stone towards scaling up, which is the import substitution market. Morocco is a net importer of ammonia, uses that to then provide fertilizers to the world. We've got different solutions in Chile where ammonia is important to the support activities for the mining sector. Is a bit similar to what happens in Australia. Those are fairly large markets, and there is the opportunity to really establish some hubs that leverage also the abundant renewable resources and deliver from there. In that context, we have developed a portfolio of projects in Australia and New Zealand that really cater for that. We're talking about gigawatt scale projects. They're all projects that, and I think probably is a point of difference between us and other players. They're all projects that are grid connected. We very much see a clear route to market in really deploying gigawatt scale assets eventually into the grid and supporting through that the transition of the grid to 100% renewables. In many ways, we see large-scale electrolysis plant to take the traditional role of aluminium smelters. So we need to introduce new loads that can be as flexible as the renewable resources intermittent, but exactly doing the same job that the smelters were doing in the more centralized base load world of yesteryear, where you need a load to support generation. And within that, there is one project which is Air Peninsula Gateway that you see depicted here. There's Werla Bands. We'll make an announcement shortly, but basically this is the first project globally, as far as we know, to have marked the milestone to move into the FEED. We have a clear implementation trajectory, effectively closing finance within this financial year, which means June next year, and then commence construction this time next year. And the project will start with a 75 megawatt electrolysis plant, 120 tons per day ammonia, but it will grow all the way to 2,400 tons per day ammonia. And the project, as you can see here, so at the front end is the small scale design and then the industrial scale designs that we're working on with MHI and other partners to deploy. But also you see the development of an export precinct. And again, in terms of the announcements, we're joined by the MHI colleagues and the Premier of South Australia to announce work towards upgrading an existing LPG export facility to also become the wharf, but yeah, the industrial precinct, a hub and a terminal for future export of ammonia and liquid hydrogen. These are my contact details, but I'm happy to take questions later. Thanks, Cedric.
Thank you very much, Attilio, to be also almost on time. And I hope you will be able to develop this project as quick as you walk us through them. Now I'm happy to give the floor to Trevor Brown, who will tell us what is required to make ammonia a kind of global hydrogen-rich fuel in the coming years. Trevor, you have the floor. You're muted, Trevor. You're still muted.
Not anymore.
Good.
That's a very, very nice introduction. I'm not sure that I can really answer that question, and I'm going to try and conclude my comments in about 2.5 minutes so that we have some time for questions, which I think would be very interesting. The Ammonia Energy Association, it might surprise people other than Cedric to know we've been around for 17 years. We've been advocating for the use of ammonia as a decarbonized energy carrier since 2004. Obviously, back then it was a research and development, pre-commercial concept, and we were the hub for research institutes and academics pursuing these technologies. In the last couple of years, this has become a very, very commercial space. We relaunched in 2018 as a trade association, and you can see here the list of our, as of today, 81 members around the world. Our members are representing all aspects of the green and the low carbon ammonia energy value chain, from hydrogen and ammonia producers and the technology and engineering firms that go into the supply side, through the trading partners and the distributors, and to the end users, the technologies, the power utilities, the engine manufacturers, the fuel cell manufacturers. So we represent two things. One is the entire supply chain, and by connecting people across different sectors, we hope to be able to accelerate that transition. And we also represent a global group of corporations and developers, allowing us to connect projects in, for example, Australia with those in Europe and in the Americas. And there's a very interesting role for an association here to complement the work that is being done by the hydrogen associations, to complement the work that is already being done by the renewable energy people, to help translate the role of ammonia into this conversation. And as I say, we've been doing this for 17 years, and everybody else turned up about 2 years ago. So really, if there was one thing I wanted the audience to take away from this conversation, it is to imagine where we are on the learning curve. When it comes to ammonia, we started 2020 with a couple of green ammonia pilot projects at the scale of 5 megawatts in Norway, in Porsgrunn, that Yara was working on with Nel. Then we had a 10 megawatt project announced. Then a 20 megawatt project announced. Fertiberia got involved in Spain. We've got some things moving forward in Australia. Then we get 100 megawatts announced for a green ammonia plant in Sluiskil in the Netherlands. Now we're talking about 26 gigawatts at the Asian Renewable Energy Hub in Australia, and Fortescue comes out with a 235 gigawatt portfolio of renewables into green ammonia and green hydrogen. And that was 2020, which from every other perspective was a terrible year, right? And we've gone from 5 megawatts to 235 gigawatts. Come back next year. Let's see what happens. We're on a learning curve. So when we talk about power to X, the X is there because we've no idea where we're going as a planet. We haven't figured out the solutions yet. The maritime industry doesn't know where it's going to land. Aviation doesn't know what it's going to do. We're looking for answers really, really quickly. And 2 years ago, nobody was talking about ammonia. Today, we've gone from 5 megawatts to 235 gigawatts. And this is a very, very exciting space. And if you want to know more, the information's there. We just wrapped our 17th annual conference. All of the materials are available, archived on our website, ammoniaenergy.org, if you want to look into the ammonia part of this equation. I've already gone over time, and I've not even got to my second slide. The second slide is simply, not moving forward there, is the one point I want to make, which is that, to me, what unlocks this is certification. And this ties in exactly with what Florian is talking about. We need to be able to say to people in Germany, well, actually, we can guarantee not only a carbon intensity, but we can also guarantee a renewable origin. If you want to import ammonia into the German economy, we need to be able to say, well, this is how green it is. And if you want to import ammonia into the US economy, and the US doesn't have a renewable requirement, but does have a carbon intensity requirement, we need to be able to serve that market too. If we want to sell ammonia into a low carbon Japanese market, we need to understand what metrics they need in order that they can price the ammonia accurately. And so what the Ammonia Energy Association is leading on is driving the development of a global certification scheme. Now, this is not going to be a finished deal in 6 months. Obviously, an international scheme is going to involve probably decades of development, but low carbon ammonia is available today. If we're including a 25% reduction versus baseline as low carbon, you can have 800,000 tons tomorrow coming out of the Freeport, Texas plant based on byproduct hydrogen. If you want your 60% reduction, you can get that from the Geismar plant in Louisiana, where the process CO2 is used is sequestered as part of an enhanced oil recovery field, but it's available. We don't certify it, but it's there. And we can have hundreds of thousands of tons of this stuff marketed in a very, very short time. And so that's the project, is to start developing these pilots and demonstrations of the certification of it, demonstrating the wide availability of the low carbon attributes, understanding what different markets, what the end users need in terms of metric reporting, and figuring out some of the pressure points that we're going to have to work out as an industry of what we agree with. I think I'll just leave that there, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Trevor, very much.
Thank you, Cedric.
You made an excellent point on the pace of deployment during the 2020 year, but also the point, of course, on certification is of great interest, and this is just the launch of a debate. We won't have this debate now, unfortunately. Maybe say a few things at the end if we have still a few minutes, but it's indeed a critical point. And I'm now pleased to give on the floor to Nawal El Fadi, the EDF Moroccan country manager. Nawal, you have the floor.
Can you see my presentation?
Not yet. Yeah, coming. Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much, President Philibert, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. I feel honored to be invited to the World Power2X Summit to talk to you about Power2X international deployment from the perspective of EDF, based on the markets in which we operate. So, very quickly, I will talk to you about the position of H2 today, where it stands. I think Mr. Philibert already developed that point, so I will go very quickly.
and then I'll go into the national strategies deployed mainly in Europe, the market we know most at EDF, to boost the clean hydrogen economy, and present you some ongoing projects. Can you still see my slides?
Frozen.
Yeah, please go ahead on your speech, and at some point the slides will follow you.
Okay. Hopefully, yes. So today, hydrogen is mainly consumed in heavy industry. What we call heavy is refinery, fertilizer, and methanol. I think that it works right now.
Yeah.
So what we call heavy is refinery, fertilizer, and methanol. Those three categories are consuming huge volumes. To give you an idea, it's in average more than 100 tons of hydrogen per year per plant. The light industry, such as metallurgy or semiconductors, also use hydrogen for annealing or surface treatment, thus at a much smaller volume considering the type of use. So those two categories of industries drive the demand of hydrogen that is steadily growing over the last 50 years. Today, the demand is around 75 million tons per year worldwide, and Europe represents a little more than 11%. So when we look at the production side, hydrogen is mainly produced from fossil resources. In Europe, it's more than 90% that comes from natural gas. That means that the cost of production of hydrogen is directly related to the cost of natural gas, which varies from country to country. The production cost of hydrocarbon-based hydrogen, what we call gray hydrogen, is between 1.5 and 2 euros per kilo in Europe. And blue hydrogen, that includes CO2 capture, is around 2 to 2.5 euros per kilo. That gives you a rough idea about today's production cost. So you have also different technologies to produce hydrogen with different levels of maturity. As you can see on this figure, the other technology that is major right now that can be in competition with steam methane reforming is water electrolysis. Electrolysis has been mainly developed for niche markets with low volumes, and that impedes this technology to decrease its capex. So there is still a huge potential to decrease its cost, and right now it's 2 to 3 times more expensive than steam methane reforming. But one of its main advantages is that it allows you to produce green hydrogen that has no or very little CO2 emission, provided that one uses renewable energy in the process. So with renewable energy more and more present in the energy mix, in many countries, such as in Morocco, and with its cost set to decline, there is a huge potential for clean hydrogen development, provided that governments implement policies and incentives for clean hydrogen economy. And as Mr. Brown said, it seems that 2020 is a great year for clean hydrogen economy. We've seen a historical position for hydrogen in EU politics, and many governments worldwide proposing hydrogen strategies with dedicated 2030 investment plans. In the EU, billions are planned to be invested, as you can see in this table. The European Union has a strong vision for clean hydrogen. It proposed to install by 2030 40 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity in European Union countries. And if the plan is followed, by 2024, clean hydrogen production should be 13 times that of today, and by 2030, it should be 130 times larger. Still, at national levels, we see that hydrogen ambition vary. We observe a leading group with countries like Austria, France, the Netherlands, Germany, a fast follow group with countries like Spain, Belgium, and worldwide, we also see leading countries such as South Korea and Japan, as well as fast followers such as Morocco, that we perceive as a front-runner potential for the Power-to-X, given its high renewable energy potential, its leadership in energy transition in the region, and its geographic proximity and strong connectivity with Europe. We can also mention the fact that it has a natural off-taker with OCP, which is the biggest ammonia consumer worldwide. So across Europe, we've seen numerous low-carbon H2 projects being developed. There are 5 projects in the UK, 3 in the Netherlands, and 1 each in Germany, Sweden, Italy, and Norway. To give you some examples, you have the H-Vision that aims to produce low carbon in Rotterdam by mid-20 and continue to scale up by 2030, abating around 2.2 million tons of CO2 by 2026. Another one is Humber Zero in the UK that plans to develop a regional hydrogen production hub and decarbonize a refinery. And to be even more specific and give you some numbers, you have on the right a project called Relabor we are developing in Germany through our subsidiary Hynamics. It's in the north of Germany, a 2-step project. The first step is to decarbonize a refinery with an electrolyzer of 30 megawatts using the electricity from an offshore wind farm. And the project investment is around 100 million euros with approximately 30% German government subventions. And the second step is to increase the capacity to 700 megawatt plus with the aim to valorize the oxygen produced by the electrolysis process in a cement plant close to the refinery. And in this cement plant, we will capture the CO2, and with green hydrogen, we will form green methanol that could be used as it is, or to create green kerosene that will be used at the Hamburg airport, located 30 kilometers away, in order to decarbonize 40% of the airport. So the first step of this project has already started, and the next one is planned in 2026. And in our view, although hydrogen has significant potential across all applications, we believe that the development speed will vary from one use to the other. For us, it's clear that heavy industry is the segment that will see the biggest attraction in the coming years, and that will be open for on-site electrolysis. The electrification of mobility is also underway, and hydrogen is particularly considered for heavy mobility. If the first mass-produced hydrogen vehicles are available today, we think that the mass market would arrive within 10 years. And e-fuel is clearly also a part of the game for the future with maritime and aviation applications, but also for energy storage, as it could be the case in Morocco. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Nawal. That was quite interesting, and you gave us an excellent example of industrial ecology and circular economy with the how to abate emissions from cement, for example. And I must say I was very much online with your very last slide. But sorry, we have no time for question now. We'll rush to have our 2 last speakers speak. And the next is Madame Nuria Hartmann, environment consultant in Chile, and she will present us the Chilean roadmap, I guess. Madame, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Cedric. I hope you see my screen.
Yes.
Thanks to the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for inviting me to participate in this interesting panel. As Cedric mentioned, I'm settled in Santiago de Chile. And last year, as an independent consultant, I participated in a project for the Energy Ministry to elaborate a proposal for the national strategy for the development of a green hydrogen market here in Chile. So I'm really happy to present a little bit of this national strategy, which was presented last month. But first of all, while we are talking about this green hydrogen market in Chile, especially, as you already heard, I think we have a very huge unexplored, non-conventional renewable energy potential. This map on the left hand is the north of Chile, where is very high potential of PV and CSP solar energy, and the right hand of the map shows the wind potential in the south. We have just onshore wind here until now, and the important point of this is that Chile's renewable potential is 70 times the current installed capacity. So we have a huge potential left to explore, which could be a very interesting possibility to explore to produce green hydrogen. Also, here is enough space available without a major land using conflicts, relatively stable economic situation in comparison to other countries of this Latin American region. Chile has a clear energy legislation and also a very open market and many trade agreements also with other countries. And at least as an important factor is that here are very competitive prices, especially of solar energy in the north and wind energy in the south. So this leads to very competitive prices for the green hydrogen production. This was a study by McKinsey in charge of the Energy Ministry of Chile, which was presented last month. And this study figured out that in 2030, a green hydrogen could be produced in the north of Chile in the Atacama Desert or in the Patagonian region in the south at costs of $1.3 per kilogram green hydrogen or 1.4 in case of solar. So this would be very competitive already with gray hydrogen used in many industrial sectors. And water supply is seen not a big problem, not a big issue in this context, because the country has a lot of seawater that is already desalinized, because here is a strong mining industry using this seawater already today. So this led the Chilean government to develop this green hydrogen roadmap, which was launched last month, where there are many ambitious targets in two waves. The first one until 2025, the country plans to have installed 5 gigawatt of electrolyzers producing green hydrogen, and some pilot projects in the two valleys I already mentioned in the north, where the solar energy is a big potential, and in the south with wind energy. And until 2030, the country plans to have 25 gigawatt of installed electrolyzers capacity. And it also is planning to be an exporter of hydrogen to respond to the demand we already mentioned that will exist in Europe and also in Asian countries. So the estimation of the Chilean government is that it could be supply 5% of the global demand of green hydrogen in 2050. But of course, this has a lot of challenges, which I could mention in the end. And the country announced $50 million of investment in the first stage to fulfill these targets. And the country also established dialogues already with Germany, as Florian already mentioned, also with South Korea, Japan, China, and Singapore. What are the main applications that are seen very promising in this context? First of all, of course, the replacement of the gray hydrogen consumed nowadays in oil refineries. Here, for example, the Chilean state-owned company ENAP is already involved in a green hydrogen project with the aim to replace their gray hydrogen consumption. Ammonia is a very promising field here. In the north, there's already established a first pilot project from the companies ENAX and ENGIE, and they are planning to produce a significant amount of green ammonia to produce especially ammonium nitrate for their production plant, which is the essential chemical for blasting processes in mining industry. So this project is starting right now in the north. And another important point in this context is the agriculture of this region. Brazil and also Argentina have a huge demand of ammonia in terms of fertilizers. So this could be an opportunity also for Chile to export ammonia to the countries of this region. The next important application field would be the mining industry, the heavy-duty transport, not only mining, but also in other industrial sectors. There are also some first pilot projects where mining companies are testing kayaks are the big mining trucks. So they are testing them with fuel cells, how they are operating in field. And the break-even point is shown here with the blue lines. So the government thinks that they can accelerate this deployment of the technologies with their strategy. And these applications could be feasible already in 2025 with some pilot projects in operation. My last slide, to be very quick, is here is a lot of information, but I wanted to show with this map is that are just a few pilot projects in the region Just Chile launched national development strategy until now. Other countries like Argentina, Brazil, also Uruguay and Paraguay are still developing their strategies and seeing where they could define their targets. The current demand is definitely in the chemical industry, refinery, but the opportunities for the future are to decarbonize these industries, but also decarbonize the mining sector, which is not only in Chile a big sector, but also in Brazil, in Colombia, in Mexico, and in Peru. This is the aim of the region. And as we see here, we have a project in Argentina running since 2006 already. It's called High Chico, where based on wind energy, they produce green hydrogen, which is stored underground. And also in Paraguay, there was announced a project to produce biofuels based on green hydrogen by Brazil's ECB group, the company. In Uruguay, they are also looking on replace in the transport sector trucks by fuel cells trucks. And as I already mentioned, in Chile, there's the big project in the north to produce green ammonia. And in the south, there was launched right now HIF, which is a project based on wind energy to produce synthetic fuels, whereas ENAP, the state-owned company of oil refinery, involved, or also the Italians, Enel, AME, and the German companies Siemens and Porsche. So this is just to give a short overview of what is happening in this region. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hartmann. That was quite interesting. We could have an extensive discussion on some of the uses you've shown. I would only make one comment. In the comparison of cost, you haven't shown Morocco, Morocco, indeed, in Chile, the solar resource in the Atacama Desert is even better than in Morocco, and in Patagonia, the wind resource is even better than in Morocco. But there are 5,000 kilometers between both, while in Morocco, they're all in the same place. And so I would be curious to see, with the same assumptions relative to the cost of electrolyzers, etc., what is the cost of hydrogen in Morocco in this framework. But having said that, I turn the floor to Jens Perner, Dr. Jens Perner of Frontier Economics. Sir, you have the floor.
Okay, hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me right now. Could we just have, yes, okay. Excellent. Then many thanks for inviting me to present some of our views on some subjects of the hydrogen and Power-to-X trade. I just try to share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Philip, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. 1 second, please. I have to relaunch again. Can you see the screen right now?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
Excellent. Very good. So, we have worked as Frontier Economics a lot on Power-to-X from the perspective of potential exporting countries. So, for example, also in Morocco. In the next 5 minutes roundabout, I will turn my perspective a bit into the perspective of the importing countries and what drives the potential import and what does it mean also for the political discussion on the usage of different sorts of Power-to-X products. So first of all, what are the characteristics of the countries which are importing hydrogen, green hydrogen and other Power-to-X products? And if you look into Germany, but also in Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and so on, there are some commonalities and common aspects which come into play. So the first one is all those countries have high ambitions regarding the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So carbon neutrality until 2050 and so, which puts a lot of pressure in transformation of the energy sector and of energy use in those countries. So this is the first driver. Then there's a second driver, which is quite common for those countries which are driving the imports, potential imports, which is high energy demand. So you see in all of those countries, high energy use and a quite intense industrial basis. and also a technology sector which is interested in developing those technologies. And then you have a third very important aspect, which is that those countries which are interested in the Power-to-X and importing of renewables via hydrogen and other products, is that those countries have a relatively low availability of renewables, and that the costs of those renewables are, compared to global sites, are quite high. So this, for example, holds for Germany. There's a big discussion around how much electricity can be produced from renewables in practice by wind onshore, wind offshore, how the grids could be stabilized and extended, and what the thresholds and limitations are there. And what this means for the political discussion is there's often a very limited and short-handed conclusion, which I also heard by Cedric, and this is why he said that I might comment on some of his slides, which is that just because of the efficiency of different ways of bringing renewables to customers, some of the technologies should be preferred and others not. And this holds in some cases, but it doesn't hold in other cases. And this doesn't hold also especially for those cases which I described as potential importing countries across the world. So we have done a small study on behalf of some associations in Germany regarding the efficiency of cars driven by, on the one hand side, by battery electric vehicles, and on the other hand side by combustion engines, which use green power to liquid fuels. And what you normally see, and I also saw it on the slides, is a very conventional efficiency definition, which is very much focused on the conversion losses, which you see in the different ways of bringing the electricity to the cars. You have on the one hand side battery electric vehicles where you have electricity production, which is then directly used in the cars, maybe with a bit of storage in between. However, even the storage is often not in the calculations reflected. And then you have the other way where you have to transform the electricity to hydrogen, and then you have to convert it further. If you don't use the hydrogen but the liquid fuel, you have to convert this further via Fischer-Tropsch or methanol synthesis to liquid fuels like diesel or gasoline and so on. And then you just use it in the cars, and the cars, then the motors in the cars also have a bit of a efficiency loss. And if you have this perspective, then you come out with a efficiency comparison, which you see here on the left side of the chart, which is a conventional view on efficiency, which cites which comes to the conclusion that battery electric vehicles have efficiency of around 70% or something like that. It depends always from the detailed assumptions, and the combustion engines fueled by liquid power to liquid fuels have efficiencies of around 10 or 15 or 17% or something like that. So this is the conventional perspective, and the factor between the both is often 5 or 6 or something like that. We did a bit of a calculation where we have a different perspective, and we come to a conclusion where the efficiencies are not totally in line but broadly in line between the two technologies, which means both technologies are in similar ranges, and the factor between both technologies is 1.1, 1.3 or 1.6, which is much lower than the 5 or 6 that you see on the left-hand side. And why is this the case? Why we have this difference? So there are two factors. On the one hand side, we also take let us say the power production from renewables at different sites across the world into account. That means that a solar panel in Germany has a different load factor and production than a solar panel, for example, in Morocco or in Saudi Arabia. And the same holds for wind turbines, where the average wind turbine in Germany has much lower load factors than average wind turbines in North Africa, Morocco, Chile, and so on. So this is an important factor. And then we also included some other factors in our calculations, which is, for example, seasonal energy storage, electricity storage, which also means that you have efficiency losses, or also heating of the cars, which is also important. So that means if you take those factors into account, the perspective is different. And as I said, the main driver is the different characteristics of the sites for the renewable energies. As said, if you compare wind or solar production or wind-solar combinations in North Africa or in Argentina or Chile to what we can achieve in regions like Germany, there is a factor of more than two between the load factors in the different regions. And this obviously has an enormous impact. And the same holds if you take a different perspective. So, for example, we calculated here how much capacity you need to run a car in Germany based on PV on one hand side in Morocco, for example, and on the other side in Germany, taking all the losses into account. Then we come to around 6 kilowatts or 4.7 kilowatts of capacity that you need to run this car 20,000 kilometers per year. And we have done the same calculations for wind. And you see that there is a bit of a difference between the both in the capacities you need, but not a factor of 5. And for political discussions and reasoning, obviously it's also important to take into account where those sites are located. So in Germany, we have much less sites than in other regions like North Africa or Patagonia, Chile, Argentina, and so on. And also the population density is much higher than in those countries, which means that the limitations and restrictions for building up those renewables are much lower. And this holds even more if you take other regions around the world, such as Australia and Saudi Arabia, into account. So this just puts all the efficiency debate of different technologies in a different perspective. And what it just means, it doesn't mean we shouldn't use electric vehicles. The contrary is the case. So we obviously definitely need them. But in order to assess how the mix of future technologies should be, we would plea for a technology open debate and discussion, and not exclude some of the technologies at the very beginning. And what we need for that is a mix of different factors and analysis of different factors and efficiency definition. So we have the technical efficiency on the right-hand side, the lower right-hand side. Obviously, ecological efficiency is important, CO2 emissions. Economic efficiency should be a main driver, and this also takes into account if you, for example, can use existing infrastructures, which was already highlighted during our session here, and how much the costs for the renewables are in different regions. And then we have further factors which are important for the energy consumers, like acceptance, security of supply, international cooperation, and so on. And all these factors should be taken into account when we assess which products we use for which purposes. And this could be hydrogen, this could be green electricity directly used, this could be green ammonia, this could be green methanol, this could be green kerosene, but also maybe green diesel and gasoline for some of the occasions. So this is just, let us say, a hint towards technology open approaches in the whole debate. We should make all these things available. And this is even more important if you take the perspective of the stakeholders into account, since we have a quite a unique development here. So we have the traditional stakeholders, which are important for building up the industry, like governments, research institutions, energy companies, technology developments, insurances, banks, and so on. But we also have now a number of stakeholders in the game which are new, like, for example, the industries which have to apply the energy, or the industries which produce the products which consume the energy, like the automotive industry or the aviation industry, and so on.
Thanks.
And what you see here is that, just one sentence, that they come into this value chain, and this is a big chance for developing the industry. Sorry for being a bit too long.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gents. And first, thank you, because my colleagues always saw me as a maverick, and you made me look now like very conventional with my skepticism on some of the views. But no, you added a number of interesting insights, and that's great. And I hope your study will soon be available in English, so we can go into the detail and see if we can agree on everything. I think this session was very interesting. We are running out of time. We won't have time for debate. So I will just have the final word, which is to say, we see things are going on. There will be a global trade of some hydrogen or some hydrogen-rich fuels and feedstock. Certainly ammonia will be one of them. For others, it remains to be seen. And there is still room for debate on the final uses, which ones are unavoidable and very good, and which ones are a little less in competition with other ways of decarbonizing the global economy. We'll see how things go on, and of course the debate is not closed today, but no, we are really running out of time, and I have to give the floor back to the organizers. Thank you very much to all speakers, and thank you all listeners for your attention. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, dear speakers, for a very rich conversation with enriching diversity of perspectives. Indeed, it's a bit unfortunate that we have to cut short what has been a most fascinating conversation around a particularly important topic. I was particularly struck by the fact that we had indeed diversity in the perspectives, but we also benefited from some very positive and constructive experiences at the national level, at the regional level, and connecting those experiences together is indeed paramount to unleashing the transformational potential of Power-to-X. We will be connecting again in about 15 minutes for the next session, and once again, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman and dear speakers.
This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
Bien essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
Welcome back to the WorldPtX 2020 Summit. Few topics have been as consistently mentioned in the 7 sessions we've had so far than circular economy and climate change. This upcoming session, the 8th session of this WorldPtX 2020 Summit, will be looking at one of the most discussed way of combining both circular economy with climate change action. Indeed, carbon storage, utilization, give me a second, carbon capture, utilization and storage is one of the ways that is envisioned in terms of connecting those two important topics. To chair the upcoming session filled with impressive panelists, I'm happy to introduce the chairman of this conversation. It will be Professor Ahmed Nawi, who is the president of the Scientific Council of IRESEN, the Moroccan Solar and New Energy Institute. He's deeply engaged for the establishment of mechanisms to support and reinforce R&D on renewable energy. He served as head of the research group at HBZ. He has deep expertise in processing materials and devices for solar energy conservation and thin film chalcogenide solar cells. He is author and co-author of more than 200 peer-reviewed journal entries. Professor Enawi, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, respected audience, good afternoon. Hello? Do you hear me? Respected audience, as the chair, he told us now the carbon capture, utilization, and storage is one of the most important issues to be discussed in this summit. And as you know, I just want to give one word which show this. The vast majority of hydrogen today is produced from fossil fuel, feedstock, natural gas, and coal, producing a huge annual carbon dioxide emission. And as you know, climate change and CO2 are two things which goes together. So before I give the floor to our distinguished speaker, I would like to remember you that in this session we have more discussion than talks. And therefore, I will give the floor to Monsieur Ingor Fur-Gudmundsson. I hope I spelled very well.
Yeah.
He is COO Carbon Recycling International, by the way, the world leader regarding power to methanol technology. Carbon Recycling International produced renewable methanol from carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and electricity for fuel application, green chemicals into that. His experienced executive with a background in banking, pension, funds, and managing for other institutions. He has served in several management positions such as marketing director, regional and head office, branch office manager, director for both retail and private banking. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be with you at this virtual conference. Carbon Recycling International has been developing CCU and Power-to-X technology and projects for nearly 15 years. I would like to share with you a perspective on the status of the industry, opportunities, and challenges. The root to the climate crisis is our dependency on fossil fuels and carbon emissions, which in turn leads to global climate change, ocean acidification, and urban pollution. Electrification will allow us to reduce our dependency on fossil fuel, but many key industries, such as heavy and long-haul transport, can't be electrified directly and require a growing supply of alternative liquid fuels. The main challenge to electrification is that renewable energy sources are not necessarily located close to the center of demand. For wind and solar generation, we can also not match supply to demand in either time or space. One of the core solutions to the problem of intermittency and stranded energy is to transform electricity into a liquid energy carrier. Our contribution to this solution is a process technology which enables us to produce carbon-neutral methanol directly from CO2 using electricity or byproduct hydrogen as the energy source. Let me briefly introduce our company. CRI was founded by a group of entrepreneurs in Iceland in 2006 to develop a process to transform CO2 directly to methanol. After building the first prototype and raising equity from Icelandic investors, the company built the first industrial-scale production plant of its kind, which was commissioned in 2012. Since then, CRI has been active in the full value chain of e-fuels and became the first company to sell a certified fuel from Power-to-X and CCU in the EU market. Renewable e-methanol from our plant in Iceland has been used across Europe for gasoline blending, fuel cell operation, biodiesel production, and wastewater purification, to name a few examples. Today, CRI is a technology provider for CO2 to methanol technology, working with clients in Europe and China. Our initial plant in Iceland has a capacity of 10 tons of methanol production per day and uses renewable electricity from the Icelandic grid, with CO2 captured from a geothermal power plant. Recently, we have also built 2 demonstration plants in Europe, first in Germany, where we demonstrated the utilization of intermittent wind energy, the CO2 to methanol synthesis system. The second project was recently commissioned in Sweden, where we demonstrated how the technology can be used byproduct from gas from a steel furnace. Our next milestone is a commercial scale CO2 to methanol plant, which we are currently engineering for a client in China. This plant will be 30 times larger than our industrial scale facility in Iceland. The plant in China will transform 150,000 tons of CO2 per year with hydrogen from coke oven gas or 110 tons of low carbon intensity methanol. We are also currently developing a project of the same scale with our partner Statkraft in Norway. But how can CCU be used to decarbonize CO2 intensive industries? The industry that will benefit the most from CCU technology is transport. If you look at the progress made over the last 30 years, it is well known that while power generation and industry have become less CO2 intensive, emissions from transport continue to rise. Many industry players and policymakers hope that direct electrification of transport will reverse these trends. The fact of the matter is, however, that less than 25% of the oil consumed, which goes to the smaller or medium car segment, can be replaced by battery operation in the near term. Large private cars, heavy and long-haul transport by road, sea or air will still require the convenience of efficiency and efficiency of liquid fuels. Let us also not forget chemical manufacturing, which depends on oil or natural gas. These feedstocks will also have to be sourced from alternative sources of carbon in a fossil-free world. In 2009, the EU set a target to replace 10% of the energy used in road transport by 2020 with renewable sources. At the end of 2020 nears, we are still only halfway there. Next year, the target will be raised to 14%, which should be reached by 2030. Further growth of biofuels create its own set of problems. As a result, the EU has decided to cap the growth of biofuels, which leaves battery electric vehicles, waste biofuels, and power-to-X to fill the gap. To meet the 14% target, the supply of waste biofuels and power-to-X by 2030 should be nearly as large as the supply of biofuels today. We must also expect that the 14% target will be raised, as the EU has already decided to raise its 2030 climate target from 40% to 60%. Road transport will have to shoulder a large part of this effort. This creates very exciting opportunities for the growth of power-to-X and CCU over the next 10 years. Another, perhaps even larger market for liquid fuel from power-to-X is CCU is on the horizon. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, has already decided that carbon dioxide emissions from shipping should be reduced by at least 40% by 2030 and by 50% by 2050. The EU is now debating how this target will be met. The marine industry will require a large supply of alternative fuels, considering the need to reduce emissions and natural growth in good transport, driven by economic growth and international trade. The supply of renewable bunker fuels in 2050 will have to exceed the supply of fossil bunker fuels today. In other words, the alternative fuel industry with power-to-X and CCU in the central role will have to replace the entire marine bunker fuel industry in less time than was passed since the Kyoto Treaty was signed. One of the concerns that we frequently hear is that replacing fossil fuel with power to X will require more electricity than is consumed by all other industries combined. The forecast from the German energy agency DENA shows, however, that even if we need to phase out fossil fuels completely by 2050, a combination of solutions such as increased energy efficiency and direct electrification will bring down the total energy demand in road transport. Although the energy demand from electricity in 2050 could in fact match the entire electricity demand in Europe today, the unused potential from wind and solar will be able to meet this demand several times over. Just the potential in onshore wind or utility scale from solar, for example, would supply vastly more energy than needed by road transport. The forecast on the previous slide did not consider any import of power to X fuels from outside of Europe. There are, however, obviously opportunities to offshore power to X production to locations with favorable conditions for generation of electricity from wind and solar. A study published by Frontiers Economics in Germany earlier this month shows that there are two important reasons to consider this. If we compare, for example, conditions in Northwest Africa, such as Morocco, to Germany, we can take advantage of much higher full load hours from wind and PV solar generation, or a mix of both. This increases efficiency, capacity utilization, and hence profitability. There is also another important factor to keep in mind. Although the electric motor is clearly better at transforming electricity into kilometers than the internal combustion engine, we must also take into consideration the efficiency of the entire system, from wind or solar energy to kilometers driven. When we take into consideration the much lower yield of renewable energy in Germany compared to Morocco, the large efficiency gap between the electric vehicle and internal combustion engine driving on power to X fuel in fact disappears. Power to X fuel from offshore burned in a combustion engine can be equally efficient way to supply green energy as a battery-powered vehicle. Thank you for listening, and please don't hesitate to contact us by email or through our website if you would like to talk.
Thank you. I would like, before I give the floor to the next speaker, just to point out that for carbon capture, it is important to distinguish between the stationary sources, power plant, factory, and mobile sources like aeroplane, train. And I think you have given very much detail regarding the mobility, the e-mobile, and also the connection to Morocco, to the e-fuel from Morocco. We want to thank you. I want to move to our next speaker, is Dirk Nober. Dirk Nober is a process engineer with a PhD in fluidized bed technology. He is heading the Klima Deutschland GmbH, the German subsidiary of Klima Work AG out of Zurich, Switzerland, by taking carbon dioxide out of the air. Klima Work direct air capture DAC technology can reserve climate change. The team in Germany is focusing on project development as well as power to X application. Dirk is a process engineer with a PhD, as I told, in fluidized bed technology and executive MBA IE Business School with focus on entrepreneurship. He has over 20 years of experience in engineering management, project management, business development, and the establishment of team internationally. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you see the right screen? No, probably not.
It's fine.
It's okay. Good. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very excited to contribute to this interesting discussion. I would like to quickly start with a little overview over Climeworks, which I realize doesn't happen right now. Okay. You see the first slide? Good, excellent, because I'm seeing something different, that's why. So I'm just making sure. So Climeworks is a company with now about 120 people. We have been, or we are probably still a startup company out of Switzerland with a subsidiary in Cologne, founded by the two owners and founders which you see on this picture. So usually I would start the presentation by talking to you about climate change and how important it is to, at least we know this latest since 2018, how important it is to become carbon negative, which the IPCC has said that already end of 2018 very clearly. And that is what Climeworks is really after. We are offering solutions to become climate negative, which I want to present to you at first, and then also talk to you about Power-to-X solutions, which we are working on as well, or we have been working on in the past as well. So our solution is direct air capture, meaning we are taking CO2 out of the air. Very plainly and simple speaking, you see on the left side on this slide, and also kind of behind me on that background picture, our first industrial plant, which is located in Hinwil in Switzerland, which is taking about 1,200 tons of CO2 out of the air every year. The specialty about our technology is that it's a modular approach. So we want to kind of move towards not a normal setup in terms of scaling up, but rather a mass production setup with this technology. And you can see the modules in this picture. Of course, we need sustainable energy as our energy source, and very important carbon footprint. We can't allow our plants to produce more carbon when being built than they can actually take out of the air over the lifetime. That is very important. And then what we're very proud of is that we are the first company worldwide that is actually offering direct air capture solutions to customers, and also products, meaning the CO2 that we produce, for instance, from this plant in Hinwil is sold partially to Coca-Cola. But now allow me to move quickly to one of the projects we are progressing right now in Iceland. The project is based on a technology that is used by Carbfix, also an Icelandic company. So we have two Icelandic activities here going on right now, which is nice. We have a small plant there already for a while, taking CO2 out of the air and pushing it into the ground using the so-called Carbfix method. It's very simple. You put the CO2 into the water which you're pushing underground, and what you actually achieve there with the basaltic rock that is there in Iceland, which you see down there, which is demonstrated here, you actually solidify the CO2, which means after about a year, the CO2 is gone, it's under the earth, and it stays there. So of course, that is very interesting because you can take CO2 out of the air and create a carbon negative scenario that helps with the overall climate change scenario in the long run. This is a picture, or three pictures actually, of our site in Iceland, in Hellisheidi right now. On the left side, of course, still a 3D picture of the plant, how it's intended to be in about early January. So we're building this plant right now, which is about a capacity of 4,000 tons of CO2 per year. And we intend, of course, to get all of that CO2 under the ground with the same method I've just described. On the right, you see two pictures there of the construction progress, and the right picture shows you actually right here the modules, the direct air capture modules, which are going to be located right in front of this so-called process hall, where all the utilities are in to process the CO2 and also provide, for instance, heat for the process. In the matter of only a little time left, I want to move on very quickly to the real topic, to Power-to-X. So of course, direct air capture, you can not only put the CO2 on the ground, you can also use the CO2, as it has been described before, to produce fuels. And what we do, and we have demonstrated this in this carbon cycle, what we do is we take the CO2 out of the air, produce with different types of synthesis methods, usually some sort of electrolysis or co-electrolysis. In the Fischer-Tropsch reactor, we produce synthetic fuels together with partners, which can then be used, for instance, in the airline industry, which is so desperately looking for options, especially for the long-haul flight. So with that, you can see from this circle, this is what it really means, that you can produce carbon neutral or near carbon neutral fuel, which you can, of course, not produce from CO2 that has come at one point in time out of the earth from some sort of fossil fuels. So I want to mention to you three important projects there. Of course, there is a funded project by the German government, which is relatively small, as you can see there, but it was the first project where this process chain has been integrated, where we took CO2 out of the air and produced fuels from it. That was happening end of last year. There's a Horizon 2020 project, so-called Store and Go, which most people might know already in the audience. There we have used direct air capture to produce methane. And hot off the press here is what was announced recently is a power-to-liquid project in Netherlands called North eFuel, where we, together with partners, Sunfire and PowerWord, use power to produce liquids. Again, the focus is on kerosene, on Jet A1 fuel. And in the first step, there is going to be a direct air capture plant there, and there might also be some CO2 used then from the industrial area, which you can see on this picture there. Plan is to start this plant up in 2023, which is a milestone for Power-to-X, and of course only a start for further plants which are planned to be built in Norway in the future, then based on solely direct air capture in order to make that fuel completely carbon neutral. Thank you very much for your interest in our technology, and I'm happy to take questions later.
Thank you, Dirk. So before we move to the next speaker, I would like both of you asking you, Ingo, Fleur, and Dirk, what can distinguish your two technologies, and if you have any relation together, and in terms of cost for your modular, can you give us some detail that if it's available and it's very easy to get for countries, for developing countries like Morocco, and if it's possible in this kind of business, a kind of transfer of technology?
Of course, I mean, we are very open to that. Possible is also dependent on climate conditions and location conditions. The most important thing is that you know where to use the CO2, because there's no point taking it out of the air if you can't use it. So a sink of some sort or use of Power-to-X technology is very important. The technology is, I wouldn't lie to you, is still very expensive. And that's not only the direct air capture technology, that's also the power-to-liquid technology we are using in those projects which I have presented. But that's quite normal with new technology. Nothing has started cheap ever and have become as big as conventional technologies. So we know exactly where we need to go. We know how we want to get there. We need some more time. Right now, the CO2 we produce is certainly well beyond, I would say, $500 per ton, which is, of course, we all know that is not competitive as yet. But as CapEx is coming down, as operating costs and heat and energy consumption is coming down through development, you'll reduce this to a point in the next 5 years where those fuels will become quite feasible.
Thank you. I just want to ask Ingo Flor about the relation to Power-to-X in Morocco. You talk about the you want to use the fuel from Moroccan industry. Is there any project actually which will be fixed in the future when
No,
advanced?
not currently. We have in the past been focusing on the market in China, and as I told you earlier, we are now commissioning the first commercial scale plant there, and the methanol that will be produced will be sold at market price there. And we are also preparing another project in cooperation with Statkraft in Norway, where we will produce the hydrogen from electrolyzers. And the capex there is much higher because of the price of electrolyzers. So we need to get some funding from EU to be able to work on that. But in China and even in Morocco and India, where we can get the hydrogen as a byproduct from the cocoa gas production or other sources, that it's commercial viable today.
And a last question for both of you. Regarding the deployment of technologies that achieve negative emission, what is the status actually in your companies?
Well, I'll quickly start with that. Negative emissions, I mean, the status is positive. We're doing this already since 2017 on a very small scale in Iceland. We have a small module sitting there since 2017, taking CO2 out of the air and pushing it into the ground. That's the basis for us building this larger plant now. In fact, if you go to our website, you will see that we are selling CO2 certificates, so to say, already on the website. There are a lot of companies, also individuals, but also companies interested in that. And that plant we're building there in Iceland is already to at least 50% sold out with regards to capacity over its lifetime. So I would say it looks very good for us. And with that, hopefully also for the world, that we can scale up this technology rapidly.
Thank you. So we will move to John Morris. Welcome to this webinar, to the summit. Morris is a member of the managing board, Western and Southern Europe at HeidelbergCement. HeidelbergCement is one of the world's largest building material companies. He is also responsible for the Department of Environment and Social Governance at HeidelbergCement. He is going to talk about this topic of capture and use and in the HeidelbergCement driving business application. And I think the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just pull the presentation up. Hopefully you can see the presentation now. Good afternoon.
Not as yet, John.
Not
John.
yet.
I
Not
can't
yet.
see it.
Not yet visible. Yeah.
It's maybe the other screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yes, fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, apologies for that. Yes, thanks for welcoming me. Yes, I'm responsible for HeidelbergCement's Europe business, but for today, I'm also responsible for our ESG and sustainability agenda. In Morocco, the basis for my being involved this afternoon is we have a very proud business in Morocco. In Ciment du Maroc is our business in Morocco. And have got a long heritage of being in Morocco. Heidelberg Cement have a very ambitious program to be carbon neutral by 2050 at the latest in our cement and concrete business. And as a large industrial company, one of the largest cement companies in the world, we inevitably produce CO2 as part of the process emissions of our business. In all of our 52 countries, we have a very detailed roadmap to arrive at carbon neutrality by 2050. But it essentially focuses on 3 levers. So you'll see the timeline along the bottom and the potential to reduce CO2 on the left. And we have 3 key levers that we will apply at different levels in all 3 areas in our 50 countries around the world. The first is the reduction of CO2 through conventional measures. Essentially, that is reducing and eliminating the use of fossil fuels in our production process, and then reducing the amount of high carbon intensive material, clinker, in the production of cement. And you'll see that that represents currently the majority of the activities that happens in the cement industry. We're here, and it will represent roughly about 1/3 of the ability to reduce all of the carbon that we need to reduce over this time period. The next area is the circular economy that has been discussed in the summit already, but that is the use in our business of recycled materials, and that has a significant potential starting in this decade but going to 2050, and also the introduction of numerous innovative materials in concrete and new cement materials. So that's the second area, and again, roughly another 1/3 of the total reduction of CO2 will come from that lever. And then the third area that is represented in blue here is CCUS. Again, we start at the moment and in this decade, and over the next 2 to 3 decades, this will also represent about 1/3 of the potential to reduce CO2. So we need to pull on all 3 of these levers over the next 2 to 3 decades. So focusing on CCUS, we already have numerous projects underway across our business in different countries around the world, and we're quite ahead of the game in this area. In capture and purification of CO2, we are trialing and at quite developed stages in a number of different technologies in post-combustion, oxy-fuel, direct separation in a variety of countries ranging from Canada to Norway to various European countries. And then in usage, which is shown on the bottom area, we also have a number of different projects. In Morocco itself, we have an exciting project where we are developing and produce microalgae for the use in pet food. In hydrogen projects, we are underway in France and in the UK with trials combining hydrogen with CO2. And we're also electrifying our kilns, which takes fossil fuels out from the process. So CCUS is a key part of our CO2 reduction activities in the business. So switching to Power2X, this schematic demonstrates essentially that we see ourselves as being a core partner for Power2X activities, as we have obviously the production of CO2 and the capture and purification of that by the projects that we've currently got underway, and other technologies that have been described by Ingolfer, for example, before, and the supply of CO2 in the process that could be combined with hydrogen produced by the other side of the value chain to generate products by a Power2X process methodology. In Morocco, we would see Morocco as a great place for this activity. It's not, I'm not an expert at this, but your outline on the left-hand side that the availability of large amounts of renewable energy, both from wind and solar, is a core starting point. And we would highlight the benefits that we would have in our own business in Morocco, in Cement du Maroc. We have a long and proud history in the country. We run 3 modern kilns at Safi, Aïd Baha, and Marrakesh. We've got an excellent track record in Morocco in sustainability, and we're already got a highly developed project in carbon usage in algae farming at Safi. And we're backed by a company that really is intent on CCUS as a core lever to reduce CO2. So we have competency that we can bring to Morocco from the rest of the world, and the numerous projects that we already have undertaken in CCUS. So just a few final facts on our Moroccan Safi project. We take CO2 from the flue gas production process. It's then through photosynthesis, we then develop and grow high quality microalgae for animal feed and aquaculture. Currently, the scale of that project is relatively small, 0.25 of a hectare, and we produce 30,000 kilos per year of microalgae. But that's been during the development stage, and we're scaling that up currently in Morocco. It's just a good example of a carbon usage project in Morocco that I think hopefully demonstrates the focus of the business. And so we are well positioned to discuss and further partner with methods to carbon capture and then use and store and carbon and then partner in Power2X projects in Morocco. So self-evidence, CCUS is one of a key pillar for us in our carbon neutral efforts as we take our business forward. That's my presentation to you, and then open for further conversations on this as you open the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So just one question before we move to our next speaker. Do you consider the work in Morocco as a business or a cooperation to increase the capacity of Moroccan industry to get know-how and to be developed? And do you think that there are companies in Morocco which you are involved for the creation of jobs in this Power2X and in the cement industry?
I didn't hear the first part of the question, but I think, and so please could you repeat that?
Yes. My question is, are you considering the work with Morocco as a business or a real transfer of technology, creation of jobs, and development of the industry in Morocco?
I think what I would say on that is, honestly, we we've worked on, I think we've got 9 CCUS projects at different stages in different countries, not in Morocco right now. But we've been pushing hard at that to really learn. And back to the earlier speaker, Mr. Nuba, you know, we're trying to understand the costs of technology and the costs of both the capex and the operating costs of carbon capture and use and storage. So we've been doing that elsewhere, carbon capture projects, but in Morocco, the SAFI project has also been done locally. So we've learned from that. So what we're trying to do is learn from the projects we have around the world and then apply the best technology and the best cost for that technology into Morocco. What I would say is our business in Morocco is well established and we're there for the very long term. So what we learn elsewhere, we want to apply in Morocco. And I guess that's why I also showed the project at SAFI. That's a real project. We hope that we can grow the microalgae project in Morocco, and that is a job creation project in Morocco, and then transfer that technology to other countries. So really, for our business, that project is cutting edge, not just in our business, but around the world. And that is something being developed in Morocco that we can leverage elsewhere. So I think it's really a mix of technology coming into Morocco, and then we learn from the microalgae project, and that transfer can go can go to other countries. So Morocco is a key part of our business.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's move now to Julius Alcon. Did I spell it very good? And Julius Alcon is head of cell and development within Steg Energy Services. He oversees energy technology, business development, sale, and the development of a new business. His activities focus on service and solution along the transition of the energy sector toward decarbonization of the sector. Steg Energy Service GmbH is one of the world leading service provider for power asset. Julius, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you for having me. And I've got a few statements just because we have learned as STEAG, we are currently developing a hydrogen generation project in the south of Germany. And what we've seen there is that the problem is, at the moment, is not the generation of hydrogen, the generation of blue hydrogen, or if we look into North Africa, the green hydrogen. The current hurdle is the utilization, is to get rid of the hydrogen and to use it in applications that yet need to be developed, and we have heard that. And Dr. Nuba has made a very interesting statement regarding CO2. Once we have captured the CO2, and be it from the air, be it from other technologies, be it from biomass power plants, or even conventional power plants could be a solution, what do we do with these things? And it is important to think about the entire cycle. And one very important aspect to me is that if we look onto Northern Africa, especially also Morocco, with a big potential of renewable energies that has a big potential to produce or generate green hydrogen. So again, what do we do with the hydrogen? And bringing together captured CO or CO2 and then methanizing it, so producing methane or methanol from that, can be used in existing infrastructures. And that, I think, is a missing link, or is at least one important point to boost the hydrogen generation, which is technically feasible at the moment, is to solve the problem of the missing link. And the missing link to export the hydrogen from, for example, Morocco, is that there is no hydrogen infrastructure. There is no hydrogen ships. That all needs to be invested and built up, which is a big investment needed, and so big efforts needed, and also a lot of time needed to have that. So bringing, again, another reason to bring hydrogen together with CO2 to methanize and then use existing infrastructure, for example, of LNG, for example, of just pure gas, natural gas that can be used locally in chemical plants, and that can be transported in an existing infrastructure to other countries, as for example Europe. And the second aspect I want to mention is that scale is of importance. If we look about the potential to substitute the H2 that's currently needed in the chemical sector just in Europe, we have a potential of roughly 700 terawatt hours of hydrogen that can be utilized in Europe, all over Europe, in the chemical sector, petrochemical chemical sector, but also, of course, in other sectors like mobility. And again, a carbon capture in a larger scale can help to solve this problem if we produce green hydrogen. And I think it's just an important missing link to come to utilize existing infrastructure to boost the generation of hydrogen and the use of hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for this summary, because you summarize exactly the point which we have to work on it. Regarding all this point, I think, first of all, carbon dioxide is a problem of the whole world, is a global problem. And therefore, the international cooperation is very important. So if we want to have infrastructure in Morocco, we have to do it, if we want to do it faster, we have to do it through cooperation and international collaboration, in my opinion. I think the hydrogen, if we have hydrogen, what we have to do with, I think the half of the answer is we can use the methanation, the Haber-Bosch process to make, for example, ammoniac, which is for fertilizers, are all. But the most important point, in my opinion, is to the scale up, to reduce the cost, and how to scale up. We have to do it just through the cooperation, and only countries like Germany, the other countries in Europe like England, they can help because they have already part of the technology. And I think if we want just to focus on Morocco, we need more cooperation in this Power-to-X and fixation of CO2 and the transformation of CO2 into other
chemicals,
sustainable products. And it has to be win-win. Morocco will benefit, Europe will benefit, and Morocco is the door for Africa. And in my opinion, every country, they try to cooperate with Morocco and to invest in Morocco. They have also Africa. They are in the door and they can go there, in my opinion. So I will open this discussion where every keynote speaker can say something about these issues, and afterward we can give the floor to the organizers. So please, Herr Ingor, I thank you first for giving your talk. Herr Dirk, Herr John, you, Georgios, if everyone can give one word about the future of Power-to-X and fixation of CO2 and the use and storage. What do you think in the future can happen if there is really this international cooperation, and what the benefit we can have? When I talk about Morocco, I talk also about the whole Africa. So can we have...
I could make a comment. I could make a comment back on your last point, Dr. Anui, on the scale benefit. I agree. And just to give some context, we talked about carbon capture in the cement industry. We have a project in Norway that will be the largest industrial scale project that will be capturing and moving and storing carbon by 2024, and it will do about 500,000 tons from the cement plant there. It's the first industrial scale CCUS project. But to your point, a lot of that money comes from the Norwegian government, and it is within the scope of the EU ETS. So we learn a lot from scaling up from the projects that we have underway in Europe and also across in Canada that then can be applied at industrial scale when we have made that learning in partnership and cooperation and transfer that into Morocco. So I think that is happening quite quickly. And so I guess my point is that I agree that Morocco can significantly benefit from the work already being done elsewhere and happen quite quickly.
Thank you. So, other speaker, do you have?
I think maybe just the only thing I can say is that for us, Morocco or Northern Africa, by all means, to take it a little broader, is an area that is a no-brainer for direct air capture. And of course, then for Power-to-X activities. We have always looked at that. We have quite a few projects in our project development funnel looking into this. And I will just compare it with, there has been an announcement today or yesterday that the German government is supporting a project in Patagonia to produce methanol. In this case, from wind. In my mind, Patagonia is the wind powerhouse, just like Morocco or Northern Africa is the solar powerhouse. So there's absolutely no reason why the same project could not happen in Northern Africa. Why it is in Patagonia right now, I don't know. There might be good reasons for it, maybe because there are methanol plants already down there. But I'm pretty sure that those projects will happen in the future. I mean, we have certainly planned for them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add that, sorry. I would just want to add that for those who really are interested in carbon neutral future, Power-to-X and CCU must be a part of the arsenal. And I think also, like I was mentioning regarding Morocco, that incentives within the system must be based on a holistic view of the whole value chain from well to wheel. So definitely you have a lot of opportunities in Morocco.
I would fully support that, and I would agree to Morocco being a very good starting point because of the proximity. So if we look from Europe, of the proximity to Europe, but also looking into Morocco, one aspect would be of course the sources of solar energy, but also Morocco has quite a remarkable industry. We have John Morris here, so that's an industry. We have the petrochemical plants, the phosphate plants in Morocco on the western side. So there is a lot of potential also to develop local solutions and develop local supply. And in the same time, Morocco is on the seaside, so also to use the potential for methanized hydrogen is there to export it. So I think that it's a very good starting point. And if coming back to Monsieur Enaoui, then also opening doors to Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. So we had a discussion which is, of course, very important, but a little bit business-oriented. And I am thinking about Morocco always. However, we have here 4 questions which are a little bit more general. I think we have already discussed it, but if someone can give some issue he is welcome. I will read the questions which we have here on this flyer. How can carbon capture use and storage be as a key tool to help decarbonization of CO2 in the industry? What is the role of CCUS in mitigating climate change? This is, of course, depend on the whole world. What are the market predictions for CCUS, and what are the challenges facing CCUS? I think we have already discussed this, but if you have something to say, please go ahead.
Yeah, the first challenge is demand uncertainty. Fundamentally, it's a chicken and egg problem. Fuel distributors lack the incentive to sell alternative fuels, and car manufacturers lack the incentive to build cars which accept greener fuels. And automakers need to benefit from producing cars which operate flexibly on alternative fuels. This will in turn provide strong incentive to fuel distributors to increase demand for alternative fuels.
Okay, thank you. So is there any other questions? Otherwise, we will give the floor to the next session. But I want to thank you, all of you, for this very important session. It's one of the key sessions because we talk about Power-to-X and connected to the CO2, which is the big problem, the big challenge. So is there any last word from the speaker?
I was only going to say to you from the last point, look, from an industrial point of view, CCUS is extremely important. It's not a sideshow, it's very core. And we need to balance and get more use cases for the carbon. So Power-to-X is an extremely good use case, and Morocco is in a good position, as Julius was saying. So I would echo those facts. So I think it's a relatively positive future outlook, not a negative outlook.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for this nice discussion, and hope to see you in Morocco live next time, real, in a big conference, and to visit also IRESEN to see what is done there. So the floor is now for the moderator, and sorry for this small delay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, for this particularly interesting session. Thank you, of course, as well for always thinking of Morocco. Morocco definitely has an important role to play as a key facilitator and stakeholder in a strengthened relationship between Europe and Africa, for example. We heard about specific levers for carbon neutrality in the cement industry. We heard about other opportunities and solutions provided by our series of experts, and it was particularly appreciated by myself, and I'm certain by all the participants. At this point in time, I'll be very happy to announce that the next session will be a dedicated session led by DII, where we'll be discussing a topic that was announced in a session earlier today, which is the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. We'll be reconvening in 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to see you again in 15 minutes. Take care.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over, and the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the NOR Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat at the top of the tower that you see there. There's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the Greenhigh 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Greenhigh 2.0 is also part of a larger project called SALCOS, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With SALCOS, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there Greenhigh 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy projects also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling, and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful
World Power2X 2020 Summit. For this new session, we'll be discussing a topic that had been announced before, and we'll be enjoying a dedicated session to the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. Throughout the event so far, we've discussed at length the power of partnership. So I'm particularly happy to be discussing around a concrete partnership in the topic of P2X. To chair the session, I'm very pleased to introduce our moderator and chairman of the upcoming session. Mr. Frank Wouters is the chair of the MENA Hydrogen Alliance, and he's also a member of the advisory board of DII Desert Energy. He has been leading renewable energy projects, transactions, and technology development for 30 years. He has played a lead role in the development of renewable energy projects valued at over $5 billion. As Deputy Director General of IRENA, he managed a $350 million IRENA Abu Dhabi Fund for Development project facility for renewable energy. Mr. Wouters has authored several books on renewable energy and green hydrogen and lives in Abu Dhabi. I understand that currently the mood is quite festive in Abu Dhabi. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, today we are celebrating, the National Day, which is the birthday of the country, because on the 2nd of December, the 7 Emirates came together and became in 1971 the United Arab Emirates. So actually, as we speak, right at this moment, the fireworks are going off. If I wouldn't have been here, I would have been on the roof looking at the fireworks. But nonetheless, of course, it's a big pleasure to be here. This is indeed a very exciting time. Hydrogen has given all of us a new boost. At least I feel a lot of excitement, very similar to maybe 20 years ago when we started seeing the promise of renewable energy growing into reality. And I truly believe that the next step of decarbonization in the energy system will be the emergence of hydrogen, as the twin sister of green electricity, and that is super exciting. And it's also an element that that binds us together, because what we're seeing, we've done quite a number of analyses for Europe. Europe will even in the future continue to import energy, and it is looking towards its neighbors, for a relationship to build in the field of hydrogen in the future. Today we're having an exciting panel. We'll have two presentations. I'll start with mine. After that, I'll introduce Cornelius Mattes, and lastly, we'll have very exciting panel discussion. Please feel free to engage with us. There's a chat that's available to you, and we really urge you to share with us the questions that you may have to the panelists. That is always the most interesting part of these kinds of discussions, that we have live interaction with the audience. With that, I would like to start with the theme of this panel, which is called the Clean Hydrogen Act, nice to have or necessity. Let me just share my screen, and I'll show you a couple of slides. And basically what you will hear is the idea that we are currently developing and also discussing with the European Commission, and that is to give hydrogen basically a legal framework that it needs. And we've come up with the idea of a Hydrogen Act, which is to provide a vision for the European hydrogen economy as a crucial element of a decarbonized European energy system. And the document that we have drafted and we're currently debating and discussing with industry partners intends to inform the ongoing European policy debates, providing the direction of travel without taking positions on each junction along the way. So it's a vision document that hopes to inform the ongoing policy debate in Europe. And again, it's not just Europe. As I started by saying, Europe will import energy also in the future. So there is definitely an element of relationship with neighboring countries. Now, this is basically a snapshot of where we are. So Europe has decided to work towards a net zero carbon economy by 2050. It's not just Europe, it's more and more countries. Even China recently announced that, although I think it's 2060 for China, but most economies in the world are now working towards that goal. As I said, Europe imports most fossil fuels it consumes. So it's not very strategic, to continue to do that. But if you switch to a clean hydrogen fuel that you can potentially produce yourself or buy from people that you can choose, that switch would be strategic. And that is part of the European hydrogen strategy thinking. First, it's that strategic supply consideration, but also the fact that we already have in Europe 200,000 kilometers of gas pipeline networks that you can use to a large extent. So you have the infrastructure, plus your supply options are better. The European hydrogen strategy that was announced in July is very rich in ambition, which it has, for example, a reference to the target of 24% share for hydrogen of final energy, which is ambitious, way more ambitious than, for example, the targets that even the Hydrogen Council has set. But it's very poor in policy detail. So it's rich in ambition, but it doesn't really go into the nitty-gritty of how is this all going to happen and work. Now, if you then look at where that policy debate is currently taking place, you have elements of hydrogen in the electricity regulatory framework. Of course, in the gas sector, there's industrial policy that looks at hydrogen in the field of fuels. Read the Renewable Energy Directive. In transport, hydrogen is all over the place. So basically, and there's a debate whether it should be included in the emissions trading system. So it's basically everywhere, but it's sort of like an afterthought. And if your ambition is that hydrogen should become a major pillar of the energy system, then it needs to have its own act, and that will then in the end inform where hydrogen sits in all the other places. But having these multiple debates with multiple stakeholders, I don't think that will lead to the right result. So this is the idea. The Renewable Hydrogen Act, or Clean Hydrogen Act, as we now call it, would have two elements. It would have an infrastructure act and it would have a market act. So those are the two elements that you have to cover. The infrastructure act looks at the sophisticated European hydrogen infrastructure that has fully replaced natural gas infrastructure. And the market act, the aim, the 2050 goal would be to have a mature market for clean, affordable and reliable renewable hydrogen that has fully replaced natural gas and other fossil fuels. And now the roadmap it's basically cut in two time periods, from the first 15 years and then the period thereafter. And why 15 years? Because I think the expectation is that in most cases by 2035, green hydrogen is competitive with the alternatives. So until that time, you need to have a different kind of mechanism to get to that point, but after that you'll have a different situation from a commercial point of view. And in the first period, you need a production tariff, for hydrogen, blending in the gas grid. Although we think that is going to be limited, but you also need to have a pure hydrogen infrastructure. And for that, you need a production tariff that makes the investments possible on the production side, but also on the demand side. There needs to be a mechanism. There needs to be a clearing pool. I'll get back to that later. There is not yet a market until that time because we have a cost cap, so we need support. The price setting, and I think this is an important element that we borrowed from when natural gas was introduced in the European system in the 1950s and 60s. Natural gas, when it first was discovered in the Netherlands and then sold to Germany, Belgium, France, and other countries, basically what they did is, before that, when it was a national system, it was a cost plus. But when they started exporting it, you were trying with natural gas to replace other fuels. So you're replacing coal, you're replacing coal gas, you're replacing fuels, etc. And basically the price point was just to undercut the alternative. And that is, I think, something that we propose to also do with hydrogen. So if you're replacing natural gas, you can be a little bit cheaper than natural gas, otherwise people won't switch. If you're supplying hydrogen to a steel plant, you're not replacing natural gas, you're replacing coking coal. So you got to be able to undercut the cost of that. So that's the principle on the demand side. For those things to work, we need a hydrogen guarantee of origin system. First of all, to determine the acceptance threshold. So there's going to be a threshold, but also in terms of arriving at a tariff. And the main currency for that will be lifetime CO2 emissions. So beyond 2035, we think that hydrogen should be in the market. So you don't need production tariffs, you don't need artificial support for that. So the clearing pool will be phased out. There is going to be a mature hydrogen market. The price setting is going to be based on simple, normal market mechanisms, demand and supply. You will still have hydrogen guarantees of origin to make sure that people understand, and that can also be traded, like we do now with the emissions trading system. This is the Renewable Hydrogen Act in its components. So the top bit is the Infrastructure Act. Blending hydrogen until 2035. We think up to a maximum of 6 volume percent. That's a number that came out of a recent study done by GRT Gas in France. Of course, you can do more or you can do less, but this is a number without which you don't need to invest a lot of capex in making that work. Although on the other hand, it is always going to be a limited percentage of the market, but it helps the market specifically for electrolyzers going. We do think it's important to start with a pan-European hydrogen backbone, so we need to have a mechanism for that. But also in the beginning we'll have hydrogen valleys, and these are projects that are ongoing, where you have in a regionally defined area production, transport, distribution, and application of hydrogen, which will then later be connected to the backbones and then become part of the European integrated system. So beyond 2035, we will convert all the infrastructure from natural gas to hydrogen. The Market Act, so again, looking at the production, where we think the stimulation should be based on production tariffs, and that supply, that guarantees, investment security for project developers, very similar to the way renewable energy has taken off in the last 10, 15 years. But the demand side needs different mechanisms. Again, we said that the pricing should be through linking it to the alternative. So what are you going to replace with hydrogen? That should be driving the price point for that. And the difference between what you pay for the production and what you get on the demand side, that should be spread out over all the gas customers through a clearing pool. And again, guarantees of origin should also, provide transparency on the life cycle CO2 emissions. So then between 2035 and 50, we'll work towards a mature and deep hydrogen market where the price is based on supply and demand, and the guarantees of origin can also be traded. I'm not going to get into this because I've already touched upon most of it, but this shows on the left side the production. So there will be space also for blue hydrogen, biogas, and all of those things. But the mechanisms on the market side, we've already touched upon that for the on the demand side. But it's important that we have a hydrogen clearing pool that spreads out all the cost gap of the entire system over all the gas customers. So it's not a tax and spend system. It's a redistribution system where the cost difference is socialized over all the gas customers. So these are some of the elements of the Hydrogen Infrastructure Act. We need to have legal certainty. That's important. To harmonize technical standards. We need to have clarity on the grid access, like who has access and what does it cost. We need to also enable reverse flow. That is one of the things that was not done in the natural gas system, which has led to sub-optimized functioning, specifically in Eastern Europe. We need to have harmonized transition processes and governance throughout Europe. We need to have an infrastructure fund because some of the investments require dedicated funding that could come from Europe, and obviously we need to look at the competition policy and provide some flexibility to support the Green Deal and the hydrogen aspects of that. In terms of the Market Act, we need, again, legal certainty. We need to work on this hydrogen market design. It has to be very clear who can do what, and that's specifically, the owners of the transmission and distribution piping systems. That's quasi-monopoly, so that needs to be regulated. But other functions do not necessarily have to be regulated. The fiscal neutrality through the clearing pool is an important aspect, and there needs to be a sunset clause. That is something that wasn't done in many previous schemes, and it's important to have that, so that gives you also clarity on when will this all end. That would, on the left is the situation we have right now, that hydrogen is covered in many different sectors, very often as an afterthought. And we believe that if we have a hydrogen act that looks at infrastructure and market, then that can inform the battlefield, if you will, in all the sectors that where hydrogen also is an element. That sort of turns the system upside down. We think it is something that hydrogen deserves, given the prominence it has in the strategic thinking for Europe. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Cornelius. Cornelius is the Chief Executive of DAI Desert Energy and also in charge, of course, of the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. He is one of the founders. You know, he can share with us his thoughts on exactly that, the MENA Hydrogen Alliance.
Thank you very much, Frank, and hello also from my side to everybody, and well, also a special welcome to my dear friend and colleague Bart Reken as head of IRESEN to the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. IRESEN is now officially a member, and of course we don't know each other since yesterday, so we've been cooperating for quite some time, and I think IRESEN has done really very important work in the field of Power-to-X, and now, you know, with the green hydrogen, green ammonia topics in Morocco and beyond. So we are very glad to have you on board, and thanks for giving us the chance as well to have a dedicated panel here for the MENA Hydrogen Alliance, which is a relatively new initiative, but I'm delighted to give you a bit of background in this respect. So just trying to see how I can come to the next slide. Here we go. So just briefly on DesertX 3.0, and then the main part on the lines, and a bit of a glance of what else is happening here in the region in this dynamic topic, green hydrogen. So thinking back and looking back, obviously, you know, the last few decades, even before DI, there has been a lot of studies, ideas, things to harvest the wonderful, huge solar and wind resources in the Sahara Desert and the Middle East, and to connect the whole region, you know, to create benefits for everybody. But this was really when DI started in 2009. And obviously, the situation was very different in 2009. I will come to that in a minute. We have a clear mission, which is no emissions. We're actually glad that this is adopted even by the International Energy Agency. It's, I think, a very clear slogan which cannot be confused with any other gimmicks. So what DI has been doing strategy-wise with DesertX 3.0, we have complemented the topic green electrons with green molecules as the two main pillars of DI's work. And of course, we are working towards markets and you know, competitive renewable energy and green molecule production. Now, DI went through different phases from 2009 out of the Munich, but with an office in Rabat and Tunis as well. We've been working on different studies like Desert Power 2050 in 2012, outlining on how, you know, an interconnected system in Europe, Middle East, North Africa could look like, with, at the time, almost 100% renewable production. At the time, we proved that this is technically feasible with very complex modeling, both on the demand and the supply side, you know, with electrical interconnections. It is economically beneficial, and many jobs can be created. We looked at millions of jobs at the time, and we are sure that this is already taking place now. Then we did different studies like economic impacts of desert power in 2013 on the job creation, and actually having a reload currently with our new associate partner Roland Berger. We are doing a study on localization of the hydrogen value chain and how hydrogen valleys can be potentially created in the MENA region. Frank mentioned on Europe, that's a very important aspect of development, as we believe. Then DI moved to Dubai in 2015, working more in the region on practical aspects, hurdles, but more importantly, with the DesertX 3.0 mission we presented at the 10th anniversary last year in Berlin. You know, there is a big uptake now in this respect, and actually, you know, thanks to Frank, but also to Professor Art van Wijk, my colleagues, you've been pushing this topic early on. I remember Art even gave a speech on green molecules 5 years ago, at our annual summit. Now everybody's talking about it, but we've been working in this field for quite some time. Now, what is the game changer for green hydrogen? Well, and why is hydrogen not a hype this time? Hydrogen, obviously, over the last few decades had quite a bit of ups and downs. Now, the game changer is, and the success story of renewable energy is really impressive. So while, starting a bit more than 10 years ago, it was quite an exotic topic. Some countries started a bit more for marketing purposes. Morocco was actually an early leader, similar to Jordan, and this is being rewarded today. But only the last few years, renewables has really become mainstream. And now we have more than 10 gigawatts in the MENA region. But more importantly, the tariffs are between 1 and 3 US cents per kilowatt hour for solar PV and wind in all countries. So for solar PV, we are just waiting to break the 1 cent mark. Personally, I believe it will be next year or latest in 22. We are close to 1 cent here with the latest tender in Abu Dhabi, and even for wind. And this is really a game changer, and it makes green hydrogen possible to become fast now competitive over the next few years, but it will be probably a disrupting factor, and we believe that this decade for the energy systems in MENA will be hugely disruptive. Now, I mentioned a big capacity already operational, so I think the early believers, they were for sure rewarded, and renewables has become mainstream in the region. And I mentioned over 10 gigawatts of operating capacity, but the last 2 to 3 years have been particularly dynamic. And we believe that this uptake is now, with this momentum, getting reality very, very fast. Well, in this context, DII Desert Energy really had a nice revival. So, we had really the pleasure of welcoming a number of prominent companies this year. Dimitrios from Metka is here, but there is Fraunhofer joined again, Nareva Group. So it's, and actually Michael with HU Industry joined also recently. ThyssenKrupp has been a partner for several years, and this makes DI and the MENA Hydrogen Alliance quite, let's say, a good platform now, where we have really some firepower, to help for market development and add some substance to the discussions. Now, on the MENA Hydrogen Alliance, as mentioned, this was really an initiative of Frank. So last year in Berlin, when we presented Desertec 3.0 and also Frank's North Africa Europe Hydrogen Manifesto, he co-authored with Professor Art van Wijk, and by the way, Bad Reken as well. It was so warmly received, and there was so much interest. We said, let's do something, and we actually started at the World Future Energy Summit this year, where we hosted the first stakeholder consultation, and then this year in March officially launched at Intersolar Middle East. And then we had different online meetings, but we were really overwhelmed by the interest, and we are very pleased that in a short time a powerful platform was formed. And even Apicorp was present at the launch, just as an example to show what's really going on now in terms of paradigm, in terms of mind shift. And it's really a powerful platform of the doers of projects. So this is only a sample of logos. Capsac just joined last week. We have research science institutes, but of course all led by the industry, and then obviously public sector is closely involved. As DI Desert Energy, we are public-private sector network, and we have board members such as Mustafa Bakouri from IRESEN, the head of energy from Arab League, or very prominent bankers, or Neom, Peter Therium, just as a few names. Now, what did we do with the alliance? So we discovered that obviously the level of knowledge on hydrogen is pretty varying in the region, from almost no awareness yet two countries like Morocco, which have been doing a lot on green hydrogen, green ammonia over the last, say, 2 to 3 years already. So, alongside different studies we did, one actually for ThyssenKrupp in that going into 8 countries for green hydrogen production and then sourcing logistical aspects to MENA. We have done a series of other studies, the 2 times 40 gigawatt initiative. We had the pleasure to support Hydrogen Europe in this respect. But one thing we felt where we need to add a bit of substance was a solid model. So our CTO Fadi Malouf screened more than 50 models in the market and added a number of functions we believe are crucial, from different flexibilities on stack replacement, on longer term views beyond the typical 20-year renewable. So this is a thing which we make available for our partners, and we were also invited now by different governments, committees, like here in the UAE to help, bring a bit of substance to the discussions, which are very important now. I mentioned the reports. I mentioned the right one, the North Africa Europe Hydrogen Manifesto was presented in Bern last year. And then the 2 times 40 gigawatt, my colleague Ad van Wijk, together with the head of Hydrogen Europe, presented to Frans Timmermans in April. And then, the main idea of the 40 gigawatt electrolysis in Europe and another 40 of import from the MENA region and Ukraine has been adopted, which we were very pleased to acknowledge. And so with the alliance, we want to bring really a solid, a neutral, a technology agnostic kind of dialogue here. The neutral factor, the fact that the IRE doesn't have any specific technology interest, this is really, our main credibility in the market. And obviously, we see a lot of, needs and potential to educate, particularly public sector stakeholders on different technical but also economic aspects of business cases. And this is what we have been doing. Of course, we work on specific topics like certifying the green origin, or I really like what Frank presented, different of the aspects we need to work on to create the right framework conditions for infrastructure, or that eventually markets can be created. This is really important. And the transport aspects, not to forget about, that's another very important aspect. Now, just very briefly to close, a lot has been happening. The UAE has been an early leader with green hydrogen already when 2 years ago ground was broken for the first demonstration project at the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Park, which is a 125 project by DEWA and Siemens. It's a nice project. It's more or less ready, as I understand. And, the UAE is also an early leader with particularly solar energy. We shouldn't forget that only in 2 years we will have almost 7 gigawatt of mainly PV but some CSP installed in UAE, which on a winter day can contribute up to 50%, 50, to the energy mix, which is quite remarkable. So actually that's another thing by Frank. I remember when 2 years ago you showed us already your idea of creating a hydrogen valley in Dubai South, and I'm sure we will have the chance to work in a more concrete terms on this soon. NEOM is, I think, of rather global than only regional relevance. I think how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been shifting since last year is really impressive. The Saudi energy minister stated last week that Saudi, being the world's largest oil exporter, will want to become the world's largest hydrogen exporter as well. So these are really statements which for sure will have a huge impact on future development. And Saudi is obviously one of the countries with the lowest cost solar and wind electricity. And in NEOM particularly, you have combined solar and wind conditions enabling capacity factors north of 70%, which makes it possible to produce very low cost green hydrogen. And well, this was announced in July. the fact that NEOM, together with Aquapower, and then with the third partner as Air Products, they believe that such a project is viable commercially. I think this is a big statement for the global green molecule development. And this is a bold, courageous move, which I think is already in intense execution phase now with JV discussions and financial close envisaged for next year. So this is really a bold development. In Morocco, or let's maybe just state on Oman, even Oman is embracing, I don't have a slide on this, but there is a big project, actually 2 projects in the pipeline in Oman. So Oman, as a major oil and gas producer, embraces the opportunities for green molecules. This is great. There is some preliminary, project ideas for Egypt, but this is actually to close on Morocco. So Morocco obviously is an early leader in renewable energy. Morocco has world-class solar and wind resources, could potentially produce a kilogram of green hydrogen for just below $2. According to our calculations with our model. And Morocco has low-hanging fruits, such as, for example, greening the ammonia production. While importing 2 million tons of ammonia per year, this could well be produced domestically, reducing the import bill, with all environmental benefits and, starting for a local market. And OCP, obviously, and others are looking at this. And actually, I was personally very happy to hear when the German hydrogen strategy was announced in June that the agreement was signed between Germany and Morocco, that Germany will support also financially with the 2 billion euro international facility, the first green hydrogen project in Morocco, which is a 100 megawatt project. So I think with this and with Paul van Zons and Thomas Isenburg's a book, which is always a nice read on the crazy idea, I would like to close here and hand back over to Frank. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Cornelius, for those inspiring words and your background, picture of DII, which, has been going strong for 10 years and is now indeed, a big supporter of also the hydrogen developments, in the regions that we're active in. With that, I would like to, give the floor to the panel discussion. We have a great lineup. We have Dr. Malcolm Cook, who is Vice President and Head of Chemicals and Process Technologies, Middle East and Turkey at ThyssenKrupp, one of the leading suppliers of technology for hydrogen and other molecules. We have Michael Stusch, who is Chairman and CEO of H2 Industries, and we have Dimitrios Triantafylopoulos, who is Director at New Energy Solutions at Metka. Dimitrios, I hope I pronounce your name right. It's a beautiful name, but not the easiest for somebody who's not Greek. With that, I would like to ask the panelists, to start with a short opening statement, a scene-setting statement. Give the audience a bit of a flavor of your view on what's going on with hydrogen. Malcolm, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, we'll start off with a purely personal view from the start. My daughter at the moment is 11 years old, and I've got a personal benefit to make sure that she's got a viable planet and a solid future moving forward. So that's one of the passions that drives me. I've been in sort of the chemical industry and then the renewable side for many years. So it's one of the passions that drives me. And I see that if we don't do something about the decarbonization of the energy production globally, we're going to be even deeper in trouble. Just today, we said that 2020 is set to be one of the warmest years on record globally. And this past decade has been the warmest decade on record. So that's the scene setting for why it's so important we do this and why we need to decarbonize and why hydrogen is such an important part of the energy mix. For those of you who joined the event yesterday, you may have heard from Christopher Frank from ThyssenKrupp, and he talked about our technology portfolio, and he covered everything from the water electrolysis from hydrogen right through ammonia, methanol, the synthetic natural gas and derivatives of those. So our background in electrolysis is, we've been in electrolysis for many years in chlor-alkali, and then we've developed this into the hydrogen electrolysis. And as well as the hydrogen side, we also do the steam reforming and ATR for hydrogen. So we've got the ability to make the grey hydrogen and now the blue hydrogen. We're taking that and doing the carbon capture as well. So important use for that is the downstream and how to make the fertilizers and the other chemicals that we all use, the fuels, green molecules in the future. So that's part of our vision for ThyssenKrupp. And Cornelius introduced the NEOM project, and just to say that we're proud to be confirmed as a technology supplier for that project. This 2 gigawatt project, the largest of its kind globally in the marketplace. For us, this project is a visionary project from the Saudi government, and utilizing the expertise of private companies like Air Products, Aqua Power, and ourselves in ThyssenKrupp to turn NEOM's vision into reality. So that's one of the things that's very important to us. The development of the governmental and the public companies from the government side, and bringing in the expertise and the knowledge of the private companies. Only together can we work and make this successful. So that's really what I want to say, and then we'll go on and have an interesting discussion as part of the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Malcolm. And I think we can all reflect. I mean, those of us who have children, but even without children, I mean, if you look at the news, climate change is something that is already here right now. I'm 55, and I think I have children, but I'm feeling it myself. So I think it's and also to that point, there was a study done by Ipsos in April this year. They basically interviewed thousands of people all over the world, and actually 2/3 of the global population is very concerned with climate change. 2/3 think that it's a bigger problem than COVID-19, and they all want their governments to do more. In China, India, Mexico, the numbers were actually more than 80%. So this is we're not tree hugging. This is absolutely mainstream, and everybody feels how important it is. So thank you for that. Dimitrios, the floor is yours.
Thanks, thank you, Frank, and thanks for making the effort to pronounce my surname correctly. I think you did it very well. It has been a great event so far. I have to agree also with Malcolm that yesterday's discussion was very fruitful, at least for our side. And this panel, I think it's going to be one of the most interesting panels of the event, because everybody talks about hydrogen. It's nice to be on the hype side of things, but I think it's also important that we move from the hype situation to the actual things that need to be done in order to make it a market. I'm here representing Mytilineos, which is the largest industrial group in Greece. And actually, I'm representing the business unit that is called Sustainable Engineering Solutions. From the name, you can understand that we are very passionate about sustainability, and we are focusing on projects that have this element of sustainability in some way, in some format. Regarding the region, we have been very active in the last years. We have done projects in Algeria, power plant projects with natural gas. We have done a very interesting project in Tunisia, a hybrid project with storage and gas unit. We've also, I mean, this is very fresh news. We are starting now again after 3 years. One of the, I think, more important projects for Libya, a 650 megawatt power plant, which will give the people of the country some relief in terms of electricity access. And we have now 2 new offices, relatively new offices in the region, one in Abu Dhabi and one in Saudi Arabia, which I think one of their main jobs there is to promote the hydrogen market and to promote the interests of the parties in order to create a sustainable future for our children and for the rest of the world. So very happy to be here. Looking forward to an interesting discussion.
Thanks, Dimitrios. And with that, I would like to introduce Michael Stusch, who has for us a couple of slides, I think, to support his introductory remarks, because I believe you have some very interesting technology to share with us. Michael, can you share your screen? And you need to unmute yourself, Michael. Michael, with me, it's on the bottom left. That's where the mute unmute is.
No. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Michael Stusch. I'm the CEO and founder of H2 Industries. I founded H2 Industries in 2010. Yeah, with the reason, the same one as my previous speakers said, to do something for our planet. I mean, we have to be active and very quick to change the climate change, and we have to stop the carbon emissions. And therefore, we are working on the LOHC technology since 10 years, and we are now in the stage that we are close to the pre-series, and we will be in a serial production at the end of 2022. And yeah, I would like to show. Do you see my screen? Can you see it? Okay.
Yes, we can, but try to, what is it, the Control L?
Is it now? I'm sorry, I cannot see it here.
No, we can see it.
Okay, so what you see here is actually the LOHC process. I mean, we heard a lot about ammonia today and other storage systems. LOHC has a big advantage to all others. The process is nearly the same. So we have a store unit, and the store unit and the release unit is decoupled from the capacity. The LOHC by itself, it's a fluid, it's an oil, and this oil is fluid under ambient conditions. And when you store the hydrogen in the oil, that's a chemical process, then it's binded there chemically and cannot release by itself. And you can store it and keep it for a very long time. And you can transport it with existing infrastructure, like the diesel infrastructure we have right now can be used for it. And when you want to release it, you have also the release unit, and there you take it out. This is an endotherm process, and then you can directly burn it in a fuel cell. And what we have done in the last years is we combined the endotherm process, the dehydrogenation process, with an SFC fuel cell. So that means the heat from the SFC we are using for the enthalpy for the dehydrogenation process. So this was the biggest problem with the LOHC technology in the last 10 years, and we have solved this, and now we are going in a pre-series production, and we'll have it at the end of 2022 as products. But we also have other products. I go now to the second slide. No, sorry, here. These are our our products we have developed so far. So on the left side, you see the input, that is solar, wind, and water power, all renewables. Our e-store, this combines the electrolyzer and the hydrogenation unit. So this will be the units that actually will be placed in Africa and all over the world where solar parks are, or windmills. And there we receive LOHC, enriched LOHC. And these LOHC then can be transported, and that's the very interesting thing with existing ships to Europe, for example. And in Europe, we can release it to power with our e-release. This is what I just said. This is the combination of the dehydrogenation unit and the SOFC. So you receive power, or you can release it to hydrogen. That's very interesting for the steel companies, the cement and the glass industry. So we can release it directly with hydrogen. And you see also here the prices. These are the prices we are mentioning now. This is based on the numbers of 2025, and with the input of 0.01 euro per kilowatt hour, so 1 euro cent per kilowatt hour PV, and 1.5 euro cent per kilowatt hour wind. So this comes from Saudi Arabia, the numbers. But this will be the average, I think, in the desert in the future. So what we see here is you can really produce hydrogen very cheap, ship it, bind it in LOHC to Europe and release it there or to other regions in the world. And then we have another interesting product, that's our O-Power. With the O-Power, you can transform plastic waste and organic waste into hydrogen, and store this in LOHC, and of course also ship it to wherever you need it. But we also have one case now, one potential customer, where there's a steel company, a very big one in the US, where we want to use this O-Power and burn plastic waste and receive hydrogen, and this directly at the facility of the steel company. And there we can deliver hydrogen to their oven processes, and this with existing plastic. And I think all over the world we have a huge plastic problem, and with this system they receive prices per kilogram hydrogen that are way below the gray hydrogen they use now. So this will, in our mind, the future definitely for the steel industry worldwide, and also for other possibilities, and to get rid of the plastic and transform the plastic into energy. I mean, if you see this container here consumes 100 kilogram of carbohydrates, and this is this per hour. And per hour they receive 1 megawatt hour power binded in LOHC. I mean, there is a huge amount of energy just laying on the ground or swimming in the oceans. We only have to collect it and make energy out of it. And we are able with these O-Power to do that now. We will launch this beginning of next year. So the first systems will be available mid of next year. And then we start with many projects. So this is, for us, one of the most important products. And it is hydrogen from biomass and organic waste. And then we have another product that is H2 Store. This is actually also one customer. We are just building it for them. The chemical industry has a lot of reused hydrogen. So in some countries, they blow it in the air. In other countries, like in Germany, they put it in a pipeline. But this is only in Germany and parts of Europe the case. In other countries they really blow it in there, in India, in the United States, and in China. And we can now store these hydrogen in LOHC and use it and transport it wherever we want, and then we can release it wherever we want. So that's the interesting part. So we can, with all of our products, with LOHC, we have the whole value chain of the hydrogen economy. And this is the interesting thing, and we can discuss later on. I think we have some questions on the panel regarding blue hydrogen versus green hydrogen. I can bring this up later. And what we also have is the comparison of the different storage possibilities. So if you look here, we have LOHC, liquid hydrogen, gas form hydrogen, then ammonia, batteries, and methanation, CH4. And if you compare all these different things, let's pick one out, flammable. So LOHC, for example, has a big advantage. You can put it in a glass on a table with enriched hydrogen, and you can put a lighter on it. Nothing will happen, it will not burn. And LOHC has a flame point of 200 degrees Celsius compared to diesel, which is 83 degrees Celsius. So it's much better handle. You can handle it much better, especially on ships. By the way, gasoline has 42 degrees Celsius flame point. That's why it's so dangerous on ships and has to be handled very carefully. That's one point. It's LOHC is 1 grade less toxic than diesel. If you compare it to ammonia, what's very toxic, this is much better to be handled. It's not explosive at all. So that's a very good point. So when you have gas form hydrogen in a closed room and more than 4% hydrogen is in a room, then you have a bomb. This cannot happen with LOHC. So there's a lot of advantages. We can go later on in the panel about that. That's why I prepared this slide. But in general, yeah, I mean, we believe that LOHC will be the energy storage system for the future, for the whole planet, and especially because you build it out of crude oil or out of gas. That's a good thing. You can use all the carbohydrates, and you also can do it out of coal. We have one project in Botswana together with a partner called Chumba, and they built a CTL plant, and they want to we together want to make toluol out of coal and then produce LOHC. And we can do this in a big scale in other regions as well, and especially all the oil companies in the world. They can use their oil now and make LOHC out of it and take it back from the customer when it's de-riched and enriched again with renewable energy. I mean, companies like ExxonMobil, also Aramco, they already have a lot of renewable energy installed, and now they can use it and enrich LOHC with their own oil. We believe that's the future for also the oil companies to survive for a very long time. Even when they think there's no oil anymore, they can use now their oil for forever, infinite, to transform it in LOHC and enrich it again all the time. So that's for my side now. For the moment, enough. I think later in the panel we can discuss this again. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Michael. That's definitely very interesting, technology, and let's get back to that a little bit later. But first, let me ask Malcolm. We've seen, this year. The amount of the number of hydrogen strategies and policies that have emerged have basically mushroomed and are going through the roof. There's hardly a country in the world that doesn't have a hydrogen strategy right now, and most of them they have some sort of a target to work towards. And we've seen, in the last 2 years, we've seen a whole range of targets from, let's say, from 5% in a very conservative case, and let's assume we're talking about 2050 to 50% in 2050. What is a sensible number? Do you have a view on that, Malcolm? Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I mean that's a crystal ball type question, Frank. And my personal view there, it really depends on the speed of a couple of things. Depends on the speed of regulation and getting that framework in. It depends on the cost reduction that we provide for technologies, and then the continued adoption via political pressure. My particular view is I see an acceleration of this figure, and I'm looking at a figure that's higher than 25% by 2050. I agree with your analysis that it's a two-stage process. One will be driven by, let's call it subsidies for want of a better phrase. The first part will be driven by subsidies, taxation, regulation. And then the second half will purely be driven by economics. So it'll be driven by, as the cost comes down, there'll be a step change in the transformation. And I can use the same analogy there we've seen from the PV side, which was driven initially by things like the German, the rooftop sort of feed-in tariffs of that. And that drove some of the technology from that. And then as the technology became mature, then the costs come down. And we're now seeing sort of prices, we're all looking forward to breaking that 1 cent barrier in the next 18 months. So first stage, regulation, drive that through. Second stage is where the cost advantage really kicks in. And we're already seeing costs from neon as example, is a good way of driving the cost factor down.
Yeah, thanks, Malcolm. So did I hear you?
25%, higher than 25%.
Yeah, that's great. I'm with you on that. I think this is still underestimated. The reality is that at the moment we're almost at zero. So it is, as you say, a crystal ball. But in terms of if we're serious about decarbonization, we have to electrify. But electricity beyond 50% becomes challenging. And then the main question is, what's the other half? Now, what can do that? There's not many things that can do what hydrogen can do, and I think that's in the end the bottom line. But yeah, Dimitrios, happy to hear your view on this, if you have.
Well, I mean, just to be on the safe side, I will go, with Malcolm's estimation, being a bit more, let's say, optimistic for 2050. I think Malcolm set out the scene correctly, and the comparison with examples from the past can give us, the perspective for the future. I just want to say that hydrogen, in my opinion, touches so many elements of our everyday life, and this actually creates a pool of opportunities for hydrogen to evolve in the energy market. And this is one thing. And the second thing is that there can be two approaches. There can be the top-down approach in terms of large organization and large facilities promoting hydrogen, large countries, as we said, like Saudi Arabia. But also there is the decentralized approach, where you can have decentralized hydrogen production for smaller facilities, which can also drive the hydrogen market. So I think there are so many, let's say, good and solid, let's say, parameters that can raise this 25%, that I would be a bit more optimistic. Obviously, the legal frameworks are the first steps, and we see in many countries, including Greece, that there is such an attempt. Greece, is a very good example that hydrogen can be a very big element of the energy mix. As you know, we were dependent a lot on lignite in Greece. Now, with a very strong solar and wind capacity, renewables are a big element. And now we are going to the next step, which is the overcapacity of renewables and the decarbonization and the decommissioning of the lignite power plants. So all this create, a good base for us to develop the hydrogen market.
Yeah, thanks, Dimitrios. And I was lucky enough to be part of a small World Bank effort in Western Macedonia, where we actually looked at, what to do with the area which is heavily invested in lignite, and that cannot continue. But then what do you do? Is it solar, wind? Is it batteries? Is it hydrogen? And I'm really glad to see that. It took a while because a year ago I talked hydrogen, but now there seems to be more talk of hydrogen also for that region. So I'm happy to see that. Michael, you mentioned your technology, liquid organic hydrogen carriers. Can you tell us a little bit what kind of chemical are you using, or are you an open platform? You have to unmute, please.
We use dibenzol toluol. That's the only LOHC that's working probably right now with the highest energy density and easy to use, and with multiple charging possibilities. We only have to clean it every 8 years. That's what the producer Sasol and Eastman just saying. So it's very easy to use.
And you had a slide on blue hydrogen versus green. Can you share your view on that? What is your position?
I mean, the position is, and the other thing is, I would better use the gas, the natural gas, and produce LOHC out of it instead of burning it. So that's our view on the blue hydrogen. Yes.
That's clear. Malcolm, does ThyssenKrupp have a view on blue versus green? I mean, there is quite a lot of also industrial activity on blue. Equinor is doing it. Many BP said half of their hydrogen in the future will be blue, the other half will be green. Aramco, ADNOC, in this region where I live, Gulf, many people are looking at both. What's ThyssenKrupp's view on that?
Yeah, I mean, our view is we see blue hydrogen as playing an important role because there is a lot of SMR type hydrogen units out there in the world, in refineries, etc. So the cost of adding a carbon capture unit to that, particularly when you add on taxation, doesn't really cost so much money, relatively speaking. So we see blue hydrogen playing a major part, and then we see it as a transition ultimately through to green hydrogen, particularly as some of these older SMRs become not so economically viable. So we'd see in the future, we see a replacement of some of the SMRs by green hydrogen units. But if you take here in UAE, with ADNOC said exactly, blue hydrogen is a major development for them in the hydrogen market on the path towards green hydrogen. And they're using the CO2 for enhanced oil recovery. So they're already capturing the CO2 from the steel plant and they're injecting that into the oil wells for, if you want, for boosting the pressure and prolonging the life of oil wells. So there's no one-size-fits-all solution. It depends on an individual country, individual market, and what they have available.
So Malcolm, I have another question for you because I like your 25%, which is huge. We also have to realize that, for example, the Hydrogen Council, their number was like 18% aspiration. Europe's position is based on the ambitious scenario of around about 24%. But even the 18%, would be a $2.5 trillion a year economy by 2050, which is bigger than oil and gas is right now. So, so what you're saying is a big number, and it's also thousands of gigawatts of electrolyzers. And even the European strategy, Cornelius alluded to that. We did some work supporting that thinking around, until 2030, 80 gigawatts. You mentioned NEOM, 2 gigawatts. And when I see the ambition of the manufacturers, everybody is now ramping up to 1 gigawatt a year. So we have Siemens, we have ThyssenKrupp, we have Nel, we have ITM, we have McPhee. we're all making a gigawatt a year factory. It's not going to be enough, is it?
No, it's not enough, but we have the experience of being able to do that sort of ramp up on our chloralkali cells, because our water electrolysis cells are the same size and same footprint and use many of the same manufacturing methods. So we've been able to ramp up on that because we've seen the growth in that industry. And this hydrogen, the AWE advanced water electrolysis is much, much bigger than that. But you can make the plants, once you design them, you can make them modular. And I can see a lot of local manufacturing coming into the future.
But I mean, I'm still struggling with first of all, Europe, claims to have the leading position, which I think it's true with the ThyssenKrupp, Siemens, and Nel, ITM, McPhee.
Yeah.
There's not much going on outside Europe in the scale that we're looking at. But don't you think? I mean, if I would be scared of China, because one day we'll wake up and somebody's going to build a 10 gigawatt a year factory, and then the next thing is going to be a 20 or 30 gigawatt factory, and we're still doing the gigawatts.
Yeah, but I think this is where people say we should be not scared, but this is where you're looking to embrace partnerships. We as ThyssenKrupp, we do global sourcing, we do partnerships with companies within China, and we look at a global manufacturing basis. Where can we best manufacture, and where can we move the manufacturing long term towards the marketplace?
But do you think you can ramp up quickly? I mean, that's something that Nel likes saying, don't underestimate the ability for us to scale.
Yeah, I mean, it is a challenge, but we've got that. I would say we've got the development plans, the rollout plans for that as part of our global TK strategy on hydrogen, because we've got the first part is our manufacture of the electrolysis, and the second part is our use of hydrogen as a steel producer as well. So we're a customer from that perspective as well. So we're seeing it from both ends.
Yeah. Okay, good. Dimitrios, I have a question for you. I mean, if you're looking at a project, and this is still, we've heard about NEOM and the 2 gigawatts, but that's connected to 4 or 5 gigawatt renewable energy project, so $5 billion excluding the renewables. Huge. How can we make these projects bankable?
Well, I mean, that's a very good question, and it's a very big leap of faith, even discussing about these projects. As much as we engineers want to make the world believe that it is a very complex thing, I think producing hydrogen by electrolysis is quite an easy, let's say, subject to grasp. And I'm saying that because most of my experiences in trying to make projects bankable around the world is to persuade people that do not have the technical knowledge that this is actually makes sense. I think with these projects, I think that step is somehow made a bit easier. There is a trend, and as much as we want to not, be very, let's say, frank about it, sustainability is one of the biggest, let's say, words that financing institutions and bankers use when they want to promote a project. So in this aspect, I think especially green hydrogen projects will start ramping up on the decision-making hierarchy, and also based on the cost reductions that, as Malcolm said, will happen. It's part of the world. I mean, it's part of the evolution. It's part of the fact that globalization is here to stay. I think these projects will eventually make sense very quickly. So I don't say that it's an easy task to make a NEOM project bankable. I'm just saying that gradually we will see larger projects being able to be financially feasible with a pool, or let's say with a mixture of incentives. And I'm sure this will happen within the 3 to 5 years period for sure, not later.
Thanks. Cornelius, please go ahead.
Well, Frank, maybe just to comment, I think you're completely right. We are in a bit of a weird situation in which, there's huge announcements. I think they increased 5-fold in just the last 6 months or so. And the question is indeed whether the big manufacturers can track this. But we have many leading companies in Europe, particularly in Germany. What is different now, and why do I expect as well, and we as DI Desert Energy, that the same mistakes like with the solar industry will not be made again when most of the solar industry panel manufacturing migrated to Asia. So the big different thing is that we have the Green Deal, we have a Green Recovery Package, and we have hydrogen at the highest level. Last week there was a meeting between Macron and Merkel, and one of the main topics was hydrogen. The fact that heads of state discuss on this, the fact that we have bold execution plans being the national and European hydrogen strategies, I think this is for sure a game changer. Now, obviously, while this year was great in delivery of bold plans, the next year and two needs to absolutely be of delivery of, let's say, the framework. Everything you outlined in your first presentation on the infrastructure and on the market side. So we all need to focus, and this is obviously where we need to work together, that this will be delivered soon. And then I don't have any doubt, that Europe will be leading not only in the production, but with electrolyzers, with technology-wise, and then with the many synergies on applications as well.
Thanks, Cornelius. I think let me get back to you later, because you've done some interesting work in looking at markets. And Michael, I would like to ask you, you mentioned a couple of markets that you're looking at specifically in Africa. What makes a market interesting for you? And then secondly, what kind of framework do you need for a project?
The market in Africa, that's logic. It makes it interesting, because we have the best sun hours in some regions, and B, we are interested to bring also industry to Africa with some partners we are working together with. And we are working, for example, in South Africa for a longer time. If there would be no Corona, I would be already down in South Africa in March, and make the contracts with the governments together with our partners there and in Botswana. And also we have a project coming up in Namibia. This is the H2 Atlas project where we are involved. We want to build the first 1 megawatt solar plant with e-storage, so with an electrolyzer, and we hydrogenate this in LOHC. And this process is an exotherm process, so we use the heat and desalinate salt water, and want to start producing this fresh water for Windhoek, because they have a huge water problem. This should be the pilot project for a bigger scale. The next scale should be 1 gigawatt in Namibia, that's planned, and probably we go higher, but this has to be seen how we get finances. But Africa is for us very important, and also, of course, North America and South America. Every region are very important for us. We have discussions with customers in the Middle East, and especially also in China and India.
And so again, what makes a market or a country interesting for you? I mean, is there a number of criteria that you have that needs to be in place before you consider, or are you open to anybody where you see a technical opportunity and maybe a government contract? Or
now, first we need to have a need, then we need to have a region where the sunshine is very high. We focus more to photovoltaic, but also when we have wind project, this has to be it has to be there. And of course, regions has to be politically stable. That's important for us. So there's not all African countries interesting, only the politically stable ones.
Thanks, Malcolm. You mentioned the cost curve, and there is some initial evidence that the learning rate of electrolysis follows a similar pattern as we've seen with other technologies, and most notably solar PV, which is around about 21%. So every doubling of capacity, you get a cost reduction of 21%. And electrolysis, I believe it's 18. Do you see any merit in that number? Obviously, from a very small base, and obviously, you need to consider what the volume is going to be in 10 years from now. But where will we be in terms of cost?
It's one thing that I don't really do too much, Frank, and speculate on cost numbers within our company. It's something that we keep pretty close to our chest in terms of confidential information. But I can say that if we look at our history in chlor-alkali, we know that market again started developing back in the 70s, where we saw a disruptive change in technology from mercury cell technology to the membrane cell technology. And then we've seen, as that technology was adopted, we've seen a reduction in cost of that, and a 20% number is not unreasonable in that case. But I think here, because the capacities we're talking about are larger, there's maybe even further opportunity. But I won't go in and speculate too much on that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Dimitrios, when you open an office in Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia with the view to also look at hydrogen opportunities, what kind of opportunities do you see in the Gulf?
Well, I mean, obviously the Gulf has certain characteristics in terms of solar radiation and cheap electricity from renewables that in terms of green hydrogen, it creates a huge, let's say, opportunity pool for us. On the other hand, as Malcolm said, there is also the blue hydrogen element in countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, also in the Emirates. So I think the Gulf has an ideal balance between blue and green hydrogen opportunities for us in the near future. Personally, I would let's say, from an idealistic point of view, I think green hydrogen should be our main focus because this is the way forward. But as in every case, idealism and realism have to join forces at some point, especially at the beginning of a very nice journey. So I would say that this is the main reason why we focused on these two countries, and the large pool of opportunities and the good balance in terms of blue and green hydrogen projects that might come up in the near future. Also, I have to say that it looks like these two countries have also the necessary, let's say, political backup for this kind of projects, and also the capability to attract financing. So I think this creates an ideal situation. I mean, we are focusing also in Europe, but in Europe the projects are still more related to small to medium-sized projects, maybe some pilot units, maybe also some innovation hubs for hydrogen. And of course, Africa, which for us is a region and a continent that we have been working for over 10 years now. We do hope that hydrogen can play an important part, especially in a continent that is very hard to get access to cheap and let's say intermittent electricity and energy. Hopefully, MENA region will be a very good starting point for us in the hydrogen space.
So yeah, interesting to see that you believe, if I hear you correctly, that the projects are going to be bigger in specifically in the Gulf. So you know, Abu Dhabi and Saudi. Well, we see that in NEOM, but potentially Abu Dhabi as well. So you know, yes, we're blessed here with you know, the world record low cost for solar, so that you can also make cheap hydrogen. But we also have very cheap hydrocarbons. And no price for carbon. So the question is, yes, cheap hydrogen and ammonia, whatever, but you're competing with very cheap hydrocarbons. Is there going to be a local market, or do you see potentially more in the beginning also export orientation?
Well, I mean, it's true, and obviously, you know, I think that at the beginning, export might be the most reasonable option from a financial point of view, especially towards Europe, because Europe has, as you said, the right, let's say, elements of energy, let's say, measures in place and energy regulation that creates the right benefits for hydrogen to be introduced in the energy mix, while, as you mentioned, the Gulf has still, you know, very cheap hydrocarbons. So I think at the beginning we should be seeing also at giving more, let's say, weight to export to, especially to Europe, because that would make sense from a financial point of view. On the other hand, I think that politically and socially speaking, I think that the countries in the Gulf are rapidly picking up on the idea of living without cheap hydrocarbons. So I think at the end we will reach at this equivalent and this equilibrium point where we also have local usage.
Thanks for that, Cornelius. I think we have to wrap up, but perhaps because you've looked at, you know, some of the markets in Middle East and North Africa, perhaps just a quick few sound bites on Oman, on Jordan, on Tunisia. You know, maybe you can take us through some of those markets very, very quickly.
Sure, that's a good point, Frank. Well, I think the entire MENA region has jumped on renewable energy. So renewable energy is really becoming mainstream. Of course, the speed of execution is different, but this makes a very good and a sound basis for green hydrogen production. So obviously, running through the countries a little bit. So Saudi is finally getting traction on renewable energy massively, and NEOM is there. So I don't have any doubt that Saudi will be, you know, the biggest market in the Middle East in the next few years. The UAE is an early leader in renewable energy, unfortunately lacking wind resources, but getting really traction now. And also I see a bit of a paradigm shift from not so green hydrogen early on to probably a balance between green and blue. Oman, as I mentioned earlier, Oman is already massively embracing green hydrogen. I don't hear anything about blue. There's different projects in the pipeline. Oman has getting only recent traction since 2 years, but there is also a project like Sohar Port, very interesting, you know, gigawatt scale solar and green hydrogen, or the Duqm project. Jordan is waking up a bit. Jordan is an early leader in solar PV and wind. Wonderful conditions just north of NEOM, you know, was Aqaba in the Red Sea port. So I see midterm a development in Jordan. Egypt is getting positioned as a trading hub, not only for green electrons, but also for green molecules. Egypt obviously is in a strategic position in the Eastern Mediterranean with potential cable connection via Cyprus to Greece. Or the East Med pipeline. and close to NEOM as well. So Egypt has world-class solar and wind resources, and also located close to Red Sea with perfect infrastructure. So I see Egypt as a very interesting and big long-term player. Tunisia is waking up a little bit delayed on renewables, but there is obviously some wind and solar operating, strategic position in the middle of the Mediterranean and to Italy. Italy, Snam is an early leader in hydrogen, so this is obviously a bit of a factor to be watched. Algeria, interestingly, early embraced green hydrogen as well. So Algeria has big plans and is, I think, pushing in this direction. We just need to look at when, things will be executed. But, we have a partnership with Sonelgas, and hopefully something will happen. And I think clearly Morocco is an early leader in renewable energy and an early leader in hydrogen. So Morocco, I think, can potentially create a completely new market segment in addition to renewable energy. So while Morocco is already at 42% renewables and will be at 52 in 10 years from now, hydrogen can multiply this and potentially even a huge segment. Just to green, ammonia for OCP is a gigawatt scale opportunity alone.
Yeah, thanks, Cornelius. I think it's important to not forget the other markets, because in the end this is something that will play out across the world, and especially some of the countries in the MENA region. They have excellent resources in terms of solar irradiation and wind and hydropower. So all good. And with that, I think in view of the time, I would like to thank the panel very, very much. Michael, I wish you good luck with the rollout of your technology, which sounds really exciting. Dimitrios, if you need any help with your efforts here, please give us a shout. DII is ready to help you. Malcolm, the same to you. Get the production going, get the cost down, get the efficiency up. You're well positioned to do that. So please, again, thank you for this very interesting panel, and over to the organizers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, dear panelists, for a most engaging conversation. Indeed, all of us particularly appreciated the dynamic, very engaged conversation, very rich that you have had. Just moments ago, actually, the United Nations Secretary General addressed the state of the planet. Of course, I was fully committed to following the conversation, so I wasn't able to get all the points that he mentioned, but he did mention 5 that I was able to take note of. He indicated that this year we had a particularly devastating pandemic. He also indicated that we have no new heights when it comes to global heating. He further indicated that we have known new lows when it comes to ecological degradation, and he indicated that we have known new setbacks when it comes to our ability to meet the global goals. 5 points. And I couldn't help but note that there was a parallel to be made between that factor of 5 and the factor of 5 that we heard in the panel between the age of one of the speakers' children and the age of our honorable moderator. And when we were discussing that, I also heard that you leveraged the particular connection to indicate that whether you're 11 years old or 55 years old, climate change is very relevant to you, indeed. The United Nations Secretary General also indicated that in 2021, the main goal of the United Nations system will be to have a truly global coalition around carbon neutrality. Very much aligned with our conversations yesterday, today, and during this session. And this focus towards solutions is quite clearly a consistent thread that we've had so far in our World Summit around P2X. It was also a consistent thread in the session that was very aptly facilitated by our honorable chairman. Thank you very much again to the chairman of the conversation and to all the panelists. The time has come now to end day 2 of the WorldPtX 2020 Summit. I'll do a very brief recap of what has transpired today. I believe there are a few slides that have been prepared. So we started the day by a high-level session discussing technology challenges. Coordination was one of the key elements that emerged from that high-level session. We then discussed the very important interface between Power-to-X and renewables and indicated that it's about collaboration, really, and that a combination of solutions was paramount when it comes to unleashing the transformational potential of Power-to-X. Session 7 was looking at the international level, looking at not only cases on an isolated level, whether it is at the local or national level, but very much looking at how we can connect these different experiences, learn from one another, and reach economies of scale. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage was also a very important conversation that was had by very leading experts globally, and we discussed how it was important to look at, for example, some sectors such as the cement industry, which was discussed, but also have a more global view in terms of facilitating the type of interconnections we all hope to see to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the global agenda for the period. And finally, just now, as was very aptly summarized by our honorable chairman of this session, we discussed not just an alliance itself, but and the regional approach that it promotes, but also the type of concrete solution that can be leveraged to have inter-regional cooperation when it comes to Power-to-X, in the case of the session just now, specifically on hydrogen. So once again, thank you very much for your attention, participation throughout the day. I hope you found this event just as informative, inspiring as I have. Power-to-X has evolved, I believe, to power to the power X. And we are clearly in a position to leverage the exponential potential of collaboration. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, a good day, a good afternoon, depending, of course, on where you are in the world. Thank you.